Hey everybody, this is a compilation of pointless top 10s that I considered either relaxing or cozy in some way. So there's things like skyboxes, cozy spots, lily pads, libraries, beds, fireplaces, and more. Enjoy. Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Pointless Top 10, a show where I make top 10 lists of pointless things. Why are we flying by his pointless statue in Booty Bay? Because inside pointless things are treasure. Let's begin. 10. Number 10 is this cozy spot located in the Dream Grove, which is the Druid class hall. And this specific spot is kind of like a library, cafe, hangout area. I'm actually not too sure what it is exactly. There's also some beds around here. So, I mean, this could just be a place to rest or relax or really just anything. And in the middle, there's this big tree. And I think the tree is really what does it for me. I mean, there actually are other trees in this place. You can see them around the outside. There's like, you know, between the books and between the beds and stuff like that, but I really love the tree being in the center, and you got all the little plants around there and the little green fairy butterfly thing just flapping around, and then you also have all the little night elf lanterns just hanging around as well. It's just, I don't know, it's a very relaxing area. It's like you could read a book, you could take a nap, you could eat some food, you could write, I don't know, you write whatever you want. But yeah, I just really love this vibe here. It's just almost like they've brought nature inside. So you kind of get the best of both worlds, right? You're inside, but it feels like you're outside, and you can read a book, you could chill, you could go to sleep, like whatever. It's great. So that's why the Druid Class Hall Dream Grove room, I actually don't know what to call this, is number 10. 9. Number 9 is this camp located at the Tidebreak Summit in the Stormsong Valley. And this one is especially cozy for people that love rain, because even if it's not raining anywhere else in Stormsong Valley, if you come to this location, it starts raining. I don't know if that's intended, I don't know if it's accidental and Blizzard just messed up, but it's very cozy. So if you really like rain, come on down to this spot, and it's just constant rain. And you've even got a little campfire here. You've got this big tent you can go in. I mean, you can put another campfire in this tent if you want. It's got a table and chair, and there's some weapons and a telescope and notes scattered all about, which I guess that might be less cozy, being like, who was here? Why did they abandon this place? You know, there's still half-eaten food here and like boots, and there's potions and stuff laying about and a compass. I'm like, did something attack people here? But there's no way that would happen, right? This is too cozy of a spot. So let's just forget all that and just really appreciate this as a nice cozy spot. In fact, there's a little river nearby. You can go fishing if you want, or just sit by the river and enjoy all the sounds of the rain and the water. It's a fantastic cozy spot. So that's why the Tidebreak Summit Camp is number 9. 8. Number 8 is Grizzle, and Grizzle is the furbolg city located in the center of Grizzly Hills in Northrend. And I would actually have this higher up on the list, but I feel like all of the furbolgs fighting all over makes this not as cozy. In fact, some would say this really isn't cozy because of the furbolgs, but I don't care. I think this whole area, if you take the furbolgs fighting out of here, is insanely cozy. You're inside of a tree. There's all these glowing things all around. You have all of the furbolg houses, like apartments scattered all about. And then you have the inside of the tree where you have this little cave area, and there's a bunch of furbolg totems here. It's pretty cozy if you remove the furbolgs. But for me, the thing about this place really is the vibes. You've got that cozy kind of warm lighting from these beehive lights, which I hope they give us beehive lantern lights in player housing. And you got all the little windows and all the little houses, and just being inside of a tree in the Grizzly Hills, like, it's just pure vibes, man. And so I had to put this on the list because I've always thought this was just a cozy place, and I was like, it was the perfect video to do it. And so that's why I put Grizzle at number 8. 7. For number 7, we go back to Val'sharah, but this time not in the Druid class hall, but just out in the wild, specifically behind this big tree where there's this little picnic area set up. And so for me, not only is this little picnic area very cozy, right? It's kind of tucked away in nature behind a tree. They've set up some pillows. You got some food here. But just the actual whole area in general is very cozy, right? Like, you could just walk around this whole Val'sharah area with the plants and the trees and the flowers and the waterfalls and just the water in general, right? And it's just very cozy, very relaxing. It's going to lower your blood pressure just walking around here. But then if you really want to get cozy, you just go behind this tree. You got this little picnic area set up. Perfect type of role player spot, right? I mean, you do have Cenarius here initially, but I think after you do some questing, he does leave. And if he doesn't leave, I mean, you could just pretend he's having a nap. He's having a relaxing time. He's so relaxed that he just passed out. And they're like, man, dude, he is really relaxed, right? But yeah, overall, this is a very cozy spot hidden away in Val'sharah. And so that's why I decided to put it at number 7. 6. Number 6 is this cozy Borealis fire pit, and I actually really like this area. I didn't really notice it until last year. I made a video for the official World of Warcraft YouTube channel about celebrating New Year's Eve in World of Warcraft, and I was looking for places and being like, what would be a cool place to like celebrate New Year's Eve and looking for all this stuff. And then I came across this fire pit area and I was like, dude, I didn't even know this was here. Like genuinely, I didn't know this was here. There's like a bunch of pillows you can sit on. There's like some couches and it's just this fire pit area. Like it's a legit, really nice, cozy area. I will say, I think this is the type of area you probably go to at nighttime, right? Because usually, you know, big fire, lighten up the area, cozy vibes. You want to sit down, have like a, you know, something to drink, and then you could chill out by the fire. But during the daytime, it's just like, you know, there's a fire over here. Like it's still cool, but I think nighttime is what provides the best cozy vibes for this area. So yeah, this might not be the craziest area on the list, but it's definitely one of the coziest and most unknown areas on this list. And that's why the Bonfire Bales area is number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Rangari Enclave and the Path of Light located in Draenor Shadowmoon Valley. And this is a pretty big cozy spot. In fact, this might be the biggest area for cozy spots on the list, but it is really cozy. So first we have the Path of Light area. There's this big tree here. It's like this garden area and you can sit around the big tree and relax, and just the lighting and the sky and just everything feels so cozy and relaxing. And then you've got the waterfalls in the Path of Light, like on the sides of the Path of Light, which I think are really cool as well. And it leads to a bunch of other types of garden spots where you could chill out. So there's actually numerous little garden areas all around here, which is really nice. And then we have the Rangari Enclave area, which I really like because it gives me the Zanger Marsh vibes. And I wanted to put Zanger Marsh on this list, and I was flying around and I was like, you know, I really like Zanger Marsh, but I couldn't find like a specific cozy spot that really hit me. And then I came here and I was like, dude, this is it. It just gave me like modern Zanger Marsh vibes mixed with the Shadowmoon Valley stuff. There's fishing and boats and little food stands and just the big mushrooms overhead. Like it's just so cozy. And so yeah, like I mentioned earlier, if you just want a cozy area in general, not just like some little spot, this is a fantastic place to come to. And so that's why the Path of Light and Rangari Enclave are number 5. 4. Number 4 is the Dalaran Portrait Room area, and I'm pretty sure nobody had this on their list of things they expected to be in a cozy spots, but I really do love this area. I mean, it really gives me convention center lobby vibes. I don't know if anyone else gets that, but you know, there's a bunch of little areas to hang out and sit around, drink coffee. There's some cool side rooms with big library walls, like massive library walls, where it's just books upon books. You go like grab a book and then sit down on a bench and read, or you could grab a book, maybe go out into the lobby area, sit down on the couch, have some coffee, you know, take in the vibes of like, you got the big chandelier up there, the magical chandelier spinning around. You got some cool architecture stuff all around, or you could just stay in the actual library area. There's a bunch of books all over. There's little tables and stuff you could sit at. Like it's got some really nice cozy spots. But yeah, I love the Dalaran Portrait Room area. I'd say it's pretty underappreciated because it's kind of hidden away. You know, you only really go there if you have quests or you're trying to get somewhere. And I think not enough people stop and really appreciate it. And so that's why the Dalaran Portrait Room is number 4. 3. Number 3 is 2 locations in the Azure Span. And I knew I wanted to put an Azure Span location on the list, and I was flying around specifically in the winter area because I always love winter areas. There's like Winter Spring, right? There's Dun Moreau, but Azure Span was a little newer. It's like all these big pine trees and all this crazy stuff. And I was like, dude, there's got to be some cozy spots here, right? So one of them is this little Tuskar camp, and there's a kid rolling a big snowball around. There's a bunch of Tuskar fishing, and it's just a really nice secluded area. You're by some cliffs, and you have all the big winter pine trees all around surrounding you. It's just a really cozy spot. But speaking of big pine trees, the other location is actually inside the trees themselves. And as soon as I saw these, I was like, dude, this is perfect. This is a nice cozy spot. You could start a fire inside this tree and you're not going to burn the tree down because, you know, it's a video game. And really the other relaxing part is that it's always snowing here. Like whether it's daytime or nighttime, it always has that overcast snow going on. In fact, the birds agree. This is a fantastic cozy spot because they actually made a nest up here and they're actually guarding a dragonflight treasure that you can acquire if you find this place. But I don't know if anybody still wants dragonflight treasure, but there you go. You can find one. But yeah, overall, Azure Span is probably one of the cozy zones in the game, but these are just a couple of my favorite spots, and so that's why they're number 3. 2. Number 2 is the Suramar Menagerie, and this is one of the places I didn't even realize until I played Legion Remix, and I was just flying around doing Legion Remix stuff, and I was like, yo, this is actually really cool. You know, it's like walking through a zoo. You've got a bunch of different animals here. There's birds, there's dinosaurs, like there's a whole bunch of stuff, and you can just walk through. I think one of the best things you can do is actually just role play walk. Just put your role play walk on and just kind of casually stroll through. You can see all the goats. There's polar bears here. There's tigers. Like, there's a whole bunch of creatures here. Now, I will say, I was looking into this more, and apparently there's quests where you have to free the animals from here. So, dude, I swear, like, every time I'm like, this looks like a fun, cozy spot. There's either, like, furbolgs fighting each other. There's, like, the Cozy Storm Peaks tent, but it looks like somebody got attacked there or something. And now there's, like, people trying to free the animals. Like, I just thought it was, like, a friendly zoo, but they're like, no, they're, like, trapping them and torturing them here. I don't think they're torturing them, but, like, I guess they're just trapping them. But, like, I don't know, man. I just think it's a cozy menagerie zoo area. So I would say just use your imagination. Come here and be like, hey, this is a nice Suramar zoo where they're treating all the animals well, and I'm going to walk through and appreciate the vibes and the colors and, you know, all the cool stuff. Just do that. But yeah, aside from all that, this is a really cool, cozy, unique type of area in World of Warcraft. So I just really wanted to put it on the list, and that's why the Suramar Menagerie is number 2. And number 1 are the taverns located at Goldshire and Kharanos. And I was trying to put both of these on the list, and at one point I was like, you know what? I'm just going to combine these, because to me, these are both very similar, right? They're both kind of in starting zone areas, and they both are, you know, very cozy in their own way. One is like you're out in the snow, and you got to get out of the snow into the warmth, and you have a drink by the fire, and it's very dwarven, and it really gives you that cozy winter vibe. And then you've got the Goldshire Tavern, which, you know, it may not be snowing outside, but you can really come here at any point. It's got that fantasy tavern vibe where, you know, it gives those like Lord of the Rings vibes of like chilling in the tavern by the fireplace, and you got the upstairs with the beds where you can stay, and you got the downstairs with all the people eating and drinking and having a good time. And it's just, these just feel like some of the coziest places in World of Warcraft. And like I said, I was trying to figure out which one to put on the list or put both on the list. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to combine them here because they're very similar in their own way, but also, you know, a little bit different, but not too much. And so that's why I decided to put the Kharanos and the Goldshire Taverns at number 1. Number 10 is this tall mushroom grass located in the Dreadwaste. And at first I was like, is this even grass or are these like mushrooms? But it looks like there's grass at the bottom and they're sprouting out of it. So I'm pretty much just considering this grass because I've already made a pointless top 10 mushrooms and this looks like grass. So these are really cool. You can actually walk through them and they're like boing, 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 and they swing all back and forth. I haven't really seen anything else like this. So I was like, dude, this is really cool grass. I should put this on the list because it's not every day you're making a top 10 grass. I actually made pointless top 10 grass back in the day. It was like 8 or 9 years ago. And I was like, you know what? This is a pointless top 10 idea that definitely needs to be revamped. And so here we are making a video about grass. And the first thing on the list may not even be defined as grass. That's how you know you're on a Crendor video. But yeah, whatever it is, whether it's these big long stalks of like fungus or if it's actually grass, I think they look like grass and they're pretty cool. And so that's why they're number 10. Number 9 is actually grass, and it's on the mountains of Zandalar. And I always remember flying past these mountains and just thinking, these hills look so weird, or these mountains, because they just look kind of painted green. Like it didn't even look like grass was on them. It almost looked like they were still in development or something. But when you actually land on the mountains and get up close, you can actually see it is grass, and it's pretty cool. It's got a bunch of little flowers and stuff that are orange and yellow. It's got a bunch of, you know, blades of grass that are, they're grass. But to me, the best part about this is seeing it far away and then going up close. Like the contrast between the two seems like night and day. Because when you're up close, you're like, oh yeah, it's a bunch of grass and that's that. It's grass on the mountain, right? But when you go far away, it looks different. It doesn't look like there's actually grass on the mountains. It's obviously a weird illusion or something, but I just think it looks cool. And so that's why the Zandalar mountain grass is number 9. Number 8 is the grass in the Grand. And I believe in my old list, I actually had this at like number 1 or 2. So this was pretty high up, but I appreciate this grass, right? Like it was in Burning Crusade, and I think it does a really good job of giving off that open plains vibe, right? Because that's what it's all about. It's like you're in the open plains in space, and I just love the color of it. You have these golden yellows and these pale yellows, and then you got some different shades of green, and it's just a nice blend. And for some reason, okay, this is such a weird story. Whenever I see landscaping in real life that has these types of colors, I'll just like stop and appreciate it for a while. I don't know what it is. It's like... maybe this is why I'm making this video, because I genuinely enjoy like looking at grass in real life as well. But I believe it's called buffle grass, although it says here that buffle grass is an invasive type of grass, so I don't think they would landscape with that. There's actually like so many different types of grasses. You know what? The grand grass might actually be based off of buffle grass. Although now I looked it up and there's actually a thing called buffalo grass, which I guess would make more sense for like the open plains of America. Dude, I have no idea. It looks cool. So that's why the Nagrand grass is number 8. 7. Number 7 is the grass in Shadow Moon Valley. And one of my favorite parts about the grass in Shadow Moon Valley is the little moons. So I don't actually know if they're supposed to be moons, but they very much look like moons, and we're in Shadow Moon Valley, so I think this is an intentional choice. And it's like these little flowers or stems that grow up, and then they have these little moons on them. You can see right there, some haven't blossomed fully, but then there's also these little moon flowers that have blossomed fully. But even then, the rest of the grass is really cool. It's got some zigzag grass, some like aqua underwater looking grass. It's got some really nice flowers all over, aside from the moon flowers. Like, I think the Shadow Moon Valley grass does a great job of feeling like the grass belongs in this zone. You know what I mean? Like if I saw this grass in another zone, I'd be like, you know, maybe it looks cool, but it doesn't feel like it belongs in this zone. But it truly does feel like the grass belongs in this zone. And so that's why the Shadow Moon Valley grass is number 7. 6. Number 6 is the grass located in Azuna, and what I love about the grass here is that there's a wide variety of it, and some of it feels like I've seen it in other zones, some feels like I've only seen it here, some even feels like it's from classic zones, almost like Nagrand or the Barrens or something like that, and it feels upped a little bit in quality. It just feels like they've taken a little bit of grass from all over and placed it into this zone, and I don't know if that's actually what they did, but that's just kind of the vibe that I get, especially as you walk across more square footage of this land and you just get to see the grass by the river and the grass by the trees and the grass all over. It's just, I love the way it blends together. I love the color palette of the grass, and it's just, I just think it's really nice. And I don't know why, a part of me didn't want to put this on the list, and I kept coming back to it and just standing here and being like, I like this. And so it's my list and I decided to put it here. So that's why the Azuna grass is number 6. 5. Number 5 is the grass in Ardenweld. And not only is it the very, you know, pretty blue-purple grass, but I also put here the brown dying grass that the grubs are all around, or whatever these creatures are called. I can't remember, but the grub creatures. And I think what I really like here is the variety, right? You have the majestic star grass, or whatever you want to call it. And it does look really cool. It almost looks like Shadow Moon Valley grass on steroids. Like, you go around here and it's so majestic and kind of neon and glowing, and there's different plants and just a wide variety. But then even when you go to the brown kind of dying grass area, it's just the contrast of it both, I think, really helps to amplify the beauty of the other grass. And I really love that contrast. Like, sure, the dying brown grass isn't the coolest, but it's still serving a purpose. And you know what? At one point, it may have actually looked like that until the grub creatures showed up. So either way, that's why the Ardenweld grass is number 5. 4. Number 4 is the grass in Stormsong Valley, and I love how lush and vibrant this grass is in Stormsong Valley. Like, obviously, you go here, you look around, there's just a bunch of different plants and flowers and, you know, different types of grass all over. And then I really love how the grass kind of fades into the beach. So if you go over here, you can actually see the beach grass. I don't know what they call it. There has to be some term for it, but you can see how it goes from really bright green to kind of this more olive green, and it just kind of, I don't know. I love the way that the grass looks on the beach as well. There's a few areas actually throughout Battle for Azeroth where the grass kind of looks like this, but I just picked this one because I also like the grass in Stormsong Valley, so it was kind of just a 2-for-1. And to me, this feels like the grass where you would love to go on a picnic around here, right? I mean, there are the people setting up a campfire here, but I think they're part of the people polluting it with oil and everything. But hey, you know what? Even they were like, yo, this is a pretty good spot to camp. So that's why the Stormsong Valley grass is number 4. 3. Number 3 is the Barrens grass. And I picked the Barrens grass kind of for personal reasons, because I always remember back in vanilla WoW and even just playing classic WoW again, just running through the Barrens and always thinking like, wow, you know, this is just a vast barren landscape, but there was always this grass, right? This kind of golden, dry yellow grass all over the place. Then you'd get to the oasis part and it would get very green, and there's these ferns all over, which I don't know if you'd consider that grass. It might not actually be grass, but for the sake of this video, it is grass, all right? And I mean, it's World of Warcraft. They could have their own variations of grass. They don't have to match real life. Also, whenever I do top 10s about things like, you know, water wheels or rivers or just any type of natural real life thing, I like to research it a bit. So I was looking up types of grass, and it turns out that things like corn and barley and wheat and rice are all types of grass. And there's probably people that know that. There's probably some botanists in the comments like, of course, Crendor, you didn't know that. All right, let me have this, all right? I just thought they were a type of plant. I didn't think they were a type of grass. But either way, I think that's pretty cool. And that's why the Baron's grass is number 3. Number 2 is the Suramar grass. And I think when a lot of people think of Suramar, they think of Suramar City, and a lot of people loved questing at Suramar, but not many people think of the grass. Granted, not many people think of the grass in many places in World of Warcraft or video games, but that's why I'm here, to look at the grass for you and point it out. And I love the Suramar grass because it's just so vibrant and rich in color, and you can just walk around and it feels like you see just different colors no matter where you go. You can walk a little bit and see, you know, rich reds and oranges and browns, but then you can also see green, and then you can go over somewhere and see kind of this blue, almost like a Shadow Moon Valley. Like, it has just so many different varieties of color, and that's what I think is so cool about it. And so, yeah, again, a lot of people think of Suramar, and they'll think of Suramar City and the elves needing their mana drugs and stuff like that, but you know what? I'm gonna think of the grass, and that's why the Suramar City grass, well, actually, I guess it's not Suramar City, it's just Suramar. And that's why the Suramar grass is number 2. And number 1 is the Bastion grass. And I don't know about you, but when I first came to Bastion, I felt like the grass was one of the most dominant features of the zone, because it just felt like you walked into these big fields of wheat, and then you had the big open sky above, and there's pretty cool trees and stuff around, but to me, the grass really stood out and just made me remember the zone more than really anything else in the zone. I'm not gonna lie. In fact, it's actually based off of the Greek Elysium, and it says here that Bastion shares many themes with the Greek Elysium and has even been referred to as the Elysian Fields, both in-game and out. And so yeah, overall, I just think this is just some of the coolest grass in World of Warcraft, and definitely some of the most unique grass in World of Warcraft, and just walking around here feels like you're exploring the plains of the afterlife, and I just think that's really cool, and so that's why the Bastion grass is number 1. Number 10 are the Flaming Goat Skull Lanterns located in the Jade Forest next to a bunch of Hosen. And one of the reasons I love these lanterns is just how unique they are. Like, you don't really come across many other skull lanterns in the game, and I love the way they look. They got the fire coming out of the top and the eyes are glowing. It's just a really cool lantern. And it's also a lantern that you don't really see very often in the game. Like, the only place I've seen this is this random Hosen camp in the Jade Forest, so it's not something you come across very often. And I'm not gonna lie, I typically try to do a cooler type of thing at number 10, even if I might consider it number like 5, because I like somebody watching the video for the first time to see a really cool thing right off the bat. So you might say that number 10 is actually a lie, but it doesn't really matter. This is a pointless list. It's a pointless top 10. It's not about the order of the things on the list. It's about the things themselves. Listen, I don't know. Somebody's gonna be like, Crendor's a liar. Shut up. That's why it's number 10. Number 9 are the Tortollan Lanterns, located at numerous Tortollan areas, such as the Seeker's Vista in Stormsong, the Gloom Hollow in Nazmir, and Seeker's Outpost in Zuldazar. And I really love the glow that these lanterns emit. It's kind of this bluish, greenish aqua glow, and it just pulsates, and I don't know. I find it very relaxing and calming. I think it's really cool. And then they're almost like upside down hourglasses. It looks like there's sand falling to the bottom part, although I don't know if that's actually what's happening, but that's what it reminds me of. Although then there's also a few that look like they're in bowls, or they're just kind of sitting in the water, and they don't really look like they're upside down sand or anything. They're just kind of glowing bowls. I have no idea how this Tortollan lantern wizardry works. I just know they figured out a way to make it work. I also love the sticks that a lot of the lanterns are attached to. I don't know what type of wood that is. Is that like a sandalwood? It's like the type of wood they use for a lot of beach furniture and stuff like that. Somebody tell me what that wood's called, because I actually think it's pretty cool. Just like these lanterns. And so that's why the Tortollan Lanterns are number 9. Number 8 are the Booty Bay Lanterns. And the Booty Bay Lanterns are literally all over Booty Bay. You can find them on random barrels, you can find them in the inn, you can find them hanging on the ceiling. Like, they're literally all over. And I love these lanterns because even though they're not the craziest, flashiest lanterns, they're the most durable lanterns. Like, this is the type of lantern you would carry into a cave, because you're like, if I drop this thing, it's not breaking, right? This thing's made out of like metal and shit. It is phenomenal. And it's also got this classic WoW vibe to it. You know, it's got that old low polygon type of vibe where there's not a lot of rounded edges, just very jagged, and the actual lantern part is like wallpapered onto the lantern. I don't know, but there's something really cozy and nostalgic about that as well. Probably because it brings me back to the early 2000s of playing, 2005 World of Warcraft, you know what I mean? But on top of that, it actually really fits the setting of Booty Bay, and so that's why I decided to put these lanterns at number 8. 7. Number 7 are the Gilneas lanterns, and these lanterns are, as you can imagine, located all over Gilneas. And what I like about these lanterns is they're just kind of basic, right? Like, they're just candles inside of a container thing, but I love the glow that they give off. I love the, I don't know what you'd call the actual container, like a vase or... I guess you could just call it a container. I don't know. Never mind. I looked it up and it's called a globe. It says here that the glass form that enclosed the combustion chamber of the lantern is called a globe. Globe is in like the earth that spins around on a little thing, not like glow. I think it kind of sounds like I'm saying glow. Globe. Globe. Glow. All right, I'm done saying that. And then it says that the container that holds the lantern fuel is called the fount. So you have the globe and you have the fount. But I guess that's just referring to a glass container. Like, what if it doesn't have a glass container? What if it's some other type of material? I have no idea. Either way, these are really cool. I like these lanterns. They fit the aesthetic of Gilneas, and they're pretty cool. So that's why I decided to put them at number 7. 6. Number 6 are the lanterns located at the Utgard Keep in the Howling Fjord. And I love these lanterns because they have this cool dragon thing that's holding them up. So that is taken into account here when I was considering these lanterns. You got the big dragon head made out of wood, and then it's holding up the chain, which is holding up the lantern. And this is one of those things I just mentioned. Like, what is the outside of this lantern called? There's no glass on this lantern. It's all just metal. So would this big metal part of the lantern be called a globe still, or would it just be something else? I have no idea, but it looks cool, right? Also, the main reason I found these lanterns was because I keep running the Utgard Pinnacle trying to get the blue proto drake, which I'm almost at 500 attempts. By the time I upload this video, I'll probably be over 500 attempts. Easily the most I have farmed a mount in this game. So post a comment down in the comments section for the most amount of attempts you've had farming a mount. I'm hoping that I don't have too many more, but we're already close to 500. So either way, these are cool lanterns, and that's why they're number 6. 5. Number 5 are the lanterns located all over Val'sharah and the Dragon Isles. And the main reason I love these lanterns is the glass. Like, I love the crystallized glass look. If you look really closely, you can see it's like little ridged pieces of glass that all form this globe that surrounds the flame. I just think that's pretty sick. The flame itself is also really cool. You got the little top part, which kind of reminds me of a roof. It's almost like this lantern has a roof on top of it with little stone markings, and then you've got the little jewelry type of pieces just hanging off those roof bits. So just a really cool, unique lantern, and I think it's something that a lot of people missed while looking around Val'sharah. Also, a quick shout out, honorable mention to the Lunar Festival lanterns, which I thought we didn't record in time for this video because it went away, but then it turns out it's still there in Classic WoW, which I learned today while leveling my hardcore shaman, and these are just some cool festival looking lanterns. So that's why the Val'sharah and Lunar Festival lanterns are number 5. 4. Number 4 are the Night Elf lanterns located at numerous Val'sharah locations and pretty much a bunch of Night Elf locations throughout the game. And as you can see there, they got this little Hearthstone swirl in the middle of that lantern, and I think that's what's giving off the glow. I just think that looks really cool. The blue and the purple all kind of together, and then the top of the lantern has this kind of roof to it, right? It's got these little leaves on these pieces of wood. And it's a really cool lantern. Like, it's something that looks like it was designed with an artistic style in mind. You know what I mean? Like, some lanterns are like, make it so that it lights up the area, which is the purpose of a lantern. You know, that's a fair enough purpose for it. But this one looks like it actually had some design put into it. You know what I mean? Like the little leaves and the swirls and all the little, parts of it. Like, it just looks really nice. There's also the version of the lantern that's in the Emerald Nightmare area. So it's just very red. It's just a very red version of the lantern, but it still looks cool. It's like a different skin of the lantern. But yeah, I like these lanterns quite a bit. They remind me of almost mini houses in a way. And it's just, I like them. So that's why I decided to put them At number 4. 3. Number 3 are the lanterns at the Temple of the White Tiger in the Kunlai Summit. And these are these big, kind of chunky, metallic lanterns that are just hanging all over the temple grounds. And they've got these big flames coming up from the center of the lantern. And they're just really cool lanterns. I know I keep saying that. That's like my favorite word of the day is just like, these are cool. These are cool. This is cool. But they are cool, all right? Everything is cool. So what if I'm overusing the word? There's also some other lanterns here, but I wasn't really sure if these were actually lanterns. They look more like incense being given off. You know what I mean? They got like some sticks in there and it looks like a bunch of smells or steam is coming out of here. Maybe it's, I don't know. It just seemed these are more like incense stick type of things, but they're in lantern-esque containers. So I was like, hey, you know what? For this series, that's good enough for me. But yeah, back to the main lanterns. I love the bottom of the lantern. It almost reminds me of an upside down kind of Koopa shell from Mario with the spikes and stuff, like a turtle shell. I don't know. I like these a lot. And so I decided to put them at number 3. 2. Number 2 are the floating lanterns located near the Serpent's Heart in the Jade Forest. And these are also the same lanterns that appeared during the Wanderers Festival, which is located next to the Turtle Beach in the Krasarong Wilds. And they're slowly drifting away from the beach, and pilgrims and celebrants can be seen walking to the beach to place these lanterns in the water and wave them goodbye. And I really just love the simplicity of these lanterns, right? Like it's just a little candle sitting inside a paper globe, I guess you would call it, right? Even though it's not glass, I'm just gonna call it a globe. And it's just floating on this little boat thing. In fact, there's a few of the lanterns that have been burned by the fire, which I think is pretty sweet. You've got all these little burn marks and the tops of the lantern have burned down a bit, yet they're still glowing. So I like that little artistic touch they put in there. But yeah, I don't know what it is. I think it's just the simplicity of these lanterns. It's just very peaceful to me. There's also a panda. There's kind of meditating near them. And I don't know. I just think they're very relaxing and peaceful. And I like them a lot. I think they're cool. And they're very unique. I don't see many lanterns like them, so that's why I decided to put them at number 2. 1. And number 1 are the Tuskar lanterns, and these are the most Crendor lanterns you could find in World of Warcraft. They are literally fish that have a candle or something burning inside of them, and they're just glowing. And so the Tuskar use these fish as lanterns all throughout their towns. They also have a few other lanterns that are just kind of more basic glass-shaped lanterns, but nothing compares to these unbelievable fish lanterns. They're just easily one of the most unique lanterns in the game. I don't think anyone else is using fish lanterns. They're just cool. They stand out. There's these otters that are actually looking at the lanterns. I don't even know if that's intended, but a lot of the otters just look like they're actually staring at the lantern or something. I don't know. Maybe they think it's food. Maybe they want to eat the lantern. They also hang the lanterns on the big turtle boats along with the other little glass ball lanterns. So they use a mixture of the lanterns. Maybe they run out of fish and they just want to use the other lanterns to mix it up. But either way, these are the best lanterns in the game. I love these, and that's why I decided to put them at number 1. 10. Number 10 are the lily pads located in Ardenweld, and I always get excited when we get some fun stuff coming out of Shadowlands, because obviously not much fun came out of Shadowlands, but I love the way these look. They're just really cool colors, very vibrant. And while looking into lily pads, there's been a lot of confusing information I've learned. We're gonna get into that throughout the video, but there's gonna be lily pads, there's lotus pads. Apparently lily pads are also called water lilies, and water lilies is more of like the term a lot of people use, but I always call them lily pads. There's a lot of terminology. And if there's one thing I'm terrible at, it's terminology. I'm also terrible at many other things, like playing World of Warcraft, but that's besides the point. But I really do love these lily pads. I love how vibrant and colorful they are. I love how big they are. You got the frogs sitting on top of the lily pads, which some of these frogs might even be in Pointless Top 10 frogs in World of Warcraft. Who knows from last week? But that's why the Ardenweld lily pads are number 10. 9. Number 9 are the Pools of Purity lotus flowers located in the north central part of the Valley of the Four Winds. And prior to recording this, I was like, oh, these are great lily pads. And then I realized that lotuses and lily pads are not the same thing. So the biggest difference is that water lilies, pads, and flowers remain close to the surface of the water, growing no higher than 8 inches, while water lotuses grow up and out of the water, sometimes as high as 4 to 6 feet in a real pond. So I thought this might be like a turtle and a tortoise situation, but It does appear that they belong to two separate families of flowers, even though they're both located in the water. But listen, I'm not here to be National Geographic, all right? They look like lily pads. I thought they were lily pads, so I'm just gonna say they're lily pads, even though they are lotus flowers. But now you know the difference between the two, and when you see that, you can be like, wow, I can tell the difference. So even though I'm incorrect scientifically, now you know what not to do, which is what I do. And that's why the pools of purity lotus flowers / water lilies / lily pads are number 9. 8. Number 8 are the water lilies located in the Emerald Dream. And I'm actually not sure if these are water lilies or lotuses, but there's also spatterdocks and water shields. But I don't think water shield, listen, they might not even be any of these. They could just be their own thing. I mean, we're literally in a made up universe with made up plants and stuff. There's like plants that don't exist in real life. Yet I'm just like, is this a lotus? Which I guess there are lotuses in this game too. Dude, my mind it's gone. Either way, I'm just gonna call everything a lily pad, all right? These lily pads are really cool. I like them a lot. I like the little flowers growing out of them. They got like big swoops. It's like a comb over. It's like a plant comb over, and it's got a little swirl coming out of the top of that. So that's pretty crazy. And then the actual leaves of the plants in the water are pretty cool as well. They're almost like, it almost reminds me of lettuce or cabbage or something. But that's the main thing, you know, they're pretty cool. So it doesn't matter what they are defined as. What matters is how they are defined. Actually, that wouldn't work either. They're number 8. 7. Number 7 are the Darnassus lily pads. And these are your classic World of Warcraft lily pads. These are just some old school graphics, but there's something nostalgic about those old school graphics sometimes, right? And these are actually pretty accurate for a lot of water lilies. So when I looked it up, it says the lily pad you see floating on top of the water is only one part of the water lily. Characteristically round, flat, and waxy, a lily pad is simply a leaf with the ability to repel moisture from its surface. Though lily pads appear as if they are simply floating atop the water, they are actually attached to a stem that may extend many feet down to the bottom of a pond or lake where the plant is rooted. And as you can see there, look at that. Those Darnassus lily pads got the root going to the bottom. These are realistically accurate lily pads in Darnassus. Another fun fact is that up to 2 liters of air a day are sent from the top of the lily pad down to its roots, and the bottom of the lily pads may also be a dark purple color in sharp contrast to the green tip surface to help with photosynthesis. So there you go, some Darnassus lily pads and some lily pad facts, and that's why they're number 7. 6. Number 6 are the lotus flowers / lily pads located in Suramar, and there's actually a nice blend of both here. So you have the lotus flowers, which are very glowy and cool looking and purple and blue, great colors, and there's like some green glowy plants as well. I thought the lily pads, I thought those were like brown lily pads in the water, but they're actually just leaves. So, you know, leaves are like, they can try to be lily pads. They're not actually lily pads, but you know, they're giving it their best shot. But if you go outside of the city, you'll actually find some cool swirly lily pads that are up in the mountains of Suramar. So there are some neat looking lily pads in the zone, but I think the lotuses in the city are probably the cooler of the two. But I think my favorite thing about these are the colors. I just love the purples and the pinks and the blues and just all of that mixed together. It just seems really nice. So that's why the Suramar lily pads and lotus flowers are number 6. 5. Number 5 are the lily pads located at the Ruby Life Pools, and there's actually a nice variety around here. You've got some that look a little more lotus flowery. There's definitely some that are straight up lily pads. There's just a lot of foliage around these parts, and I love the way everything looks, just because you have like actual flowers in the background. You got the bees flying around. Just great colors all over, and I think the atmosphere is what really bumped this up on the list for me, because the lily pads themselves are nothing too crazy, and you know, it's more about the variety. There's so much variety here, there's so much life here and so much color that it just made me bump it up higher on the list. And I really do love this place, even though this is supposed to be specifically about lily pads and lotuses and everything, but sometimes the environment helps to make the other things shine brighter than what they are. You know what I mean? And if you don't like it, too bad. That's why the ruby life pool water lilies are number 5. 4. Number 4 are the lily pads located in Shadow Moon Valley in Draenor. And what I like about these is it feels like a cool blend of all the things we've talked about. It feels like they got a little lotus, they got a little lily pad, they got a little alien-esque water flower. Like it's like they're doing their own spin on everything, right? And a lot of them look like they're just glowing in the dark. Like some just have a glow to them, but some look like they're actually glowing. And then there's these big white floating lotus flower things that almost look like ghost lotuses or I don't know, like jellyfish or something. Like that's what they remind me of, and they're just kind of all over the place. I also think these lily pads remind me of scales, like a cool neon dragon scale or something, right? Like you could see these on the back of some magical dragon. I don't know, that's what I see, but I think they look really cool. So that's why they're so high up on the list at number 4. 3. Number 3 are the lily pads located in Zareth Mortis, another Shadowlands thing. This is crazy. And these are really cool because it feels like the Shadow Moon Valley ones we just did, but I feel like on another level. Like these really do feel like alien-esque lily pads. You have these big roots going underneath. You have these, I want to say lotus flowers, but like they're, I don't know what those are. They're like enclosed flower things, like capsulated flowers or something. And those roots are gigantic. Like the lily pads look cool, but then you see the roots and they are like, they are vines, man. Like those are some big vines. In fact, one of them, it looks like it opened up and now another root vine thing has grown out of it, and that's got things growing out of that. And I think I just really like how creative they get with some of these things, right? Like they could have just threw in some normal lily pads and been like, whatever, but they went all out designing these crazy, wacky lily pads and lotus things. And it's just, I think it's great. It's one of the things that they did really well in Shadowlands was the art team, which usually the art team does pretty well every expansion. I like shining some light on the art team stuff that they've done. So that's why the Zareth Mortis lily pads are number 3. 2. Number 2 are the Lake of Star lily pads located in the Dread Waste in Mist of Pandaria. And these were one of the lily pads I initially saw that made me want to make this list because I thought these looked so cool. They've got a really nice art style on the actual lily pad itself. They got these little kind of lantern-esque flowers that I guess look like stars, which would make sense. That's why it's the Lake of Stars. So, you know, somebody probably saw that and they're like, it's like looking at the stars. And that's why they named the lake after it, which I think is pretty cool. And then they also have the roots. You can see the roots going under the lily pads down into the base of the lake. I almost said sea, down into the sea. And then there's these little like bug guys floating around in the water. I love this place. It's just so relaxing. It's so tranquil and it's nothing over the top. It just feels very simplistic. And there's something to be said about that simplicity. And so that's why the Lake of Star lily pads are number 2. 1. And number 1 are the Nazmir lily pads. And these are some fantastic lily pads and lily pad varieties in Nazmir. So you have your kind of fall themed lily pads with the browns and the yellows located in certain parts of Nazmir, almost like in a swamp style area. Some of them do have lotus-esque flowers on top of them as well. Then you actually have the giant Cragwa burrow lily pads where there's like a billion tiny lily pads. There's some medium lily pads. There are gigantic lily pads with giant frogs sitting on them. It even looks like the ground itself is covered in lily pads, which I guess wouldn't make sense because they have to be in water, but like maybe, who knows? We're in Cragwa's burrow. Maybe nothing makes sense here, right? There's just so many lily pads in Cragwa's burrow. When I saw that, I was like, dude, this is like lily pad central. Like I have to put this at number 1. It was just, there's so many of them, so many varieties. It looks really cool. And that's why I was like, it's gotta be number 1. So that's why Cragwa's burrow and the Nazmir lily pads are number 1. 10. Number 10 is the Goblin Garden located on Kazan. And I decided to put it at number 10 because it's not actually a garden. All right. It's more of like a yard than a garden, but I think it fits in with gardens pretty well. Because listen, I'm not about to do pointless top 10 yards because I don't even think there's enough yards, but I genuinely love this place. Like you've got the mechanical flamingos who are bobbing their heads back and forth. Like I think I love the flamingos the most out of this whole area. You've got some goblins that are just laying on the ground, I think dead. So that's something. You've got these cola cans, which are the Kaja cola, which is the stuff that goblins drink to give them ideas. In fact, Wowpedia says Kaja Cola is a common item found all over Kazan during the goblin starting experience. It is a carbonated beverage manufactured from distilling the juice out of priceless Kajamite. It was produced by the Kajaro Trading Company, and using the item has the player yell out a random idea and it will increase your intellect by 2 for 10 minutes. So it's quite possible that some goblin drank one of these colas and was like, we need to make some goblin grass or something, and then made the flamingos. Like, that's probably what happened. But either way, that's why the Goblin Garden is number 10. 9. Number 9 is the Beer Garden in Dalaran, and this is an alliance-only area where they can sit down and drink beer. That's literally it. It's just a big garden. It's got some picnic tables set up. It's got a bunch of kegs all around, and you can just sit here, chill out, and drink, which is fantastic. I mean, it's kind of like the World of Warcraft Oktoberfest area. I actually haven't even gone here during Brewfest. You know how they always have Brewfest stuff going on. I don't think I've ever been to this area during Brewfest. Like, maybe there's something special going on here. I actually don't know. If there's not, there should be. Because this is an entire area focused around like Oktoberfest. So either way, it's a really cool area. You got all the trees, you got the tables like I mentioned, you got Hearthstone boards and cheese and all that stuff. You can even see some of the things you can buy right here. You got smoked elderhorn, you've got scallion kimchi, you got honey glazed ham, barley bread, some ales. Like, they got a whole bunch of stuff. And that's why the Dalaran Beer Garden is number 9. 8. Number 8 is the Royal Garden, and it is located in Stormwind right before you go to the throne room, and it's got quite the history behind it. So back in Classic WoW, there's a whole bunch of spying going on with the Defias Brotherhood and some other stuff that was crazy. Then in Cataclysm, Cenarian Emissary Jade Moon opened a portal in the garden to the Moonglade, which you can see right there. Then during Legion, the garden got overrun by fell magic and a bunch of demons. And then since then, there's been a bunch of meetings and other stuff that have happened here. But this garden has had a lot of things over the years occur in it. And it's also just a quaint little garden. There's like mushrooms and trees and bushes and animals walking around. And it's just a nice little place. So that's why the Stormwind Keep Garden is number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Shimmershade Garden, and the Shimmershade Garden is a small district located in the western portion of Suramar City, and it mainly consists of an open garden area with a fountain, shrubbery, and other flora native to Suramar. However, since the outbreak of the Nightfallen Rebellion within Suramar, the Shimmershade Garden has been largely occupied by demonic forces of the Burning Legion, as well as elements of the Duskwatch. In addition, the garden was notably frequented by a large number of loyalists of Grand Magistrix Elisandra. So even though there are demons walking around, with many of them ready to attack you, it's still a very relaxing place if you just kind of focus on all the plants and trees and stuff. I mean, look at this tree. This tree is literally a space tree. It's like you look up into it and you're looking into space. Like, that's actually really cool. I also love how all the potted plants are glowing, and then you got the lanterns and the flowers and the leaves all over the ground. It's a very tranquil, peaceful place without the demons. And that's why it's number 7. 6. Number 6 are the Capital Gardens, located in Dire Mall West. And unlike the other gardens on this list, this is a bit more of a depressing garden area because these gardens used to be very lively and pristine and vibrant, and now they are gray and withered and depressed and overrun with treants and other stuff, but it's still pretty cool to, look and see how it would have looked. And I still think they look pretty cool now, even though there's a lot of, broken pottery around and just sad trees and everything like that. But there are some really cool statues here. There's a lot of Highborn stuff, like Highborn statues, because the Highborn lived here until their defeat and escape from Dire Mall. In fact, one cool thing I learned about Dire Mall is that the ruins stand strong because of ancient crafting techniques that bound arcane energy within the stone. So that's pretty neat, except for those creepy trees. Those are pretty freaky. And that's why the Capital Gardens are number 6. 5. Number 5 is Shang Steed, or Steed, I don't know how you say it, but it's where Shang Thunderfoot has his own little house, and he's got some flowers in the front, which is his nice little flower garden. Well, I think they're flowers, but they look like it, and they're all fenced in. And then in the back, he's got his giant watermelon. Like, look at that massive watermelon, dude. Like, that is his entire garden. Like, his whole garden is just one big watermelon that he massages and just rubs it down. He's just like, yes, watermelon. You are mine, and I have grown you to be a very big watermelon, yes. That's actually word for word what he says. I'm not even making that up. That's just, he doesn't actually say it in the game, but I heard him, trust me. Yeah, he's just growing a big-ass watermelon in his backyard. So I was like, how could I not include this on the list, right? Like, he does have flowers, so that's kind of like a little garden, but then just the watermelon, just, it really caps it off. So that's why Shang Steed is number 5. 4. Number 4 is the Ravenholt Manor Garden, and this one's pretty cool. It's kind of hidden away up in the Alterac Mountains or Hillsborough Foothills, like in that area, and it's a rogue area, so outsiders are not really welcome here. But Simone Cantrell is the landscape architect, and she is the one that takes care of this garden that just has a bunch of different mushrooms, and it looks like swift thistles here. There's a scarecrow, and I'm pretty sure she is growing things that are used for rogue poison, if I had to, you know, take a wild guess. Plus, there's actually a quest at level 60 called The Perfect Poison in Silithus, and the reward for that is Simone's Cultivating Hammer. So I think that really does tie it all together to be like, yeah, she's growing stuff for poison, right? But it's a really nice garden, and she does a great job taking care of it. So that's why the Ravenholt Manor Garden is number 4. 3. Number 3 is the Arboretum, and the Arboretum is a large grove that can be found on the eastern coast of the Jade Forest, and the Order of the Cloud Serpent have their base of operations here, along with ink makers that use pink petals that grow amongst the trees to make ink. I also love that there's all the bees and the beehives around here, and then there's this yak guy who's just chilling by the tree, and I was gonna say reading, he's definitely not reading, he's just sitting there. And I actually didn't know what an arboretum meant. I'd heard of an arboretum before, but I was like, what exactly is it? And an arboretum is a botanical garden devoted to trees, so it's just a big tree garden. And I really just love this place. This is another place where I would go here as just like a cozy spot to hang out, to chill, like that yak guy. I should really do a pointless top 10 cozy spots. That would be a really good one. But that's besides the point. This is a great place, great garden, and that's why it's number 3. But before we move on, I want to take this opportunity to point out the Plants vs. Zombie farm area that people kept being like, this garden has to be on this list. This is not a garden, this is a farm. Can't get them confused. 2 different things. And I'm actually going to be reworking Pointless Top 10 Farms, so this will be on that list, too. And number 2 are the Gardens of Borealis, and these are easily some of my favorite gardens in the game because it's just a big area of garden. It's not like one little garden, like it is a vast garden area. There's flowers all over, there's people taking care of the flowers and people running around, there's people having tea parties in the garden. There's this big like hedge area, it's like a hedge maze. That's kind of in the center of the garden, but then there's like gazebo type things. I don't know what they're called. These like they're like greenhouses, but they're not a green. I don't know. It's called something. And they got like the flowers growing on it and the ivy. There's little paths you can walk on. It's another place that's a very relaxing place to just be at and walk around and appreciate the art team again, because once again, I think Battle for Azeroth has some of the best art in World of Warcraft. Like, it is phenomenal how good Battle for Azeroth's art team is. Like, I think if I had to rank art in World of Warcraft based on expansions, I'd probably put BFA at number 1 for the art, right? Like, I think it's just phenomenal. So, all that said, I love the Borealis Gardens, and that's why they're number 2. 1. And speaking of BFA, number 1 is in Stormsong Valley, and it's this little home in the mountains. Well, I guess it's kind of in the plain, in the mountains. It's like kind of in the mountains, but more in the plains, and it's just surrounded by this lush garden. There's all these flowers. There's flowers on the house. There's flowers surrounding it. There's a little statue. There's a bunch of grass and these little paths. Like, this is number 1 because I love how cozy this is, you know? It's just so peaceful, right? And you're in this big area where there's war going on. Like, the BFA was supposed to be Alliance versus Horde and all this stuff. But then in the midst of all that, there's just this little cozy house where there's some tea out front. You can have some tea. You can sit there. You can watch the bees buzzing around. You can see all the flowers. You can just take a deep breath and be like, man, this is nice, you know? And you just appreciate the moment. And that's what I love about this place. And that's why it's number 1. 10. Number 10 are the Pearlfin Village beds, and if you don't know where that is in the Jade Forest on the shores of Pearl Lake. And this is where the Jinyu are, the fish people, but we're not here to talk about them. We're here to talk about their beds, which I guess kind of is talking about them. But look at these beds. They're like these weird oyster beds, and they've got some pearls in some of them, so I guess some do have pearls or eggs. I actually don't know what those are. They even got like a hot tub, which is pretty sick, but that's kind of weird that they're sleeping near the hot tub, although maybe they're relaxation beds. Maybe they just got so many beds, they're just putting them all over, because it does seem like they got quite a few of these beds. But they are a very unique design. Like, I haven't seen anything like this anywhere else in the game. Maybe it's there and I'm just oblivious and I haven't looked yet, like in Val'sharah or something. I don't know. I also thought it was funny that they have pillows, because I was like, dude, those pillows got to be all like slimy and gross. But maybe not. Maybe the Jinyu are very clean fish people. I don't know. Either way, that's why the Pearlfin Village beds are number 10. 9. Number 9 are the Blood Elf beds located in Silver Moon City. And the Blood Elves have some cool canopy beds, and a lot of them are purple, and they got these really decorative pillows on top of them. They're also kind of moving on their own. I think it's either magic or I guess there could be a slight wind in the room, but like nothing else is moving, so I'm pretty sure it's just some sort of magical canopy they've got on there. I was also curious about why canopy beds are even a thing. So according to the internet, which has to be true, being able to enclose your bed in additional linens can help keep you warm during the winter. With some careful positioning, you may be able to utilize your bed to keep you cool in the summer as well. I also remember seeing a lot of canopy beds to block out mosquitoes and insects and stuff like that, but I don't think the Blood Elves have a mosquito problem, but maybe they do. Maybe they got like magical mosquitoes or something. That would be actually insane. They like suck the mana out of you or something. They also got some beds that are like part chair, part space pod. I don't know what they are, but they're pretty cool as well. I don't know. Either way, the Blood Elf beds are pretty cool, and that's why they're number 9. 8. Number 8 are the Goblin beds, specifically the Goblin beds located on the Isle of Kazan, which I'm sure they're located in other places, but this is where I found most of the beds, and they have pineapple sheets, which already just some unbelievable decorating. They got like zebra pillow covers, and then like some animal print other covers. I don't know what that is. If you go into Gallywix's villa on the Isle of Kazan, you'll actually find 2 goblin girls just sitting on his bed. So that's a thing, and they're just drinking. And they will actually yell at you to be like, hey, what's this loser doing here? So that's another thing happening on the goblin beds. And nearby, there's a little baby raptor guy, and he's got his own little bed. So that bed can also be included in the goblin beds. But I really just love how tacky these beds are. And they do kind of encapsulate a lot of goblin stuff with the weird robotic bed pillar things. I don't even know if they're robotic, just industrial looking bed pillars. But either way, these are pretty cool beds. And that's why they're number 8. 7. Number 7 are the beds located in the Roasted Ram in Val'sharah. And these are kind of weird beds. They feel like a combination of a bunch of different beds in the game, because they're like kind of circular and open, but they still have like a backdrop or backboard. I don't know bed structure. Listen. Okay, it's called a headboard. I looked it up. It's called a headboard. There we go. I got it. And they also have the mattress part of the bed. Looks like it has dragon scales on the side of it, which is pretty cool. So, I mean, overall, I don't think these beds are like the coolest beds in the game or anything, right? But I do think they're pretty unique, and they're some of the newest beds in the game as of the recording of this being Dragonflight, and they seem like they'd be pretty comfortable to sleep in, so they kind of remind me of the beds you find at a really fancy store at the mall that isn't really that fancy but pretends to be fancy. You know what I'm talking about? It reminds me of like one of those. But overall, they seem pretty solid. They're well built. They got cool design, and they're probably pretty soft to sleep in. So that's why the Val'sharah beds are number 7. 6. Number 6 are the beds located in the Goldshire Inn. And I think you know why I've put the Goldshire Inn beds on this list. They are probably the most used beds in World of Warcraft. For a variety of reasons, many being roleplay specific, some different types of roleplay than others, but these are definitely beds that get use, right? I mean, people are always around them, they're always doing things on them or near them, and, you know, you could say whatever happens in Goldshire stays in Goldshire. Goldshire really is just the Vegas of World of Warcraft. But in terms of the actual beds, they're pretty cool beds. Like, they're pretty basic, but they got pillows, they got sheets, they got some cool engravings in the wood, they got little... They're not canopy beds, but they got little like tapestry things going around them. Although some of the beds are just sheets and a pillow, and some of the most basic beds you're going to find in the game. But again, that's all some people in Goldshire need. So that's why the Goldshire beds are number 6. 5. Number 5 are some of the cool beds in Dalaran. And what I like about these beds is it's a good blend of what we've already seen. You've got like the canopy beds, but it looks more like a royal canopy type of bed. You've got really intricate pillow design. You've got almost like a basic bed, but it's almost like a fancy basic bed. It's got that cool headboard. Okay, I remembered that now. It's got the little bedposts with the lights, almost like the Dalaran towers. I actually love that a lot, how it looks like little Dalaran towers as bedposts for all the different beds. I think that might be my favorite design style out of the beds in Dalaran. Maybe, you know what? Maybe even out of all the beds. I'd say it's probably one of my favorite things I've seen. I think it's a really cool design idea for the beds. Although the oyster beds are pretty cool. But what's cool about this is it's actually taking inspiration from the city that the bed is in, right? Like it's actually looking at the Dalaran towers and being like, yo, what if we made bedposts out of those towers, right? Which really makes it sound like everybody that built this city was really high when they did so, which they may have been. They may have been super high on like magical mana drugs or something. I don't know. Either way, that's why the Dalaran beds are number 5. 4. Number 4 are the Suramar beds. And speaking of magical mana drugs, I feel like a lot of people here are on magical mana drugs, but these beds give me kind of 70s inspiration vibe. It kind of reminds me of the Blood Elf beds, right? Which, you know, they're kind of tied together, but you know, there's no canopies here, but they do have those big circular beds, which are very 70s. They got one place where there's just a bunch of pillows all over the ground, so technically you could use those as a bed. They even have some normal looking beds. They have like a stone base, and then you got the mattress on top of that, and then a fun little cushion with a cool arch looking headboard, although it looks like it has little tentacle arms or something. Maybe Nazoth, who even knows? Maybe he's watching them sleep, which would be pretty creepy if he's just watching you sleep. Although Santa Claus watches you sleep. That's kind of messed up when you think about it. He doesn't need to watch you sleep, does he? Like, what's he getting from that? Is he just trying to... He's just trying to figure out if it's been good or bad. Does he have to watch you sleep and to know that? Or is he just trying to get into your house when you're... It's kind of freaky when you think about it. Anyway, that's why the Suramar beds are number 4. 3. Number 3 are the beds located in Borealis. And I like these beds for a few reasons. One is just their aesthetic. You have the Captain's Wheel headboard, which I think is really cool. Although some people might be like, oh, it's a little too much theming, but I think it's pretty fun. And then there's also the edge of the bed where it has maybe that's the baseboard, is the like other part of the bed, the baseboard. But either way, it's got like the little ship nodules with the rope going across. I think that's pretty cool. They're like ship beds, right? Which is I think it's pretty sick. And the other reason isn't even like a good thing, which I guess should be a negative, but the pillows look like they're oddly shaped. Like it doesn't look like your head would fit very well in there, you know what I mean? Or it wouldn't support your neck. They're kind of like jammed into the back of the bed. And they've done that for every bed. I guess you could just move the pillow, but it just bothers me for some reason. I was also upset because I wanted to put the Zandalar beds on this list. If you look up Zandalar bed, you'll see it looks really cool. And then I looked for it in game and I couldn't find it. And I think the artist actually created it and had like concept art, but then it never got put into the game. Unless I just completely missed it, in which case the Zandalar beds would be on this list. But if not, go look it up. They're pretty sick. They would have made the list, but oh well. Either way, that's why the Borealis beds are number 3. 2. Number 2 is the leather pet bed toy, which is a toy that allows you to place a bed for most companion pets and has a 20-second cooldown. And this bed is phenomenal. It's just a standard bed, but whatever critter you have out, or pet, or whatever you want to call it, will hop onto the bed, and they all stand on it in a variety of ways. Some just like go on and they sleep like a cat. Some just stand on it like the squirrel. The armadillo and the turtle kind of curl up into their shell and they just sit on the bed, which I think is pretty funny. And then they're like boing and they hop out of it after they're done sleeping, even though they only sleep for like 20 seconds, I guess. Both the bear and the sloth kind of struggle to even sleep on the bed. They're like partially on it, but a lot of them is just hanging off the bed. And watch this guy. He's not even sleeping and he's just like, "Dwop!" It just like power jumps off. He's like a gymnast. But the main point here is this bed is just really unique because of the way you can use it and have a bunch of different pets and critters hop onto the bed and interact with it in different ways. So that's why the leather pet bed is number 2. 1. And number 1 is Medivh's bed in Karazhan. And Medivh's bed is actually insane. It is like on a triple platform thing with a little ramp going up to the top. And then you have the actual bed up at the top, and it's got like it's got everything we've mentioned earlier. It's got the canopy, although it's not fully enclosed in the canopy, but it's got like the tapestry canopy. It's got pillows up there. This bed is insane. I don't know why Medivh needs a bed this intricate and this crazy, but He just went all out. This dude was like a pharaoh from back in Egypt. He like wanted a pyramid bed and he made it. I guess he could use magic to make it or something. I don't know. But this bed is easily one of the most insane beds I've seen in World of Warcraft. And that is why Medivh's bed is number 1. 10. Number 10 are the beaches in the Swamp of Sorrows, specifically the Bog Paddle Beach. And if you go to the town of Bog Paddle, you'll find Trade Baron Silversnap, who says, "On behalf of the illustrious and always neutral Steamweedle Cartel, welcome to Bog Paddle. We're proud to be the only beachfront resort and military-grade weapons yard in the Eastern Kingdoms." And you know what? I think he's right. I think this really is the only beachfront resort and military-grade weapon yard. And people seem to be loving it. They're partying on the beach. They're having a great time. And even if you go away from the Bog Paddle Beach specifically, you'll still find a bunch of cool beaches along the Swamp of Sorrows coast. Like, there's murlocs up and down there. There's a bunch of turtles and boats and stuff washed up on shore and driftwood. And there's a big bonfire happening. It also looks really cool with the sunset in the background. Everything has this orange glow to it. I don't know, it's just nobody really thinks of the Swamp of Sorrows when they think of beaches, so I wanted to give it some love, and that's why the Swamp of Sorrows beaches are number 10. 9. Number 9 are the beaches located on the border of Vol'dun and Nazmir, and I really love these beaches because it's just something aesthetically pleasing about them that made me keep coming back to them. I kept being like, I don't know if I want this on the list. And I'd be like, but I really just like the way they look. You know what I mean? Like, you have all the starfish and the shells all over. You have the albatross just walking around, which, by the way, albatrosses are large coastal dwelling birds similar to seagulls, but they're not seagulls. Many sailors believe that harming an albatross will bring terrible luck upon their voyage. You also have crabs walking around, and then you have dinosaurs, obviously. It's like the biggest thing there and the last thing that I mentioned. But yeah, there's nothing special about this place, but I think that's what makes it so cool, right? If you go too far east from here, you run into the crazy vampire trolls and Nazmir, and then if you go too far west, you run into Vol'dun, and there's a bunch of crazy shit going on there too. So, if anything, this is just one nice, peaceful place where everybody's just walking around, enjoying the beach, having a good time. And I like that, and that's why it's number 9. 8. Number 8 is the Sandy Beach, located above Val'sharah, and this is a really weird one because it's just kind of in the middle of nowhere, because most people are underneath the beach in the Val'sharah zone, but it feels like a very lost in the middle of nowhere type of beach, like you're just on a random island of stone and broken siege equipment and old tents and watchtowers. Speaking of which, Sir Finley's up in one of these watchtowers. There he is. He's looking out for something, I don't know. And I also noticed this cool kind of coral texture on the rocks. I haven't really seen that anywhere else in the game, so I thought that was pretty neat. And that's really it. It's just this big mountainous piece of land above Val'sharah that's pretty much all beach. And speaking of which, I wanted to find what a beach actually is. According to the dictionary, a strip of land covered with sand, pebbles, or small stones at the edge of a body of water, especially by the ocean between high and low water marks. So really, it's just like the land next to water, which makes sense. And that's why the sandy beach is number 8. 7. Number 7 are the beaches of Westfall, known as the Longshore Beach. And Longshore, according to Wowpedia, is the vast stretch of coastline along Westfall. Traveling along the coast can be tricky as there are swarms of murlocs roaming the beaches unchecked, and it is one of the biggest beaches on Azeroth. So yeah, how could I not include Westfall? Plus, people just have nostalgia of Westfall. People love Westfall. They go here all the time. I don't really have that much Westfall nostalgia, so it's not that big of a thing to me, hence why it's number 7 on my list. I'm sure some people would put this at number 1 on their list. But like the Wowpedia article mentioned, there are numerous murlocs up and down the coast. Lots and lots of murlocs. There's also washed up like whales or sea monsters or whatever this is. You've got the lighthouse where Captain Grayson, the ghost pirate, is. Maybe he was in Pointless Top 10 lighthouses. Who knows? Sorry, shameless self-plug. But lots of people do ask if I've made certain Pointless Top 10s. I'm just reminding people of the Pointless Top 10s that I've made. What's wrong with that, right? Either way, that's why the Longshore Beach of Westfall is number 7. 6. Number 6 are the beaches of Darkshore, and I put Darkshore on this list because it's just a nice mix-up from the normal beaches we've seen, right? Like, a lot of beaches are very sunny, there's a lot of people partying, having a good time, and this is just kind of a gloomy, rocky, windy, depressing beach, and there's something actually really soothing about that, I want to say, as weird as that sounds. And I say that because back in my old Pointless Top 10 beaches, this is a remake, by the way, if there's some people like, didn't you do beaches already? I did, but that was my old format like 8 years ago, so I'm kind of updating it. I've done that with numerous Pointless Top 10s already, but in that old one, I mentioned how Dark Shore's just kind of gloomy and depressing, and so I didn't put it on the list. But now that I'm like older and I've revisited this, it's almost like, I don't know what it is. It's something peaceful about being here, even if it is very gloomy and depressing. And I don't know if that's like, that says something about growing up. I don't know, man. It's just, I've grown to really appreciate Darkshore, like leveling here in Classic WoW, leveling here in Hardcore WoW, and Seasons of Discovery. Like, I've thoroughly enjoyed leveling in Darkshore. And so for all those reasons, and including some that I probably can't even figure out, that's why Darkshore is number 6. 5. Number 5 are the beaches of Tanaris, including the Land's End Beach, which is the most southern point of the Tanaris Desert. But I wanted to include all the beaches because I love the East Coast beaches of Tanaris. I love the pirate area of Tanaris. Like, Tanaris just has some really fantastic beaches all around, which, I mean, it is a desert, right? So there's plenty of sand to go around at this place. And I do just have a lot of memories and nostalgia of the Tanaris beaches in general. Like, I remember grinding turtles on the East Coast beach back in Vanilla WoW. It was a lot less flooded back then. I remember doing all the pirate quests, not even just in Vanilla WoW, but like just a few years ago with Classic WoW and then with Hardcore Classic WoW. And there's just something about Tanaris that I really enjoy as well. And now if you go to the Land's End Beach, you'll find a bunch of Bilgewater goblins that crashed here that were originally headed to Gadgetzin, but did not realize that they landed on Kalimdor, thinking they were at an uncharted island instead, and they've gone insane because of this and will attack anyone that approaches them. But yeah, aside from that, I think Tanaris really has some of the most beachy beaches, if that's even a thing. A beachy beach. It's got some of the most beachy beaches around, and that's why it's number 5. 4. Number 4 are the beaches of Gorgrond. And when I think of Gorgrond, I do not think of beaches, right? I'm not like, oh yeah, let's go to the beach at Gorgrond. But it actually has some beautiful beaches. It's got amazing sunsets. It's got, really cool aesthetic rock beaches. There's all these rocks and crazy things all over. You've got the mushrooms in the water nearby. You've got the hot springs going off close by, which I should probably do a Pointless Top 10 hot springs. I don't know if there's enough hot springs in the game, but I'll check. But yeah, I went into this looking for a lot of really unique beaches because obviously there's like your standard beaches, and standard beaches are pretty cool, but I think it's really fun when I can find something that kind of goes outside the norm, right? And so finding all these rocky beaches in an area where you didn't normally think there would be beaches, right? Because it's very primal with the jungle and the trees and the big boulders and rocks all over the place in Gorgrond. You don't really think like, oh yeah, there's a nice beach there, right? And so for all those reasons, that's why the Gorgrond beaches are number 4. 3. Number 3 is the Backwater Beach, located at Zuldazar. And I think I mentioned earlier how there are some of the most beachy beaches over in Tanaris. Well, I think Zuldazar might have it beat. I think Zuldazar truly has the beachiest of beaches. Like, the pristine waters, you can even see into the water and look down and see the coral and the fish down there. There's people fishing. There's people hanging out. All these Zandalari trolls are fixing up their boats and stuff. There's some kids playing catch with a ball or a rock. I don't know what they're throwing around there. There's somebody sleeping in one of the boats. And let's not forget that this beach also has some turtles making it to the water. That's right. If you remember playing Battle for Azeroth, you'll remember helping these turtles make it to the water. And that's pretty close by to here as well. So plenty of happy turtles are also nearby. And when I was thinking about it, I was like, you know what? If I had to vacation to a beach in World of Warcraft, I think this would probably be the beach. So I had to put it higher up on the list, and that's why the Backwater Beach is number 3. 2. Number 2 are the beaches on the Isle of Thunder, and these are pretty cool looking beaches. They kind of give me some Darkshore vibes, a little more primal Darkshore, you know what I mean? You got like dinosaurs flying around and stuff, but I will say the reason I put this on the list so high up is the waves. And if you look out there, you will see real wave technology. I don't know why Blizzard stopped using this. This is like whenever some game invents something new like Madden, they're like, we created this brand new technology engine, and then they like never use it again. Like, you've got waves splashing against rocks, you've got waves crashing in on the shore, and I'm like, this is so cool. Why has it never been used again? Like, this was in Mista Pandaria, and you're telling me they have never put the wave technology in the game since then? Like, I haven't seen it anywhere. Maybe it's in certain instances or raids. Let me know in the comments if you know somewhere else this is used, but I love this, and I don't know why it hasn't been implemented anywhere else in the game that I could find or think of. Also, I don't know what these Blood Elves are doing. flying or jumping through the air. They're glitching out, man. They're having a great time, though. Well, they might not be having a great time, actually, but that's besides the point. That's why the Isle of Thunder beaches are number 2. 1. And number 1 are the beaches of Senjin Village, located on the southern coast of Durotar. And I kept thinking about what beach do I always think of when I think of World of Warcraft. And as somebody who primarily played Horde, that always started with like orcs and trolls for the most part, my mind would always go to the Senjin Village beaches, like the crawlers and the crabs walking around. You've got the Echo Isles off in the distance, the big palm trees. You've got all the trolls hanging out nearby. Some of them are fishing. Some of them are doing whatever. They're dancing around. Like, that's just, I don't know. It's a very peaceful place, and it was never somewhere that I really expected to find in Durotar, which when you log in, it's like all these red rock mountains and stuff, right? And by the way, shout out to the Stranglethorn beaches, because I really tried to fit the Stranglethorn beaches in, and I love the Stranglethorn beaches. They were probably number 11 on this list, and I just couldn't fit them in. So I do want to give a shout out to Stranglethorn. But yeah, Senjin Village is somewhere that you find early on. It's a beach you experience early in the journey of World of Warcraft, whether that's classic WoW, modern WoW, and I feel like there's just something special about this beach, and so that's why the Senjin Village beaches are number 1. 10. Number 10 is Floyd Pincus, and Floyd Pincus is a Forsaken innkeeper located at Thrallmar in the Hellfire Peninsula. And I'm sure you probably figured this out, but Floyd Pincus is a reference to the band Pink Floyd. And if you talk to Floyd Pincus, he says, "I deal in comfort, soothe your savage impulse. My inn is your home." And I do think it's funny that your responses can be like, "Ah, fine offer, Floyd. I wish to make Hellfire my home." Like, normally it's just like, make this in your home, right? But one thing I learned that I never knew is that the beginning of the Pink Floyd song "Shine On You Crazy Diamond" is the background music in many areas of Hellfire Peninsula. And I was somebody that was never really that into Pink Floyd music. Like, I've heard songs from Pink Floyd and everything, right? And I don't dislike Pink Floyd. It's just I was always listening to other stuff. So when I went and actually listened to the song, I was like, dude, that actually is Hellfire Peninsula music. It kind of blew my mind. But I know a lot of people love Pink Floyd, and I'm sure there's plenty of people that have Floyd Pincus as number 1 on their top 10 list of innkeepers. But you know what? He made the list at number 10, so that's why Floyd Pincus is number 10. 9. Number 9 is Gerdes the Drowsy, and Gerdes is a night elf innkeeper located at the Wily Wisp Den on top of Sabermaw Bluff in Val'sharah. And one of the reasons I love Gerdes is this house is just a mess. And if you talk to Gerdes, they say, "I am not a morning person." So I don't know if Gerdes just woke up, was like, just started slashing and bashing everything all around. But then you also have Cakely, who is probably his wife or something, and she's a general goods vendor just chilling out on the bed. And I think one of the reasons I love this so much is it just feels like these random druids turn their house into an inn. They're just like, you know, it'd be fun. We just made this into a tavern. That'd be pretty cool. Now, I don't know the legal aspects of this. I don't know if you need a license. You got a license to become a tavern. But there's actually another cool fact, which is his on-click voice lines are that of the Warcraft 3 Druid of the Claw unit. So maybe this is also a little Warcraft 3 reference or something. This was during Legion, where they were doing a lot of nostalgic stuff. But either way, I think Gerdes the Drowsy is pretty cool. And so that's why they're number 9. 8. Number 8 is Uda the Beast, and Uda the Beast is a Magar orc innkeeper for the Filthy Animal Inn located in Dalaran. And Uda the Beast is probably the toughest innkeeper around. She says, "You, come, drink, feast, rest for the next battle. But do not fight, or I will feed you to my wolves." And you know what? She's not joking. There's a quest in the game where her wolves are just eating people. Specifically during the Purge of Dalaran, where Uda and her wolves were held captive by the Silver Covenant in her inn. But she seems to have put up a good fight because her wolves Nargut and Ruka are feasting on the Silver Covenant corpses before her when you walk in. And so yeah, Uda the Beast does not play around. She's got her wolves ready to kill. She looks like she's ready to kill as well. And you know what? I think her name is supposed to be like Uda Best. That's the first thing I thought of when I saw that name at like a quick glance. I was like, wait, is that Uda Best? And I was like, oh, Uda the Beast. Either way, Uda the Beast is number 8. 7. Number 7 is Lard, and Lard is an ogre innkeeper located in Reventusk Village in the Hinterlands. And this is one of my favorite classic WoW quests because it's just so goofy. So you talk to Lard and he's like, "Lard was at secret special spot having picnic when ugly mean Vilebranch hit Lard with the big stick. Lard run back to Reventusk but forget Lard lunch. Lard hungry. Maybe you go back to secret special spot and get Lard lunch. Lard scared. Go north. Island there to the north is the secret special spot. And so you go and you get Lard's lunch. It is on a random island, and you loot it, and you get attacked by some trolls, and then you bring it back to Lard, and he says, "This hit the spot. Thanks, little one. Lard make you a special picnic basket for help, Lard." And according to the Warcraft wiki, there is speculation that Lard may have been part of the old Horde army that invaded the hinterlands during the Second War, explaining why he is affiliated with a forest troll tribe. So I thought that was pretty cool. But yeah, I like Lard. I think he's a good guy. I always remember doing his quest, and so that's why Lard is number 7. 6. Number 6 is Ronka, and Ronka is the innkeeper at the Gold Tusk Inn in Vol'dun. And so a lot of people keep saying Ronka is insane. They're like, this guy's crazy, this guy's, out of his mind, and he is a little insane, but you play through the story where Ronka is at the inn, he's like talking to a bunch of troll skulls, and you're just like, dude, what is this guy doing? Who's he talking to? It's like he's talking to himself or imaginary friends, but then they get attacked by Sand Fury trolls, and you help him out with that. You help get rid of the Sand Fury trolls, and so he's like, yo, hey, thanks for helping me out. You know what? I'm gonna introduce you to the gang. And you're just like, wait, what? I get to meet his imaginary friends? But then you drink some crazy potion concoction he makes, and you can actually see all of his troll friends, and they're like real. Well, at least I think they're real. You can see them, they're ghosts, but I don't know if they're real or not, to be honest. Also, Ronka is wearing a hat made out of bananas, so that adds a whole nother layer. I can't think of anybody else that wears a hat of bananas in the game, although there might be, who knows. But anyway, Ronka is pretty crazy. He's got a fun quest line. He's got a lot of cool imaginary but real friends, and that's why it's number 6. 5. Number 5 is a weird one, and it is the Arcane Guest Registry, which is a flying tome that serves as the innkeeper for Schnatz Hostel at Schnatz Landing in Uldum. And I had to put this one on the list because, I mean, come on, it's literally a book. It's a floating book that is an innkeeper at a really random spot. Even somebody on Wowhead was like, I find it rather odd that you can make your home in a town where everybody wants to kill you. And on top of that, you actually don't get any rest experience for staying here. So the only real benefit is like if you're questing in this area and you just wanted to set your Hearthstone here to get back here faster, that's literally it. And so yeah, I had to put the Arcane Guest Registry on this list because it is really one of the most unique innkeepers in the game, even if it is just a floating book, which is why it's absolutely perfect for Pointless Top 10, where I try to find just some of the most off, weird things in the game, and that's usually what I enjoy finding. So that's why the Arcane Registry is number 5. 4. Number 4 is Furno, and Furno is a fire elemental innkeeper located at the Inn of Camp Murrock in south central Ringing Deeps. And if you talk to him, he says, Tas Grinko, Tas Grin Turothko Grin, which is part of the Kalimag language, which, by the way, Kalimag is the standard language spoken by elementals. And another little funny thing I saw is when it actually says to make this in your home, it says make this in your home. But I really like that Furno is just kind of chilling in this big pool of lava or a forge. I don't know what it is, but whatever, he's having fun swimming around in it. It's like his own personal pool. And not only that, but he's right next to Shoe Duck. That's right, the Shoe Duck, the duck with shoes. And if you talk to Clive Del Gizmo, he says, welcome to Del Gizmo's. Need any snacks for the road? And you can say, what's with the stuffed duck wearing shoes? And he's like, Shoe Duck is not for sale. And you could be like, where did you get the shoes? And he's like, Shoe Duck is not for sale, all right? Which I completely understand. I wouldn't want to sell Shoe Duck either. And so this entire little atmosphere is great with Shoe Duck and Furno and Clive. It's just, what a great little spot. And so that's why Furno is number 4. 3. Number 3 is Daisy, and Daisy is the innkeeper and bartender in the Speed Barge Bar on Fizzle and Pozic Speed Barge. And you probably remember Daisy from back in Classic WoW in the Shimmering Flats, where she was the race girl that would always start the race, and then the goblin and the gnome would race around the Mirage Raceway, which, by the way, if they ever rebuild Thousand Needles or Old Azeroth, I would love if they brought back the Mirage Raceway and you could like watch the race, and maybe you could bet on races, and you'd be like, oh, the race is happening. And I don't know, I just always like the Mirage Raceway, and it seems like it would be a fun little thing to include into the game at some point again, but that's besides the point. Daisy is actually named after Daisy Dukes. She's also wearing a pair of Daisy Dukes. Also, when you talk to her, she says, hi there, gorgeous, welcome to the Speed Barge Bar. What'll it be? But she also talks like she's in The Sims, like she genuinely talks like a Sims 3 character. And I didn't even realize that till now, that a lot of the WoW humans just look like Sims characters. And yeah, you can buy numerous different types of drinks from Daisy, and it's got to be terrible to work at this place. In fact, I covered this in Pointless Top 10 Taverns in World of Warcraft, and bar fights will break out all the time, so props to Daisy, because I guarantee she is probably losing her mind being a bartender here. And that's why she's number 3. Number 2 is Old Lula, and Old Lula is the innkeeper at Twilight Glade in Shadowmoon Valley. And Old Lula appears to have quite the obsession with frogs. In fact, the only thing she sells is gently squeezed toads. And the description of the toad is, the toad looks frazzled, but unharmed. And so there's a lot of different theories I've seen as to why Old Lula is like this. She does have a quest talking about how her husband and her went fishing in the marsh and fell asleep, and when she woke up, he'd been turned into a toad. Which then he comes back and is like, hey, I'm back. And she's like, I don't know if it's actually you. Which is like, is she just crazy? Or like, is he even real? I don't know if he's real at this point. And also, there actually is a Hypnotoad nearby who is in Pointless Top 10 Frogs, and it's possible maybe she got hypnotized by the Hypnotoad, so now she just really loves frogs. In fact, she definitely did, because if you talk to her, she says, the others don't believe me, but I have seen him, the Great One. Once you fall under his gaze, you will never be the same again. The other theory I saw is that people see that she loves licking toads and kissing toads, so maybe she's just getting really high off these frogs, and that's why she wants so many frogs, so she like licks them and squeezes them and then gets the juice out of them or something, and then she just lets them go. That's why they're gently squeezed. And I mean, if you have any theories on Old Lula, comment down in the comments section, because I'd love to hear them, but otherwise, she's just a really unique, interesting innkeeper and NPC, and that's why Old Lula is number 2. And number 1 is Keeper's the Rat, and Keeper's the Rat is located at Breaker's Crown, which is a neutral camp in Gorgrond, and Rexar and his companions are located here, and 3 of his deceased animals are actually buried here. And so I think it's pretty obvious why Keeper's the Rat is number 1, and that's because he's a rat and he's an innkeeper. And that's it. I mean, what more do you need? He's literally just a rat innkeeper. It's amazing. I did actually talk about this in Pointless Top 10 Rats, though, because he was on that list as well, which is, was his name always Keepers, or did Rexar name him Keepers because he made him the innkeeper? Because at some point, Rexar had to be like, I need somebody to be the innkeeper of this place. And he's like, let's see, we could go with Budgie, or Spirit, or Puffer. Now, you know what? Let's go with Keepers, because his name is literally Keepers. Or was he like, hey, this is Ratathius, and your new name, Ratathius, is Keepers, because you're an innkeeper now, right? Like, I don't know. But what I do know is that Keepers is fantastic, and that's why he's number 1. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Pointless Top 10, a show where we make top 10 lists out of pointless things. Why are we flying by his pointless statue in Booty Bay? Because inside pointless things are treasure. Let's begin. 10. Number 10 is the Royal Library located in Stormwind, and just like the humans, it's kind of generic and boring. But it does have a lot of cool history behind it. So after the Second War, the Book of Medivh was stored here for a period of time. Alterac spies stole it the same day Pargath Throatsplitter and Terran Gorefiend, what a name, and other Death Knights launched a raid on the castle to get it for themselves. The Horde agents found proofs linking Alterac to stealing, and so left the library before reinforcements could come. But aside from that, the library also has an extensive collection of scrolls, tomes, books, and texts on a whole bunch of historical stuff. Plus, maybe the most important part, Harrison Jones teaches archaeology in the library, which, as somebody who does not frequent the Royal Library, I did not expect to find Harrison Jones here teaching archaeology, but here we are, he's here. There's also a woman reading to kids, so this is really just a generic library with a lot of history behind it. But you know what? That's good enough for number 10. 9. Number 9 is the Algathar Academy Library, which is located near Valdrakken in Dragonflight. And this is a really cool looking library. You've got these lanterns all over, you've got the big walls of books, you've got the floating books flying around, you've got the big stairwell leading to even more books. It's a really cool looking library. And according to Kamora, who is a Drakthir located in the library in charge of archival studies, the Academy's library is spectacular, as there are books there that even the Azure Archives Annex of Valdrakken do not possess. Under the care of the librarian Hopastella, it is necessary for the Academy's members to obtain a library card in order to borrow the books, which I just find really funny for some reason. I don't know. It's just when I picture in my mind World of Warcraft, I don't genuinely picture an orc going up to a dragon to sign up for a library card. You know what I mean? It's just like, excuse me, I'd like to sign up for a library card. Like, it doesn't feel like something in World of Warcraft. I don't know. I just think it's funny. But this is a pretty cool library, and that's why It's number 9. 8. Number 8 is the Dire Maul Library, otherwise known as the Athenaeum. And the Athenaeum is a library that also has a ton of history behind it. So this is where the Shendralar remain in seclusion, storing knowledge in the multitude of shelves in a large room. And if you don't know who the Shendralar are, they were a secretive highborn society who dwelled within the Athenaeum. After being expelled from their ancient city by the Horde, they were accepted back into the Night Elven Society shortly before the Cataclysm. Also, during the Fourth War, Rathian traveled here to learn more about the Old Gods and the Black Empire's dark magic in order to find a way to defeat N'Zoth and turn his powers against him. He also mentioned in his journal that when the Horde invaded Dire Maul and the Highborn fled the ruins, they burned down the Athenaeum. So I don't know if that's kind of like a Library of Alexandria type thing or what, but I found that pretty interesting. But aside from all that, I think the place just looks really cool as well. You got the big dragon skeleton hanging from the ceiling. There's kind of some artifacts just scattered about. Plus, I always remember in Classic WoW coming here to turn in the Librams or whatever they were called. So that gave me some nostalgia as well. So that's why the Athenaeum of Dire Maul is number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Seers Library, which is the base of leadership for the Scryers and located at the top of Shatrath City. And one cool thing about the library is that in the middle of the library, there are several bookshelves that can actually train you in all professions, which I actually love, the fact that you have to go to the library to read about and learn your professions. I think it just kind of gives that roleplay game vibe, which is why I like it so much. There's also Loremaster Skosiris, I don't know how to say his name, but he says that even the grand libraries of Silvermoon City pale in comparison to this library, which I don't know if I believe him. It feels like Silvermoon City would have more, but I don't know. What do I know? I'm just I'm like, all right, maybe he's right. But what I love about this place is how many things that are just spinning around. Like you have the big light fixture on the ceiling, or it's not really a light fixture. It's like the big planetary thing that's just spinning around. You've got the bookshelves that are rotating around, and I guess you just grab a book and you're like, hey, I'll read this one. It seems kind of inconvenient because you would think when you're picking out a book, you want to take your time, look over all the books, be like, what am I looking for? This is just like it's spinning around. You're like, okay, I'm going to pick that one. Oh, wait, yep, it just spun around. Okay, I'm going to wait for it to come back. Like, it feels unnecessary. It feels like they're just doing it for show, but you know what? It does look pretty cool for show. And then up top, there's a bunch more bookshelves, which kind of remind me of vending machines now that I'm looking at them. In fact, this entire place just kind of reminds me of a cafeteria now that I think about it. But I will say, it's a pretty fancy cafeteria. And you can go get a glass of wine out back. So you get a glass of wine, pick up a random book off the spinny shelves, and just sit down and read, which actually sounds pretty relaxing. So that's why the Seers Library is number 7. 6. Number 6 is the Hall of Explorers. And the Hall of Explorers is located in Ironforge and is the headquarters of the famed Explorers League. And every archaeological expedition organized by the Alliance is coordinated from here. But the big thing about the Hall of Explorers is the giant library. The library is actually the centerpiece of the Hall of Explorers and contains the museum as well as a vast collection of tomes and knowledge. And if you're in kind of a slow walk roleplay mood, you can actually just pretend you're at a real life museum and just walk around and read all the little signs about all the eggs and the fossils and the relics and just be like, yes, this is quite interesting. Or you could just walk around normally as well. You could do both. And then the actual library room also looks really cool. It's got the big iron bookshelves, clearly because it's Ironforge, so they got to make everything out of iron, right? And it's got the stairs leading up to the books and the cool floor pattern. It's really cool. In fact, this museum has the same dragon skeleton as the one in Dire Maul, but apparently it's a pterodon skeleton. So that made me curious. How is everybody finding these pterodon skeletons? And it says this intact pterodon skeleton was recovered from the remote Ungoro crater. Based on the skeletal structure, it is clear that this specific genus has not yet been encountered. This skeleton could have been preserved for any number of centuries beneath the region's rich soil. So, like, did everybody just go to Ungoro Crater, start digging up pterodon skeletons, or is it just like the elves and the dwarves? I don't know, but either way, that's why the Hall of Explorers is number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Sepulchre of Knowledge, and the Sepulchre of Knowledge is a library located at the northern end of the Fungal Valley in northern Maldraxxus. And according to Wowpedia, it contains records of mortal souls who have arrived in Maldraxxus, histories of great battles, weapons, and combatants, and most valuably, the military writings of the greatest tactical minds to have ever served among the Necrolords. But what I love about this library is the aesthetic. You have this green glow kind of all around you, and then you have the bookshelves, which which are made out of bones, it appears. And then you've got a bunch of candle lights. You've got these floating, tattered books flapping around. You even have chairs that are made out of bones. Like, they went all out with the bone furniture in here. Like, the Necrolords were like, you know what? We need bone furniture. Like, we can't have any other type of furniture. It has to be bone furniture. And you know what? Like I say, anytime something from Shadowlands makes the list, that's pretty good, because, you know, Shadowlands. And that's why the Sepulchre of Knowledge Library is number 5. 4. Number 4 is a really interesting one. It is the Scroll Keeper's Sanctum, which is a giant 3-level library in the Temple of the Jade Serpent in the Jade Forest. And what's so cool about this library is the amount of scrolls that are here. Like, there are scrolls in the bookshelves, there's scrolls on the floor, there are scrolls literally coming down from the ceiling that are gigantic, there's scrolls scattered about, there's scrolls that are literally making up the pillars of the room. Like, there's an insane amount of scrolls in here. But I was curious about the actual lore of what was going on here. So according to the adventure guide of the dungeon, it says, rising high above the east coast of Pandaria, the Temple of the Jade Serpent stands as a sacred monument to the legendary Pandaren Emperor Shaohao's victory over the Shah of Doubt thousands of years ago. Recently, a disastrous conflict in the Jade Forest unleashed the Shah, and several of the entities have raided the temple's most treasured stores of wisdom and knowledge. So that's why there's a bunch of crazy stuff going on here in all these video clips, but there's also a floating fish over there. That's pretty cool. But I really love this place. I love the windows. I love the aesthetic. Like, it's just a really cool library, and that's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 is the Scarlet Monastery Library, and it's the Scarlet Monastery Library. I mean, everybody knows about it. In fact, some people know way too much about it because they've probably ran this over and over again to power level back in Classic WoW, but it is a really cool library, and if you don't know, the Scarlet Monastery was once a proud bastion of Lordaeron's priesthood, a center for learning and enlightenment. But with the rise of the Undead Scourge during the Third War, the peaceful monastery was converted into a stronghold of the fanatical Scarlet Crusade. The Crusaders are intolerant of all non-human races, regardless of alliance or affiliation, and they believe that any and all outsiders are potential carriers of the undead plague and must be destroyed. One of which is at the end of Scarlet Monastery Library, which is Arcanist Doan, and he is the keeper of the monastery's library, a guardian of the arcane that the Scarlet Crusade is rumored to distrust, yet he is indeed a trusted official of the Crusade, keeping a vital key that grants access to the Scarlet operations across the Plague Lands. However, in the modern Scarlet Monastery, Flameweaver Kogler is the final boss, and he is responsible for the destruction of many priceless artifacts, including almost all the papers and books that told the real story about the Scarlet Crusade. So there's a lot of history and nostalgia behind the Scarlet Monastery Library, so that's why I had to put it at number 3. Plus, I really like the stained glass windows up top too. Those are pretty neat. So that's why the SM Library is number 3. 2. Number 2 are the Guardian's Library and the Guardian's Study, one of them being in the Karazhan raid and the other being at the Return to Karazhan dungeon. And the Guardian's Library was the private repository of arcane knowledge held by Medivh deep inside his Tower of Karazhan. And this probably is one of the biggest libraries in World of Warcraft. I mean, there's books everywhere, there's secret doors of books, there's a giant book door, there's bosses behind the books, there's so many books. And then you go to the Guardian's Study, and it's also filled with a bunch of books. There's a lot of cool lighting, and it's a beautiful place. Like, everything is aesthetically pleasing. It's really cool. But I got 2 things to complain about, and both of them are unrelated to libraries and pointless, making them perfect for this video. Number 1 is I had to do the chess event for pointless top 10 beds, and it was a terrible experience. Do not do chess event solo. It is so bad. That's a warning, and I hope Blizzard just lets you skip it at some point. Number 2 is the Westfall story is so bugged out still, and you have to, like, either nuke everybody down real quick, or Tony gets to 1 HP, and then you have to, like, log out. Unless you have Shadow Meld or Feign Death, you have to literally log your character out, get him out of the dungeon, and then go back. It's so dumb. It's so stupid. Blizzard, please fix it. But these are really cool libraries, and that's why they're number 2. 1. And number 1 is the Scribe Sakellum, which is actually pronounced Sakella. I didn't know that. I had to look it up. But speaking of looking up, when you look up here, you're like, oh my god, look at this. There's so many books. There's floating books. There's just layers and layers of books spiraling all the way up to the top. Who knows how far up it goes? I don't know if anybody's actually glitched out and, like, gotten to the top or something, but it is pretty insane. But there's actually some quests where you get to get on the ladder and you float around and you get to pick out books from up top and just look around. It's really neat. So out of all the libraries, it might not be the most spacious library, but it's probably the library with the most books, and it's the most insane library out of all of them. And that's why It's number 1. 10. Number 10 is the sky at the Broken Shore. And the Broken Shore was originally known as Thaldranath, and it's where the Tomb of Sargeras is located and the Burning Legion's gateway into Azeroth. And the coolest part of the sky to me is where the giant energy beam is kind of shooting up into the clouds, and you can see it's creating this big vortex and lighting everything up like lightning. And there actually is lightning in the background as well, but I just love the way that looks, how it's all swirling up there and the clouds are rotating and they're just kind of parting away from the energy. I don't know. I just think it looks really cool. And even the clouds away from the giant energy beams still have a very unique feel to them. It's like this bluish, greenish, almost swampy type of color. There's like some gray in there as well. And then that all is above the horizon where it looks like it's a turquoise, like a dark turquoise there. I don't know. It's a very cool looking sky. It's a very unique type of sky. And so I really wanted to put it on the list. Plus, you know, the Broken Shore doesn't really make many lists outside of this. So that's why the Broken Shore sky is number 10. 9. Number 9 is the sky in the entrance of the Caverns of Time, which is a very oddly specific thing to put on this list, but I do think it's worth it, because when you go down the tunnel for the Caverns of Time, there's just so many random buildings and holes in the wall. And when you take the time to just stop and look out at the sky, it's really cool. There's planets and there's asteroid belts spinning around and there's a bunch of stars and there's like purple, reddish colors. Like, I actually think it looks sick. They even have a lot of the beams that are in Outland, and some of those beams are carving their way through the walls of the cavern. It's a genuinely cool area that I think a lot of people overlook. And when you get to the main lobby area, I don't know what to call it. It's like a big main lobby with the hourglass and the sands of time flowing. You can actually just look up at the sky from there and kind of see the full picture, because walking through the tunnels, you're just getting a glimpse of what's out there. And then you finally reach this final destination and you look up and you're like, yo, this is so cool. All the asteroids and the colors and the stars. I just think it's neat. And so that's why the Caverns of Time sky is number 9. 8. Number sky, dude, I don't know what I'm saying. Number 8 is Shadow Moon Valley, and specifically the Draenor Shadow Moon Valley, and that's because it has a beautiful sky. And one of my favorite parts about this sky is the clouds. They almost remind me of like DreamWorks clouds, like, you know, in the movies where they have the DreamWorks logo and all the clouds are floating by and that kid's like fishing on the moon. It reminds me of those clouds. Like, they look very similar in terms of like their structure and how they're floating. I don't know, that's what it reminds me of. Maybe I'm crazy. But then there's all the little stars in the sky, and you've got purples, you've got blues, you've got the giant planets back there, or moons. I don't know what they are, but you've got the crazy like space plasma. I actually don't know if that's what is that like the actual science term for it, space plasma? Somebody that's smarter than I am about space, let me know in the comment section. But yeah, I think this sky just looks so cool in so many different ways, with the clouds and the stars and the planets and all the different colors. And it's just, I just like it a lot. So that's why the Shadow Moon Valley and Draenor sky is number 8. 7. Number 7 is the sky in Zuldrak, and this is such a cool sky because of the way the clouds move. So you have some clouds going one way, you have some clouds going the other way, and it creates this cool animation up in the sky on top of the lightning and the different colors, because some of the clouds are just kind of gray and blue, but then it transitions into this bluish red color and almost feels like the blue outlines the clouds, which I just think looks awesome. And then the red almost mimics the trees. Like, I think the color of the trees is almost reflecting back into the clouds. That's kind of the vibe that I get. But it's also possible that's just the way the clouds are. Like, I feel like I'm in an art museum right now trying to overanalyze something that doesn't really have that deep of a meaning. Like, it's probably just some guy at Blizzard being like, this looks kind of cool and it matches the aesthetic of the zone. And you know what? That's all I need, because I think it looks great. And that's why it's on the list. And so that's why the Zuldrak sky is number 7. 6. Number 6 is the Hallowfall sky, and I love the skybox because it makes you feel like you're outside when we're actually underground, right? Like, you've got these clouds, you've got the crystal acting as the sun, you just got people flying around, and you're like, oh, we must be outside, but we're actually just deep underground. And so it's this kind of trippy situation where you walk into the zone and you're like, wow, we're outside, and then you're like, wait, hold on a second. No, we're not. And I actually thought about putting this higher up on the list, but I do think this skybox is kind of carried by the crystal, you know what I mean? And so that made me kind of drop it down a bit, because I was like, if the crystal wasn't here and it wasn't shining and lighting everything up, I think the sky would just be kind of okay, or just be a cave. But But I guess you can kind of say that about anything on the list. Like, if you get rid of the clouds and the colors, it's just a normal sky. I don't know. But you know what? It's my list, and it's a pointless list, so none of it really matters anyway. So that's why Hallowfall is number 6. 5. Number 5 is the sky in Outland, and I kind of combined a bunch of skies in Outland. I combined Hellfire Peninsula, Netherstorm, and Nagrand, and I did that because they all have a similar vibe to them, so I just thought it'd be easier to combine them all. So Hellfire Peninsula I think is my favorite. I've always really loved the way the beams crossing in the sky look and all the different planets up there, and I just think it looks the coolest for me personally. I just like the way that looks. But Netherstorm is a close second. I love how it also has these big beams of energy pulling the clouds down. It almost feels like a mixture of some of the skies we've already seen, like the Shadow Moon Valley and the Broken Shore. In fact, they probably got inspired from Netherstorm or Hellfire or some of these places. And then you have Nagrand, which feels like it's a bit of a lighter version. Like there's just a lot of white clouds and the beams are still there, but they're a little more transparent or not as intense. There's still some big beams and stuff, don't get me wrong, but it's definitely more of a chill, open plains vibe, which makes sense because that's what it is. But even then, at nighttime, it gives off a little bit of that Netherstorm vibe. But overall, really cool skyboxes in Outland, and so that's why I had to put them on the list at number 5. 4. Number 4 are the skyboxes in the Townlong Steppes and in the Dread Wastes. And I picked these because they're kind of intertwined in a way, and I'll show you what I mean. And so the Townlong Steppes has these lighter, bluer, fluffier clouds, and when you look up, it almost has this angelic aesthetic to it, like you're looking into the heavens or something like that. But then when you go to the Dread Wastes, everything looks more corrupted, probably because it is actually corrupted. And it's just dark and gloomy, and it has this kind of ghostly aura going around. And then you slowly look up and you see this black sky with all these veins kind of working their way through the sky as if it's like corrupting the circulatory system of the atmosphere, you know what I mean? But then if you go back and forth on the border between the two zones, just look at that. Look at the contrast between the two. It's like, whoa, whoa. And it's almost like one of the zones is how the sky is supposed to be, and then the other zone is how it has been corrupted. And so I just love seeing that and going back and forth in the contrasting skyboxes, and it just looks really cool. And so that's why I had to put it at number 4. 3. Number 3 are the Aurora Borealises in World of Warcraft, and specifically the ones in the Howling Fjord, Grizzly Hills, Borean Tundra, and Drustvar. And what I love about the ones in Northrend is they have the same feel wherever you go. You look up and you go, oh, that's the Aurora Borealis, right? Whether you're in Howling Fjord, Borean Tundra, Grizzly Hills, like wherever you go. But there's certain instances where you can look up and it looks completely different. For example, this area in the Howling Fjord with the spiders and the ghosts, you look up and it just looks insane, like the purple and the fog, and you can see the stars. Like, I always loved the way this looks. It was one of my favorites back in the day, like 10 years ago when I made top 10 skyboxes, because this is actually a remake, but that old video was terrible. It was 3 minutes, and it was me being like, this is number 2 because I think it looks cool and I like it, which I guess I still do, but I do it in a much more in-depth format. And then there's the Aurora Borealis in Drustvar up in the mountains, which does look like a much higher quality version of the Aurora Borealis, and the colors are a little more richer and deeper, but I still think the Northrend Aurora Borealis is pretty cool. And so that's why all the Aurora Borealis skies are number 3. 2. Number 2 is a combination of the Stormsong Valley, the Onaran Plains, and Dornegal. And I did this because a lot of them are just these big, wispy, fluffy white clouds, and they each have their own variation of that, but I think each variation is pretty cool in its own way. And I love that in the Onaran Plains, the clouds kind of resemble wings. Like, that's what I think of, right? Like the hawk wings or eagle wings, and it's just, they look very wispy and feathery and almost whimsical in a way. And then over in Dornegal, I feel like the clouds remind me of a painting almost, like an oil painting, the way they look and how they've got this smudgy look to them. I don't know how to describe it other than that. It's very like smudgy. But then some of the clouds are very stringy, like, I don't know. And then the Stormsong Valley clouds really do give off this vibe of like a big storm is about to roll in and you can see it coming in, these big thunderous monstrous clouds, and then the sky turns dark, and it's just, I love that. I think the aesthetic of Stormsong Valley is my favorite part of it. But yeah, all these places have phenomenal skyboxes, and I like all of them, and that's why I put them at number 2. 1. And number 1 is the Ardenweld sky, and this is without a doubt my favorite sky in World of Warcraft. I didn't even remember this one. I was like, I should go check Shadowlands. There might be some cool stuff there. And then when I got to Ardenweld, I was like, dude, this is amazing. Like, this is, it's genuinely just such a beautiful sky, like all the different blues and the purples and the various colors, and you have all the like stars in the sky, like all the constellations and stuff. But like, I don't even know if these are real stars, because like, aren't we in the afterlife? Right? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's an illusion. Maybe this is all magic, but whatever it is, it's beautiful. And in fact, there's these meteor showers or star showers. I don't know, whatever it is. There's these little balls of light that come shooting down. They're like, pew, 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 almost like it's raining stars. It's so cool. And it's probably one thing that people have forgotten even existed, because Shadowlands was an expansion that not many people played or don't want to go back to or whatever. But this is easily one of the coolest things that came out of Shadowlands. And that's why it's number 1. 10. Number 10 is the stained glass at Castle Denathrius in Revendreth. And there's actually quite a few of these red tinted stained glass windows all over the castle, but the one that I love the most is kind of on the front and center, and it's this big depiction of Denathrius as a stained glass piece of art. I don't know what else you'd call it, but it does look really cool. I will say it feels kind of skinny for Denathrius, you know what I mean? Like, he's a very skinny, shadowy, hooded type of figure here, but then when you actually look at Denathrius' picture, he's like this buff dude, so like, this looks kind of skinny for Denathrius, but hey, you know what? It's a piece of art, right? Who am I to judge? But on top of that, the other windows have some cool stuff, like these windows have these little batwing styles on the side, or stylized little things that look like batwings. I don't know if that's what they're going for. I imagine it is, because, you know, we're in Revendreth, and Revendreth has a bunch of bats and gargoyles and stuff like that. But yeah, I really like these windows at Castle Denathrius. I thought they looked really cool, and so I just wanted to put them on the list, and so that's why Castle Denathrius stained glass is number 10. 9. Number 9 is various stained glass located all around Suramar City. Specifically, this one, which if you look up, you'll see it's a bunch of different blues and purples all kind of joined together, and it makes this really cool kaleidoscope type of effect, right? But probably a much more simplistic kaleidoscope. I think a lot of kaleidoscopes have like a bunch of different colors going on, but then all over the rest of Suramar City, there's some more stained glass windows which have very intricate framing, but a lot of the colors are just one or two colors, like an orange and yellow, or like a blue. You know, that type of thing. And it actually got me thinking, can you have stained glass that is a singular color, or I guess, you know, slight variations of that color? And you definitely can. I'm looking it up. A lot of stained glass is actually just mosaics and stuff, but there are plenty of stained glass windows that are just one color. So I was like, hey, you know what? It may be pretty simplistic, but it still looks pretty cool. But yeah, I liked a lot of the stained glass all over Suramar City, even if they are somewhat simplistic, but that's why I decided to put them at number 9. 8. Number 8 is the stained glass window at Uther's Tomb in the Western Plaguelands. And I actually think this window is really cool. Like, you've got the light shining in, you have all the golds and yellows and oranges being illuminated on the window, and then all the little mosaic fragment pieces kind of coming together all around this big frame. It just looks really nice. I mentioned it before, but I really do love the beams of light shining in, even though it doesn't really have that much to do with the actual window itself, but I just think it looks really cool when you have the beams of light shining in and all the little specks of dust kind of floating around in the light. I just love the way that looks. Also, a little bit of history for you. It says here that stained glass windows made up of colored and painted glass pieces held together by lead strips were especially popular in Europe in the period between 1150 and 1550, when they were a prominent feature of cathedrals and other churches, as well as city halls and homes for the elite. But yeah, as for the Uther's Tomb stained glass window, I do wish they had more of them in here. There's only this one and then like a tiny little one right above it. I wish they had like maybe a couple more in here, but that's all right. But either way, that's why I decided to put it at number 8. 7. Number 7 is the stained glass located at the Altar of Shatar and the Exarch's Rise in the Shadowmoon Valley. And the first stained glass I want to take a look at here is all of the blue stained glass up above this big dome area. A lot of different shades of blue all over. Kind of reminds me of Suramar that we already looked at, but almost like a Draenei version, right? And then right below that, we have some really cool mosaic types of stained glass where we have somebody writing an Elec. We have a bunch of different symbols. We have one that appears to be one of the Naru. And then we also have a demon-looking one, which could be, you know, Kill Jaden or somebody like that. And then if we go outside, we can also see a similar mosaic stained glass type of thing. And it's also right next to this big floor that appears to be made out of stained glass. I don't know if it actually is. It might just be, you know, normal mosaics, but it looks like it could be stained glass. You know what? For the sake of this series, I'm just going to say that it is. In fact, there's some really cool effects. So here you can kind of see it all lit up like it's got energy flowing from it or something. And then if you fly past it, it almost looks like the light reflects off of it as well. So just some really cool effects right there. But either way, the Draenei got some cool stained glass, and that's why It's number 7. 6. Number 6 is located at the Warriors Order Hall, and all of the stained glass that we're going to be looking at is specifically located right above Odin sitting at his throne. And I really love the way this one looks. It appears like there's a bunch of warriors marching along, and then above them is this angel that's kind of guiding them along the way. Although I guess that wouldn't be an angel, it'd probably be a Valkyr, which according to this are a type of ascended female Vrykul, and the original Valkyr are warriors of the light created to serve Odin. And then if you look around, there's also some other types of stained glass around here. It looks like one is a religious figure in a hat, and then there's like some angelic wings, and you know, there's some normal stained glass, just plain colored ones, kind of like Suramar. But I thought we'd also learn about the history of how they made stained glass. The process started with them using a drawing and then copying the drawing onto pieces of colored glass using vitreous paint, which is a paint that contains tiny glass particles mixed in a liquid. They then bake the painted glass in a very hot oven to make the paint permanent. After that, they joined the glass together with strips of lead to make a single window. So yeah, that's how they made stained glass, and this stained glass is pretty cool, so that's why it's number 6. 5. Number 5 is the giant stained glass window in Val'sharah with all the various dragons and dragon-esque architecture all over the place. And I knew this one had to be on the list. It is just too cool of a window to not be. I mean, it is gigantic. It's here whenever you would go to Val'sharah and have to, you know, take one of the portals back to the other cities. You would always run into this, or whenever you had to go to the, you know, reputation vendor at the top of the stairs. It's just, it looks really cool. Like there's all the different shades of green and blue and like aqua, and then at the top you have like the red and the yellow and the blue. In fact, I noticed if you get up close to it, it almost looks like dragon scales. That might be my mind just going crazy and seeing what I want to see, but I really do think it looks like when you get up close to the windows, it has this dragon scale type of texture to it. Yeah, overall, I love this stained glass window. I knew I was going to put it on the list, I just didn't know where, and it ended up at number 5. So that's why the Val'sharah stained glass window is number 5. 4. Number 4 are the stained glass windows in Dalaran, and there's actually quite a few stained glass windows in Dalaran, so I picked out a few that I really like, one of which is in this little building here, and it's got this crazy skylight type of stained glass where it almost looks like there's a little flower in the middle and a bunch of different shades of blue, and they're all branching out in different ways. I just think that looks really cool. And then there's these little yellow and orange windows on the sides you can see around the big blue stained glass area, but these windows are also seen throughout Dalaran. You can see them on various buildings and shops all throughout the city. It's almost like a sun, or I think it's supposed to be a sun, but I'm not sure. But I mean, on top of that, there's a variety of stained glass all throughout Dalaran. There's a cool like stained glass axe. There's like various little eyeball windows and different shapes and things like that. Like you go all around the city and just find a bunch of cool stained glass. But some of my favorite is located in the same room with all the blue stained glass. You have these cool designs of like the sun and an eyeball with some hands or wings, and then you've got like a tree and then a book with some hands going to the book. I really love the way all these look. I don't know why. I just think it's just aesthetically pleasing. I think they all look really cool. So I wanted to include all of them for this number 4 spot, and that's why Dalaran stained glass is number 4. 3. Number 3 is the stained glass in the Lights Dawn Cathedral in Gilneas. And this is just one of the areas that just stands out to me because of how beautiful it looks with all the various stained glass all around. Like it reminds me of just an actual real life cathedral with all the different stained glass windows. Like I was mentioning earlier, how so many cathedrals and churches have stained glass. But it just looks so cool when you walk into this place in game and you see all these different windows and the light shining in and all the colors. It looks very serene and peaceful. You can even go on the outside of the church and see various windows from the outside where they're not glowing as much, but they still look pretty neat, right? All the various colors on the windows, and there's a few different types of windows. One's like up on the tower where you can see the same design as the ones on the inside, but just circular. And you know, these might not be the most cool designs for windows, right? With like different characters and things like trees and angels and stuff, but it's still a pretty nice simplistic design and it looks really cool. And so that's why I decided to put the Gilnean stained glass windows at number 3. 2. Number 2 is the Tomb of Sargeras stained glass, and I love how this looks because this is like kind of right when you walk into the raid and you're greeted by this big giant stained glass wall of just various night elves holding up different energy sources, I guess, because this actually did used to be the Temple of Elune. And it says here, once known as the Temple of Elune, a night elven temple dedicated to the goddess Elune, it was sunk into the sea after the Great Sundering and later used to imprison the corpse of the avatar Sargeras, a powerful demon and lord of the Burning Legion. And so, yeah, it is very visible that this used to be the Temple of Elune because of all the night elf, you know, imagery all around in the stained glass, and it really does look beautiful. Like, I love how this looks. It's very aesthetically pleasing to me. And then I love the fact that we also have the Tomb of Sargeras aspect with it, where the window has actually been shattered. You can see up there on the right, there's a hole in it. I also decided to include some of the outside stained glass with the green stained glass windows. I didn't actually know if they were stained glass, but I think they are. It seems like stained glass, and you know what? It's pointless top 10. So even if it is, I'm declaring it stained glass for the purpose of this video. It looks close enough, so I mainly put this on the list for that giant night elf stained glass when you walk in. So that's why it's number 1. And number 1 is the stained glass in Ulduar. And whenever I think of stained glass, I think Ulduar is the first thing I think of because there's so much cool stained glass in this place and so many weird things in here. Like, obviously, we have the mermaids and the mermaid king and, like, these tadpole children. We have stained glass of various old god things. There's, like, tentacles and, you know, a bunch of, like, kraken-esque mouths with numerous eyes and stuff like that. Some of the stained glass has also been shattered and broken throughout Ulduar, which is really cool to see as well. It's just, there's a lot of really cool stuff relating to stained glass in Ulduar on top of the stained glass itself. And so yeah, overall, when I was making this list, when I was looking at all the stained glass, I was like, you know what? I think I just have to put Ulduar at number 1. It's got such a cool variety of stained glass. It's got so much history behind it. And I actually think it's laid out pretty well all throughout Ulduar. I found stained glass in different sections of Ulduar and different hallways. And, you know, obviously it's primarily at the end, but it's really cool. And so that's why I decided to put Ulduar stained glass at number 1. 10. Number 10 is Frosthold, and Frosthold is an alliance town located up in the mountains of the Storm Peaks. And I love this place because it's such a unique town. Like, most towns are out and about, they're out in the open, you can reach them really easily, but this town is actually only reachable by flying, which back in Wrath of the Lich King, not everybody had flying, especially not when you were leveling. And so one of the ways was actually you talked to this goblin at K3 in the Storm Peaks, and you did a quest line, and she was like, we need to get you there, but I don't know how. And then she's like, wait, hold on, we'll put you on a rocket. And so you literally take a rocket to this Frosthold location. But yeah, then the actual town itself is really cool. Like, it really does feel like it's buried within all of the ice and snow, and there's ice crystals sticking up all over, and then there's big dwarf houses kind of built into the ice. It's actually really cool. There's also Bragg's pet Snorts here. He's having a great time. Big fan of Snorts. And so yeah, I think overall this is just a really unique town that's hidden away in the ice and snow of the Storm Peaks and kind of forgotten about. And so that's why Frosthold is number 10. 9. Number 9 is Darkhaven, and Darkhaven is a town found in southeastern Revendreth in the Shadowlands. And one of the reasons I put this on the list is it actually gives me a modern Darkshire vibe. Like, it's just this small little quaint gothic town that's located up on a hill next to Castle Nathria. And I don't know, I just love it. It just has these cool vibes to it. It has a lot of cool buildings and statues, and there's all these weird spirit things going all around. There's a lot of, you know, really cool stained glass windows, which, by the way, I want to do pointless top 10 stained glass windows at some point. Maybe years from now, if you're watching this, it'll be out, but it's currently not out. And there's the horse carriages going all around. It's a very nice town. And I like to include more modern stuff because I think there's a lot of top 10 lists out there that cover all of the stuff from the past, from years ago, right? People being like Darkshire, and I don't know. I still include some old towns. You'll see them on this list, but I do like to do a variety of expansions and different time periods and stuff because I think it's fun to have the old and the new. So that's why Darkhaven is number 9. 8. Number 8 is Thelzamar, and Thelzamar is the dwarven town on the west side of Loch Modan, located north of Grizzlepaw Ridge and northeast of Stone Splinter Valley. And I was thinking of all the towns that I really like in World of Warcraft, but there was something that just stood out about Thelzamar, and I think kind of like Frosthold, it's buried within the land, you know what I mean? Instead of being buried within the ice and snow, it's kind of just buried within the grass and the dirt and the mountains. And there are other places like this, kind of like in the Twilight Highlands and stuff, but I feel like this was just one of the originals, you know what I mean? And so back in the day when you were questing, you know, in Dunmurrow, and you were a new dwarf or a gnome and you got out of that zone, you came to Loch Modan, and it was just, I think it gave you that kind of hobbity Lord of the Rings feel to it, you know? Like all the houses are buried in the hills, and then you got the tavern here with the big keg on top and all the kegs on the side. I don't know, it's a very cool type of fantasy town, and I'm giving it props because it was one of the first ones in World of Warcraft to really hit me on another level with those cozy fantasy vibes. And I don't know what it is, because like you would think I'd get it in Dunmurrow, and I still got it a bit in Dunmurrow, but I think the dwarf houses in the hills really do give it that Hobbit vibe, and I think that's what spoke to me the most, and so that's why Thelzamar is number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Crossroads. And I know right after Darkhaven, I was like, yeah, I'm not going to include things like Darkshire, all these old towns. Now I've got like 2 old towns in a row. But these are 2 old towns that are really my personal favorites and nostalgic to me. So that's why I'm including them. And the Crossroads is the biggest horde town in the Barrens. It's named for the crossing of the main north-south road from the Gold Road and the road from Ratchet in the east all the way to the Stone Talon Mountains in the west. And I don't know why I love Crossroads so much. I think there is that nostalgic factor for me because this is one of the first towns I came to while leveling as a horde way back in the day. And it was just really cool to come across this because you get out of Durotar, you know, you're heading into the Barrens and you're following the road and you're like, whoa, like I'm getting to this big town and people are battling outside of it. And it's just, you know, there's the big inn with the smoke coming out on top, and it's just this big trade hub, and it's just really cool. And so while the Crossroads might not be the most extravagant town, I think it's a very practical town, and I like that, and that's why the Crossroads are number 7. 6. Number 6 is Area 52, and Area 52 is a neutral goblin town located in Netherstorm. And Area 52 is obviously a lot like Gadgetzin and Everlook, and I contemplated putting those on the list, but I think Area 52 just has a bit more wackiness to it because, I mean, the goblins are literally building a rocket ship here named the X-52 Nether Rocket to try to journey into the Twisting Nether, which is actually insane. And I even included this as one of the worst jobs in World of Warcraft because there are radiated workers or irradiated workers here, and they're just kind of walking around like, I'm getting radiated, what are you gonna do? I also love that there's pieces of the town's outer walls that are just broken off and floating. I thought that's a fun little touch they added in when they created this. But I think that's what's so cool about this town is how much the environment is impacting this town, you know what I mean? And so that's why I decided to pick it over Gadgetzin and Everlook, even though I guess Gadgetzin has been impacted by the Cataclysm, but I think this is cooler than the Cataclysm, so that's why Area 52 is number 6. 5. Number 5 is Tel'Rador, and Tel'Rador is an alliance town located on top of a giant mushroom in Zangarmarsh. And I think a lot of people remember this town not only because it's on a giant mushroom, but because the elevator here is kind of wonky. And so it was very easy to be like, I'm gonna get on the elevator, and then it was like, oh, no, you're not, and you would just fall to your death. So a lot of people remember it for that, but that doesn't take away from the coolness of being on top of a giant mushroom. But the main thing I love about this town is the aesthetic of it. You've got the little side platforms on the mushroom that almost mimic mushrooms themselves, and you've got the town square area with the big fountain shooting out water, and you've got all the plants growing around it, and you've actually got some mushrooms growing around it as well, which I think is kind of funny. Well, maybe it's not that funny. It's just, I don't know. It's ironic. Maybe it's not ironic either. It's just, it's mushrooms growing on other mushrooms, which apparently can happen. I just looked it up and it says they can indeed grow on other mushrooms. Another interesting fact about Tel'Rador is it does not have food vendors, and for lore reasons, because many of the quests relate to food gathering because they're close to starving. Food is shared among their own people and they won't sell it to outsiders. So yeah, there's a bunch of reasons to love Tel'Rador, and that's why it's number 5. 4. Number 4 is Half Hill, located in the Valley of the Four Winds in the Mist of Pandaria. I also realized I missed the opportunity to put Tel'Rador at number 4 and be like, number 4 is Tel'Rador, and it would have been a rhyme, play on words type of thing. But we're past that. It's already number 5. This is number 4. And one of the reasons I put Half Hill here is because whenever I think of Pandaria, my mind always goes to Half Hill. Even before Lucky Doos and Grummels, which I know is like sacrilegious, but it always goes to Half Hill and the Valley of the Four Winds. And not only is it in a really aesthetically pleasing location with all the trees and the grass and the hills all around, but it feels like an advanced Crossroads to me with all the trade stuff going on and the food vendors and the farms and all that stuff. It's just, I love it here. I also learned while researching that the Pandaren grow extremely large vegetables here because there are waters that have been flowing down from the Vale of Eternal Blossoms for millennia. Its waters kept the Vale in bloom, and their runoff into the Valley of the Four Winds created the most fertile farmland in the entire world. Not just Pandaria, but the entire world, and that comes from Lorewalker Cho, so you know it's true. And so yeah, Half Hill is fantastic, the Valley of the Four Winds are fantastic, and that's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 is Fuselight and Fuselight by the Sea. And Fuselight by the Sea is a picturesque seaside town founded by explosive enthusiasts for explosive enthusiasts. And so Fuselight by the Sea is actually run by the Steamweedle Cartel, and to get here you have to take a transporter in normal Fuselight, which is located in the Badlands. And I think my favorite part about this town is just the fact that it's an entire town founded by goblins that love explosions. Like that... That alone was enough for me to put it on this list. I was like, I don't know where to put it on this list, but there's no way I'm not putting Fuselight by the Sea on this list because It's pure goblin insanity. And when you go around the town, there's just a bunch of cannonballs and bombs and gunpowder and these mechanical sheep that have dynamite strapped to them. And every once in a while, one of the sheep will just randomly explode. And I don't know if there's any purpose to that or if it's just them having fun with explosives, but whatever it is, I appreciate the effort they put into making an entire town based around explosions. And so that's why it's number 3. Number 2 is Warbeast Crawl, and Warbeast Crawl is a town located in Zuldazar that is essentially Jurassic Park. And somebody can make the argument of like, Crendor, this isn't a town, there's no like houses and stuff for people or whatever, but you know what? I would argue that this is a town for dinosaurs, which makes it even cooler. And so it says here that it can be found east of Dazar'alor, and that all of the dinosaurs that haul Zandalari goods, carry their armies, and fight their wars were born and raised here, which truly does make it the number 1 dinosaur town in World of Warcraft, mainly because I don't think there's any other dinosaur towns in World of Warcraft. There's that island with all the dinosaurs on it in Pandaria, but I don't think that's really a town. This is like an actual town. And so yeah, I remember questing here in Battle for Azeroth. It was one of my favorite spots to go to initially when Battle for Azeroth came out, and I was like, yo, this is a dinosaur town, and it was just really cool. I loved it a lot, and so that's why Warbeast Crawl is number 2. And number 1 is Marl, and Marl is a Niffin town found in Aj-Kahet. And there's so many reasons I love this town, but the main one is it's a combination of Niffin stuff and goblin stuff, because the Niffin came in contact with the venture company goblins who excavated their way into Aj-Kahet and then joined forces with them to make this town. And so the goblins have built a robot fighting arena in there, and they've built a swimming pool in there. They've got a bar by the swimming pool where there's some Niffin that are just having a drink or eating something. It's just, this town is so quirky and fun, and I love the main Niffin area that they made back in Dragonflight, but I feel like this takes it to another level because the goblins have moved in, they're just combining their cultures into one town, and I think that's what's so cool about it. And so while this might not be everybody's favorite town, it's my favorite town, and so that's why it's number 1. Number 10 is Admiral Taylor's Farm, and Admiral Taylor's Farm is located in the Spires of Arak in Draenor. And you can see right here, it really is this little farm that's kind of tucked away in the hillside right behind Admiral Taylor's garrison. And so pretty much what happens here is Admiral Taylor gets invited to go see some Ring of Blood arena battles, and he's like, awesome, man, I'm gonna go see those. But then his subordinate Ethiel takes control of the garrison, and he's a necromancer, and Admiral Taylor comes back from the Ring of Blood arena battles. He's like, yo, that was fun. And then he's like, yo, what happened? Like, what's going on here? And then Ethiel has turned everyone into ghosts, and they're all dead, and then he turns Admiral Taylor into the Bone Wraith Soul Scythe. And then eventually you end up killing Ethiel and Soul Scythe, and Admiral Taylor's spirit joins you at your Alliance garrison. You're also able to find Ethiel's Dark Grimoire inside the house. So yeah, I mean, overall, this is just a really weird, kind of creepy farm, but I think it's a pretty unique farm in World of Warcraft. Not many farms in WoW have, like, necromancers and like crazy stuff going on. Apparently Ethiel is also a reference to Ephialtes of Trachis, who betrayed the Greeks during the famous Battle of Thermopylae in the Greco-Persian War. But yeah, overall it's a pretty unique farm in an odd location, and that's why Admiral Taylor's farm is number 10. Number 9 is the Akanet Fields, and the Akanet Fields are a large farming area south of the Vernal Dam in Uldum. And there's a few reasons that I love this farm, one of which is it's just very unique, especially to World of Warcraft, where we have so many of your like standard farms that you would think of when you think of farms, right? Well, this one is based off of Egypt, so you know, we have like the little channels with water in them, and we have the Ramkahen laborers just harvesting the crops out here. It's not something you see all the time in World of Warcraft. But then in addition to that, we have the corrupted Akanet Fields, where, you know, it's the same thing, but everything's kind of dead and dried up, and we have the, you know, the corruption just spreading. We have all the monsters and the tentacles all over, and I think that just adds another layer to this farm, right? Because this is a farm that has been taken over by corruption and N'Zoth stuff, and so not many farms get corrupted by an old god, so I felt like that alone was worth putting it on the list for. Either way, that's why the Akanet Fields are number 9. Number 8 are the Goshek Farm and the Debris Farmstead located in the Arathi Highlands. And I put these farms on the list because whenever I think of farms, I always think of these two farms. I always think of questing back in Classic WoW in the Arathi Highlands and going to these farms. And I remember there's the quest where the undead has you like go get all the heads from the Debris Farmstead people. And I was like, what actually happens there, because a lot of times I would just do the quest and be like, whatever, but it says the Forsaken Genevieve Callow had a grudge against the Debris because they managed to survive and prosper after the Third War, while Genevieve lost her family to the plague, and her estate was looted and burned. In addition, the Debris stole the only precious belongings she had left to her after being raised to undeath. She wanted them dead, and so she sends you, the Horde adventurers, to kill them. Meanwhile, the Goldshire farm is being used by the Forsaken and the Orcs, where the Forsaken are using it as a testing ground for their alchemical experiments, and the Orcs are just using it for supplies. There's also a whole bunch of stuff that happened here after the Cataclysm and Battle for Azeroth, and obviously it all got updated, but whenever I think of the Arathi Highlands farms, I always think of the old classic version, so that's kind of what I wanted to put up here. So that's why the Goldshire farm and the Debris farmstead are number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Amber Waves, and the Amber Waves is a large farmstead located west of Brennadum in Stormsong Valley. And I knew I wanted to put a farm from Stormsong Valley on this list because I just love Stormsong Valley. It's one of my favorite zones that they've ever made. I love the hills and the trees and the green and just everything about it, right? And so there's so many farms in this whole area, but this specific area is the one that I remember the most, I would say, and there's a few reasons for that. Number one is this is the Amber Waves, which makes sense because it's just waves of wheat, right? There's just a whole bunch of wheat all over, and it says here that wheat is often amber colored, especially when it ripens and is ready for harvest. And so yeah, I just thought that was really cool, seeing the waves of wheat all over contrasting with the green grass. And then we also have the Quillboar attacking, and the Quillboar have dug tunnels underneath all the farmland, which is pretty crazy when you think about it, and so you have to go fight the Quillboars, and I always remember doing that quest line. And so overall, just really cool farmland in Stormsong Valley. There's plenty of other farms in Stormsong Valley that are really cool as well, but I just picked this one, so that's why the Amber Waves are number 7. 6. Number 6 are the Sludge Fields, and the Sludge Fields is a Forsaken fortification built over the Hillsbred Fields, which I'm sure many people remember from Classic WoW as the big farmland area where you did a bunch of quests. Well, now it's been turned into a prison for the captured humans of Lordaeron, where they're sent to do labor, or I guess they're just planted as seeds. For the quest Do the Right Thing, it says, you have come upon a horrific scene. Someone or something has buried all of these humans up to their necks in a manner consistent with planting. The ghouls, which are seemingly tending the field of human seedlings, periodically jump to the nearest human and devour its head. You can end this right here and now. Take this shovel and save the humans. And so yeah, this is a very unconventional farm. Obviously, they are, planting human seeds, which are literally just humans, I mean, they're undead, right? They're just like, plant the humans, whatever, right? But it's still a farm, right? It used to be a farm. Now it's more of like a Forsaken farm, and it's just very unique and unconventional. And that's one of my favorite things to find, is unique and unconventional stuff that you don't normally see in World of Warcraft. So that's why the Sludge Fields are number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Draxora Fields, and the Draxora Fields are it's Draxotra. Oh my god, I've been getting it wrong this whole time. It's Draxotra Fields. It's like The Simpsons, where he's like, I've been calling her Crandall. The Draxotra Fields are Drakari farmlands found southwest of Draxotra and south of the Argent Stand in Zuldrak. And it's actually here where the trolls are planting and harvesting water poppy. But in the grand scheme of things, this is another one of those unique, unconventional types of farms that we don't see very often in World of Warcraft, right? Like there's all this water all over, and there's the big irrigation bridges with the water pouring over the top, and some of it's like sliding down the sides and the little water sled things, I don't know what you call them, and then you have the trolls with the water elementals all over. It's a really cool type of area. And whenever I think of Zuldrak, this is what I think of. I always think of this water poppy field and all the water elementals and the trolls farming it. And I don't know what that says about me. Like, out of everything in Zuldrak, this is what I always think of when I think of Zuldrak. So, I mean, I get it. They got to get their pain meds, right? So either way, that's why the Draxotra Fields are number 5. 4. Number 4 is Dalson's Farm, and Dalson's Farm is located in the Western Plaguelands and used to be called Dalson's Tears. And if you played classic World of Warcraft, I'm sure you remember this farm because this is where you find Mrs. Dalson, who is a wandering skeleton, and after you read her diary, she can drop the key to the outhouse where Farmer Dalson is a ghoul that's trapped. Then, after the Cataclysm, the Scourge have finally been cleared from Dalson's Tears, which has then been renamed Dalson's Farm, and it's actually a pretty nice farm. And yeah, much like earlier with the Uldum farm that I mentioned, this is kind of a cool transformation, but the other way around, where instead of becoming corrupted, you know, it was corrupted and now it's become just like a nice, pristine, normal farm, which is actually, I think, kind of ironic because Cataclysm destroyed everything, right? Like so many things got destroyed or changed, but then this is one of the places that actually got healed up from the Cataclysm. So I think that's kind of fun as well. But yeah, overall, this is a really cool farm. You see it transform over time. It's got some history, and so that's why I decided to put it at number 4. Number 3 is the Saldian Farm, and Saldian's farm is unique in Westfall in that it is the only farm that was never completely overrun by the Defias Brotherhood. However, the Defias Harvest Golems continue to roam the fields, which I'm sure you're familiar with if you've ever quested in Westfall at any point, really ever. And I mean, there's other quests here too. I mean, there's the quest where you have to cluck like a chicken. There's the Westfall Stew quest. I mean, there's a lot of quests revolving around the Saldian Farm. And I wasn't actually thinking of putting this farm that high up on the list, but the more I thought about it, I was like, you know what? A lot of people quest here. A lot of people have nostalgia of Westfall and probably this specific farm, and it does have a lot of history behind it and a lot of lore. In fact, speaking of lore, during the Burning Legion's invasion of Westfall, a bunch of people were enslaved and killed by the Burning Legion, but Farmer Saldian and his wife managed to survive and hide within their home on the Saldian farm. So like, they survived the Burning Legion, they survived the Defias Brotherhood, like, these are the chosen farmers, man. And so anyway, that's why the Saldian's farm is number 3. Number 2 are the farms of Hallowfall, and I didn't really pick any specific Hallowfall farms because I think they're all pretty cool. They're kind of similar in a way, but it's just a really beautiful area with so much farmland, and it's kind of funny because we're underground. Like, when you think of farms and farmland, you never really think of an underground cavern. Like, man, we're going underground. I can't wait to see the farmland down there. Like, that's not really a thing that gets brought up. But to me, you could have put these farms above ground, and I would still love them just as much, because I love the crops that grow here. There's vegetables, there's corn and plants, and like a whole bunch of stuff. They got big windmills, there's scarecrows, like, it's a beautiful farmland. It's all over the place, and there's quests and big area events involving the farms. It's really a great area with so much cool farmland, and I felt like I had to put it on the list. And the more I thought about it, I was like, you know what? These are some really cool farms. I gotta put this high up, and so that's why the Hallowfall farms are number 2. And number 1 is the Heartland located in the Valley of the Four Winds. And when I think of farms, this is my instant go-to. Like, I always come back to the Heartland in the Valley of the Four Winds, and according to this, it is the largest farming land in all of Pandaria. And the land is actually able to produce these large, massive crops due to the magical properties of the nearby water source, which comes from the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. And I always thought that was a really cool concept as well. Like, you have this big magical water source flowing over from the zone next to you, so you're getting these massive carrots and these massive watermelons and stuff. Like, I think that's just really fun. But what also makes it fun is when you have these massive farmlands and massive vegetables, you have massive vermin trying to eat your vegetables, and you have these big springtail vermin just all over the place trying to get at everything. And then obviously, you know, not everything is this massive vegetable farm. There's still animals like sheep and goats and yaks all around, and then there's still like standard farms and stuff like that. But overall, I think the Heartland truly is the best farm and, you know, I guess farmland in World of Warcraft, and so that's why the Heartland is number 1. Number 10 are the mushrooms in the Ghostlands, and this is one of the reasons I love doing pointless top 10, because I find things like this. You know, I didn't even realize these mushrooms were in the game, or if I leveled here back in the day, you know, I kind of just skimmed over them like, whatever. But now going back, I'm like, dude, these mushrooms are actually really cool. They got this neon green glow to them. It contrasts really well with the dark and gloomy atmosphere of the Ghostlands. I mean, which, by the way, nobody really goes to the Ghostlands. People barely went to the Ghostlands back in the day. It was like, if you're leveling a Blood Elf, you go there. Now you don't even have to go there. So they truly have become the Ghostlands, but they really do got some cool mushrooms. I mean, look at those. You know, they got little tiny mushrooms there too, which I'm sure grow up into the big green glowy mushrooms, but I thought these look really cool, like, especially in this shot where it looks like the cobwebs are kind of glowing with the mushrooms. I love that, but that's why the Ghostland mushrooms are number 10. Number 9 are the Bloodbow Fungalmancers, and these are just little mushroom guys located in Drustvar. And I'm pretty sure they're one of the only mushroom creatures in World of Warcraft. They got added in Battle for Azeroth, and, you know, they're a little freaky, but they're kind of cool. I also love the environment they're in. There's a bunch of mushrooms around them. There's spores. There's all these little things. They're big broken trees, which I think are always cool. And I thought this would be a good time for an actual mushroom fact, which is mushrooms are more closely related to humans than they are to plants. In fact, it is believed that the humans and mushrooms share a common ancestor. And I guess in this case, we are very much more related to these weird mushroom guys because they're alive and very angry. It almost makes me wonder if, would mushrooms be this angry in real life if they came to life? Would they be like, you've been walking all over us and eating us, right? And then they just start fighting back? I don't know. Either way, they're pretty cool, and that's why they're number 9. 8. Number 8 are the giant mushrooms in Deep Home, and the giant mushrooms are mushrooms that are taken care of by the stone trog fungalmancers in the Needle Rock Chasm in Deep Home, and they are apparently used to spawn fungal monstrosities that must be destroyed for the quest, Sprout No More. But I really just love these mushrooms because they're just weird. Like, Deep Home is another place like the Ghostlands where you don't really go to, right? And so just seeing these massive mushrooms that are almost like underground trees is just pretty sick to me. And then they even have these little mushroom farms that I guess the Trogs are either growing themselves or protecting the mushrooms with. I don't know, it's just really cool. I also love the glow of the mushrooms, and it turns out there's actually a reason in real life why mushrooms glow in the dark, and they say there are around 70 species of ghostly bioluminescent fungi. It's believed they glow in the dark as a way to attract insects to spread their spores. So there actually is a reason why they glow in the dark. I don't know if that's why they glow in World of Warcraft. Obviously, it's not real, but that's pretty cool. And that's why the giant mushrooms are number 8. 7. Number 7 is Battersnoosh, and Battersnoosh is a Fungarian located in the Terrace of Crafters in Dazara lore. And even though he is pretty much one of the fungal guys we saw earlier, this guy is much more friendly. He actually has a list of mushrooms that he sells to you. He sells you Battersnoosh's Toadstool, which I don't know if he just took those and then put his name on it. It's a little weird. No moral truffles, an herbalist spade to dig up stuff, and then the Forgotten Techniques of Zandalar, which allows you to relearn any herbalism techniques you learned, but then switch professions and need to relearn them. So in actuality, he only sells you 2 mushrooms. I thought there was like a big list of mushrooms. It's actually just 2. He also has his 2 friends nearby. There's Rootsoosh and there's also Snooftoo. I also love that the area that they're standing in has also got some mushrooms around it. Like the mushrooms are growing on the wall and they got the mushrooms growing out of the plant container things. Either way, it's really cool. So I like these guys. I like their little area, and that's why they're number 7. 6. Number 6 is Zangarmarsh, and I feel like you had to know Zangarmarsh was going to be on this list. It is literally an entire zone of mushrooms, so I couldn't just pick one. I was like, we might as well just do the entire zone, right? And there are some cool mushrooms in Zangarmarsh. I mean, they've probably got some of the biggest mushrooms in the game, if not the biggest. I mean, there's a literal city or, town built on one of these mushrooms. You have, the purple ones, the orange glowy ones. You got some kind of aqua glowy ones. Just, there's so many varieties of mushrooms here. You have the little glow cap and fire cap mushrooms. You have some that are, I have no idea what they are, but they're there. You even have the Deadmire with all these dying and dead mushrooms laying around. I didn't realize how awesome the Deadmire actually is until I went back and looked at it. It almost gives me like Mushroom Plaguelands vibes, and I like that more than the actual Eastern and Western Plaguelands, to be honest. So overall, just a fantastic zone. One of my favorites in World of Warcraft, and it's got a lot of mushrooms, and that's why it's number 6. 5. Number 5 are the mushrooms at the Crimson Expanse, which is a location in the upper shelf of Deep Home. Its name derives from all the red giant mushrooms that grow there, including the purple rocks, which have been colored by the fungi. And apparently it is the stone trogs who are growing them as some sort of weapon against the other earth elementals in Deep Home. Somehow the mushrooms are able to transform the elementals into creatures identical to fungal giants. So we had the giant mushrooms in Deep Home earlier. Now we have the red giant mushrooms, but this area is just beautiful. You have these big crystal tree mountains. Like, I really love what they did with this because it's like an underground crystal mountain, but they gave it almost like rock roots. I don't know if it's like actual roots, but it's like these red rock roots you can see there kind of growing outward. And then they're growing up into the ceiling where these almost jellyfish-like things are dangling from up there. It's just a really beautiful area, even if it is being used to grow weapons to fight earth elementals. So I guess they are being used for warfare, but it is World of Warcraft, so that's why the Crimson Expanse is number 5. 4. Number 4 is the Whispering Forest mushrooms in Tirisful Glades, and this one's pretty crazy. So pretty much near the center of the forest is a mysterious ring of giant mushrooms glowing with some sort of strange energy. A cloud of mist hovers over the circle, and the circle sits glowing and otherwise unremarkable for hours on end. But every now and again, the fairy dragons begin to appear one by one, flying erratically in the general area of the mushroom ring. They then begin to sing, and as they sing, beams of light shine from each darter, converging on the center of the mushroom ring. The other animals of the glen come to watch, curious about what's going on, and as suddenly as the mysterious ritual starts, it stops. So this is pretty crazy, and I learned that this is actually a common thing in a lot of European folklore because fairy rings are like a real thing where a bunch of mushrooms grow in a big circle. I didn't even know it was a real thing, but I guess it makes sense. You can go look it up on Wikipedia if you want. There's a whole bunch of stuff on it. But in terms of actual WoW lore, there's a whole bunch of speculation. There's the fairy dragons might be trying to heal the forest from old god corruption. There's speculation this is where the High Elves first landed in the Eastern Kingdoms. There's speculation that this is tied into the Emerald Dream in some way. There's a whole bunch of stuff, but nobody really knows. But what I do know is this place is pretty cool, and these are some cool mushrooms, and that's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 is the Crimson Fen, and the Crimson Fen is a fungal swamp in southeastern Gorgrond. According to Wowpedia, something sinister is spreading from the heart of the fen, a disease that spreads by infecting unfortunate Draenei and orcs via spores, driving them insane. In the main timeline, the Crimson Fen was swallowed when Draenor was torn apart by nether magics. So the first thing this reminded me of is those crazy mushrooms in real life that like infected ants and turned them into zombies, and then like mushrooms grew out of their head. You know, crazy shit. Really happened. Kind of freaky. But what I really love about this place is it feels like a blood-corrupted Zanger marsh. You know what I mean? Like everything's very red and orange, but you still have these big giant mushrooms with everything hanging from them, and a large variety of fungi just growing around on the floor. In fact, this zone is what inspired me to do pointless top 10 mushrooms. I remember seeing this on the map and being like, yo, there's like a bunch of mushrooms on the map. That's weird. And then I went and saw this and I was like, yo, this is awesome. And so that's why the Crimson Fen is number 3. 2. Number 2 is Zangara, and I'm not gonna lie, I picked Zangara just because I like it a lot. I love the colors here. I love the blues and the greens and the aquatic feel to it. There's like the water shimmer with the light reflecting going on all over. There's the mushrooms dripping with water. It's beautiful. So Zangara is a secluded cove off the Tannin Channel between Talador and the Tannin Jungle, and the cove serves as the base of operations of the Kirin Tor in Draenor and has several wards and arcane elementals standing guard. Khadgar is also here. But the main thing is, I just think this place is beautiful. Like, it just feels like this aquatic jungle forest, well, underwater jungle forest, I guess. There's waterfalls. The mushrooms themselves are all different in various ways. Some are glowing, some are sideways, some are, you know, looking like jellyfish. I don't even know if they are jellyfish just hooked onto a plant. I don't even know, but I just love this place. It's very aesthetically pleasing. If you look under the mushrooms, it almost looks like they could be houses, like they got little windows in them, but I don't think they actually are. But who knows? Maybe there's tiny little mushroom people living in there. It's just a beautiful area that's just hidden away, and I had to put it on this list, and that's why it's number 2. 1. And number 1 is my favorite mushroom and probably the best thing to come out of Shadowlands. It is Marasmius. Marasmius is a sentient mushroom whose heart is in the fungal terminus that extends throughout Ardenweld through the roots of each dream tree, serving as the transport network for the Night Fae Covenant. He is the origin of all mushrooms of Ardenweld and perhaps all of Shadowlands. Though technically he exists across all of Ardenweld, underneath Ardenweld, and pieces of Ardenweld that broke off, he appears normally in the ring or the fungal terminus in the stalks. But aside from that, he's just a chunky old wrinkly mushroom guy, and I love that. In fact, when you think about it, this guy's kind of a mushroom god. He literally is the origin of all mushrooms in Ardenweld and maybe Shadowlands, and on top of that, he's everywhere all at once? Well, this guy sounds like a mushroom god. In fact, a bit of a callback to earlier, he is named after the Marasmius genus of fungi, which are the mushrooms that form the fairy rings we talked about earlier. So he might actually be tied into some god stuff. Who knows? And that's why he's number 1. 10. Number 10 is Meg Morris, and Meg Morris is a human located on an isolated beach in Stormsong Valley wearing a Murloc suit. And right next to Meg are 3 lost tadpoles, so I would assume that Meg is kind of adopting these tadpoles, taking them in, protecting them, and being the mother that they currently don't have. Maybe she got killed by some random adventurers or some random creatures out here, whatever it is. It appears that the lost tadpoles have now kind of attached to her and they're just kind of standing here. There's no quest here. There's just some piles of treasure, and that's it. Now, interesting enough, Meg actually used to be in Borealis with the tadpoles, and they would be in the Trade Winds market, but I guess after the alpha or the beta, they decided to move her out to Stormsong Valley on the beach and put her in a Murloc suit. I also read on Wowhead that this is the location of a pebble to obtain the secret battle pet ball, and the facing of this NPC acts like a compass to the hidden tunnel, so that might have been intentional, that might have just been a coincidence, who knows. But what I do know is she's taking care of these lost tadpoles, and that's pretty nice, so that's why I put her at number 10. 9. Number 9 is Ninciana. Ninciana is a night elf who used to sell relics in Dalaran, and she's still there, but she can't really sell you any more relics. So she says, "I'm very sorry, but I no longer have relics to sell you. Their magic seems to have extinguished. Perhaps I'll go into dancing full time now. It would be a nice change of pace." And so then if you type /dance with her, she will say, "Not bad, though some additional schooling wouldn't hurt. Here, watch my hips, like so." And she actually just starts dancing. And so I decided to put Ninciana on this list for a few reasons, one of which is she is very polite for somebody that completely lost their entire purpose in this game. You know what I mean? Like, she used to just be a relic vendor. Now they just don't work, like they don't exist anymore. And she's like, "Yeah, it is what it is, but I got dancing, at least that's something." And so when you actually dance with her, she teaches you how to dance. Like, she didn't have to do that at all. She could have been like, "Get out of here, idiot," but she didn't. And she also has that cute red panda with a bow on top of the cabinet or whatever that is. So that's why I decided to put Ninciana at number 9. 8. Number 8 are Orphan Matron Battle Whale, Mercy, and Nightingale, all located in different spots, but they all run orphanages. And so Orphan Matron Mercy in Shatrath is like, "The conflicts in Outlander deadlier than I've ever seen, and their most tragic victims are the children that are left behind." And then Orphan Matron Battle Whale in Orgrimmar says, "There are costs with war, rogue, ones often overlooked. These costs are orphans, children who have lost their parents to the far too numerous conflicts that rage across Azeroth." And then Orphan Matron Nightingale pretty much says the exact same thing as Orphan Matron Battle Whale, but just says that the Alliance takes time to give something back to these innocents. This time is called Children's Week, while Orphan Matron Battle Whale says the exact same thing, but says Horde instead of Alliance. So it's a little weird that they say the exact same thing, but I doubt Blizzard cares or is going to go back and change the Orphan Matron dialogue. Although maybe they will. Maybe for Children's Week. That'd be pretty cool. But either way, I had to put all the Orphan Matrons on this list. Like, clearly these are some of the nicest people in the World of Warcraft. They're taking in orphans and raising them up, so that's why I put them at number 8. 7. Number 7 are Zari the Kind and Olisara the Kind. And if you couldn't figure it out, they're on this list because they both have the Kind in their name. And so Zari the Kind is a representative of the Golden Lotus, and she's sent to the Shrine of 7 Stars to help enlist the Alliance aid. But outside of that, there's not too much else. She has some dialogue about helping the Golden Lotus or defending the Veil, but that's really about it. So we just kind of have to take their word for it that she really is kind because it's in her name. On the other side, Olisara the Kind is a high elf first aid trainer located in Dalaran, and she's actually the bandage trainer, and she's helping to heal a bunch of injured Dalaran citizens. In fact, I didn't even know this. She was planned to have been associated with the scrapped first aid faction of the First Responders, which I actually do think that's a cool concept for a faction, like a medical first aid type of faction, but I can see why it was removed. It feels like there wouldn't be that much to do with it, but I don't know. Maybe it's something to revisit in the future. Either way, that's why Zari the Kind and Olisara the Kind are number 7. 6. Number 6 is Scroll Sage Nola, and Scroll Sage Nola is a Tortolan located all over the place. She's in Stormsong Valley, Dazara Lore, Zandalar, and probably some other spots. And in Dragonflight, she can be found at the Algathar Academy. But of course, Scroll Sage Nola is most famous for the quest, "A Turtle Made It to the Water," where you help the turtles make it to the water, and she goes, "A turtle made it to the water." And Scroll Sage Nola just truly gives off the most stereotypical loving grandma vibe. She's always like, "The adventurers are so polite these days. Why aren't you a spry young thing?" It just feels like she's gonna bake you some cookies, knit you a sweater, and like tell you some fun old stories. But sadly, I did read that Marianne Stroessner, who is the voice actress for Scroll Sage Nola, passed away in April of 2023. So I hope she rests in peace, and I know that Scroll Sage Nola will live on forever. And so that's why She's number 6. 5. Number 5 is TechBot, and TechBot is a crowd pummeler near the workshop door in Gnomeregan in Dunmurrow. And so TechBot was actually a reference to Blizzard tech support. So his abilities were lag, BattleNet, summon, dupe bug, and patch. And so TechBot has some unbelievable quotes. He has, "People think I like corn dogs, but actually they give me indigestion. Remember, if you harass the rep or spam the channel, your account may be kicked, banned, or worse. There is no cow level. Really, I repeat, there is no cow level. Well, maybe there is. When the rep is talking to you, he will start each line with your name. If you don't see your name, he's not yet speaking to you. TechBot is sensitive and those words hurt my ears. Please be nice to me. I just want to help. I love you too. If you have been muted or have questions about the muting-unmuting process, please visit Zzz. You are welcome. Have a nice day." And the only reason I didn't put TechBot higher on the list is he will fight you, he will attack you, and he actually got removed in Cataclysm. So I think they need to bring TechBot back, put him in a city, make it so he doesn't fight anybody, and he just gives you fun, helpful advice. And that's why TechBot is number 5. 4. Number 4 is Ukor, and Ukor is an orc peon located by the path east of the Valley of Trials in Durotar. And I always remember Ukor as the guy that had the quest I had to pick up before I went to Razor Hill. You'd be like, oh, he's got the loaf of bread, I pick up the quest, I take the food to Razor Hill, cool, right? I never really read the quest or paid much attention to it. But when you actually read the quest, he's like, "Excuse me, can you help? I have a load of food here. I walked along the road and braved scorpions and spiders and worse. I brought the food to the Valley of Trials because I thought they needed it and I like to help out. But they don't need any of the food. Now I have to take it back to Razor Hill and I'm afraid of all the beasts along the way. Can you take it for me? I'm just a peon, but you're a hero. You fear nothing. Take it to the innkeeper, Grosk, at the Razor Hill Inn. Thank you." And so this orc was like, I'm gonna bring some food to the heroes at the Valley of Trials, and he brought the food down, he braved the spiders and the scorpions and worse, and he makes it here, and they're like, we don't need food, and then he's like, ah, geez, I don't want to go back, and it's kind of sad, because like, he's just trying to be a nice guy, and you know what? He's like, you're a hero, I'm not a hero, but you know what? You are a hero, Ukor. And he did get removed in Cataclysm, so he's not in the game anymore, but bring him back! And that's why he's number 4. 3. Number 3 is Lorewalker Cho, and Lorewalker Cho is the leader of the Pandaren Lorewalkers, which are a Pandaren faction bent on exploring the world, finding stories, artifacts, and relics to fill out their libraries. And to me, Lorewalker Cho just seems like he would be one of the nicest people in World of Warcraft. Like, he's always just seeking out knowledge, he's trying to, like, help everybody, right? Like, he did story time. I mean, listen, at the 20-year anniversary, every, like, was it 30 minutes, you would have story time, and Lorewalker Cho would come out and he would tell his stories, and he had to do that non-stop for months. For months, he would go on that stage and tell the same, like, 3 stories over and over every half hour. If you thought you got tired of it after a few weeks or a few days, he had to do it for months, and he did it. On top of that, he helps guide you through the Mogushan vaults, and he's got, like, so many other quests. I think he's got over 100 quests in World of Warcraft, so Lorewalker Cho, I think one of the nicest NPCs in the game, and that's why he's number 3. 2. Number 2 is Myloon, and Myloon is a forest nymph located at various spots all around Azeroth. And Myloon is on this list because she deeply loves and cares for all the animals in World of Warcraft. In fact, one of the most visible signs of this is at the Druid class hall in Legion. And Myloon is surrounded by her animal friends. You've got squirrels and rabbits and deer, and she is just sobbing. She is crying uncontrollably. The tears are just pouring out of her eyes, and it's because Ursoc himself was being attacked by the Emerald Nightmare, and he called forth his defenders, and she was one of them, and they weren't able to save him, and so she's just in this depression or this just state of sadness, and she's just sobbing with her animals. Myloon also appears at your garrison in Draenor and asks you to help P-Chick hatchlings in Everbloom, and then she also showed up at BFA on Mechagon because she is said to have heard the teeny tiny animals all the way from afar. And so it's clear that Myloon is definitely one of the nicest NPCs in World of Warcraft, and that's why she's number 2. 1. And number 1 is Winston the Intellectual, and Winston is a rune bear found with the studious saber-toothed cubs in the Eye of Ysera in the Emerald Dream. And if you talk to Winston, he says, "Apologies, I left my tuxedo at my residence, but it is a joy to greet a fellow being of culture. I am merely educating my fellow brethren on the theory of magics and spiritual concepts of the dream. If you get the chance, you should ask for my friend, WoW, for their opinion on the matter. It is truly quite fascinating. And so for me, there's a few reasons why Winston is the nicest NPC. I mean, first, he's a very classy individual, all right? He left his tuxedo at his residence and he apologizes, but he's got his glasses, he's reading a book, and he's reading a book to the children to help them grow up wiser and more intellectual. And to me, it just feels like he's the old wizard guy in fantasy books that helps lead the main character on the right path to do good and to defeat evil. And that's why I was like, it just feels like Winston's number one. And so that's why I decided to put him at number 1. 10. Number 10 is the Corcoran Lumberyard, and the Corcoran Lumberyard is located in the Northern Barrens just below Ashenvale. And this area was actually added in Mists of Pandaria, and it says here that the Corcoran have unleashed shredders to gather lumber for the Corcoran war effort. Following the defeat of the Corcoran master, Garrosh Hellscream, the camp was then left deserted. And so when I was researching places that weren't visited very often in World of Warcraft, I was finding things like Stone Talon and Desolus, and those are alright, but I like to find the weird offshoot things. Not that I couldn't put those on the list, but I prefer to find things like this. And so when I was flying to go to Stone Talon, I was like, dude, Corcoran Lumberyard? What is this place? And I realized I've just never really stopped and looked around this location. Like, I've definitely flown over it before, but I was never like, yo, I need to go down there and walk around. And now when I finally did, I was like, this place is crazy. Like, I've never seen anybody here. I don't think there's any quests here. And if there were quests here, it seems like they would have been in Mists of Pandaria or all the way back then, and now there's nothing. I did see some mentions of Battlefield Barrens, which was a world event back in patch 5.3, so that's probably the last time this place was relevant. Also, I just sounded like a goat. I don't know how I did that. I was like, last, and I don't even think I could do it again, but the Corcoran Lumberyard is definitely one of the least visited places in World of Warcraft, and that's why it's number 10. 9. Number 9 is Fate's End, and Fate's End is an uninhabited island off the western coast of Stormsong Valley. And there's good reason that there's nobody going to this place, and it's because there's really nothing to do here. There's one quest here, and it's part of an alliance quest chain back from Battle for Azeroth. And so the quest that actually sends you on is called Fate's End, and it tells you to search for signs of Jaina. And the quest description says, Fate's End is a place in turmoil. The sea is froth, the air cracks with thunder. We tried to settle there once, but each settlement disappeared into the mists, every soul never to be seen again. The island did not want inhabitants. Now we send our most vile exiles there. They never return, and no one knows why. Should we find and recover Jaina, she will be the first. I hope we are not too late. And so yeah, not only is it an island that's not very visited by any World of Warcraft players, but it's really not even visited by anybody in the game, lore-wise. In fact, there's a ghost here named Lost Sailor, and it says, the Lost Sailor regards you critically. You should not be here. And then if you click, I'm ready to leave Fate's End, it just warps you away. And so yeah, I think this is definitely one of the least visited places in World of Warcraft. And if you do visit it, they try to get you out real quick. And so that's why it's number 9. 8. Number 8 is Sardor Isle, and Sardor Isle is an island located west of mainland Feralis, north of the now sunken Isle of Dread. And I'm sure a lot of people remember various areas that were damaged by the Cataclysm, places like Booty Bay, or places like the Badlands, or places like Ashenvale, right? But not many people remember Sardor Isle, and this used to be where Feathermoon Stronghold was located back in Classic WoW, so a lot of Alliance players probably remember this place, but post-Cataclysm, it was all destroyed. They moved Feathermoon Stronghold to the actual Feralis coast, and now this is just a place that has been overrun by Naga and various other creatures. Now, I will say, there are some quests here, so it's not like this is a completely barren area, right? There's the Battle of Sardor, where you help the Night Elves, like, fight away the Naga here, but let's be real, nobody's doing retail WoW Cataclysm quests to level up anymore. They're just not, all right? So, I mean, these places are pretty much deserted. And so when I was looking around for places nobody goes to, I just saw this island, and I was like, man, like, even back in the day, it would just be like some Alliance going here. And now post-Cataclysm, like, there's nobody going here. Even if they are leveling, they probably just skip over this area. So I decided to put it on the list, and that's why it's number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Crystal Song Forest, and the Crystal Song Forest is located in Northrend. And I'm sure there's going to be some people that are like, Crendor, Dalaran's in the Crystal Song Forest, and technically people go there all the time. However, I'm mainly talking about the actual zone, like the ground floor, right? Like the trees and the crystal trees and all the mountains and the hills here and the ruins and stuff like that. Like, we're talking about the actual zone, especially the eastern half of the Crystal Song Forest. And I mean, even back in Wrath of the Lich King, people didn't really go to the Crystal Song Forest all that often except to go to Dalaran, and so now there's even less people here. And it says here that Crystal Song Forest is notoriously empty in comparison to other Northrend zones and scarce on quests except for those from the Argent Tournament. This is because the Argent tournament was originally supposed to reside here, but these plans were changed because it would be too close to Dalaran, which ended up being a greater resource hog than Blizzard anticipated. And it kind of sucks, because I actually think the Crystal Song Forest is a really cool zone. Like, all these cool looking trees, and the ground is all purple and blue, and like, it's actually a really cool area, but it kind of just got the short end of the stick. But either way, that's why the Crystal Song Forest is number 7. 6. Number 6 is Wintergrasp, and Wintergrasp is located in Northrend as its own zone, which is always kind of weird that there's just this massive zone of Wintergrasp, which used to actually be relevant because back in the day, you would go here for the big Wintergrasp battleground that would occur, and you would take part in this big Alliance versus Horde thing, and everybody's fighting, everybody's beating each other up. The winner got to go into the Vault of Archivon and do the raid bosses in there. You got access to numerous different quests and different types of PvP stuff. It was just really cool, and then it became meaningless. Now, don't get me wrong, we actually do still have Wintergrasp in the game, just as its own epic battleground, and not actually its own zone. And that's what brings us to the actual zone of Wintergrasp. It is really weird because nobody goes here anymore. There's really no reason to go here, and then you can still get dismounted here because it'll be like, Wintergrasp is starting up, and it just dismounts you or doesn't allow you to fly, and it's like, dude, like, nobody's here, just let me fly around. And it honestly gives me this really eerie vibe, because it's like everybody has all these memories of being here. In fact, you could have a memory from earlier that day of fighting in Wintergrasp, but then you come to the zone and it's just so barren and lifeless, and it's just, I don't know, it's just kind of unsettling. And so that's why I decided to put it at number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Forbidden Reach, and the Forbidden Reach is an island located off the coast of the Dragon Isles. And I will say part of the zone is the starting zone for the Drakthir, so I'm not really talking about that area. I'm talking about the entire rest of the Forbidden Reach. In fact, you would actually think that reaching this place is forbidden. Da-doop, bang. Sorry, let's move on. But there's really like nobody here. I think the only people that would come here are like for transmogs or maybe like mounts and stuff. And even then, you rarely see anybody here. I mean, even while looking around and scouting everything and seeing everything, I found literally 0 players. And I think that is kind of one of the problems when you add these big mini zones for patches, places like Undermine or the Zaralek Caverns and all this stuff, is like after the patch, nobody really comes back here. And sure, you know, occasionally you'll find a player here too, depending on if there's like a mount or a transmog you can get, but it really is just these big zones that get designed for one patch, and then you never see anybody there again. And it's a shame, because there's actually a lot of cool stuff here. There's Tuskar fishing, there's big mountains and a bunch of trees, there's animal life all over the place. It's honestly a really cool zone, but nobody's here. So maybe in the future, they'll start reusing some of these old zones for things like holidays or storylines or just, you know, really anything. It would be just cool to go back to some of these places that have a bunch of design and effort put into them that have nobody there. So either way, that's why the Forbidden Reach is number 5. 4. Number 4 is Tol Barad, and Tol Barad, much like Wintergrasp, was designed to be an open world PvP battleground, but it didn't really go that well. In fact, it went worse than Wintergrasp. In fact, I remember playing Cataclysm and playing Tol Barad and just being like, I just don't really like this. Now, I will say there are some people that say they did like Tol Barad, and that's fine, but this is more about how nobody goes here anymore, right? Just like Wintergrasp, it used to have a bunch of players during that expansion, and then people just stopped playing it. However, this is even worse because now with Wintergrasp being in the battleground rotation, Tol Barad isn't even in that. They were just like, dude, just get rid of it. Don't even put this in the epic battleground rotation. It's not worth it. And you know, even though I didn't really like Tol Barad, the battleground area, the Tol Barad Peninsula where it takes place is actually really cool. There's a bunch of ghosts all over the place. There's Tauren that are going fishing. There's like a bunch of destroyed buildings. There's a bunch of spiders. There's some really cool bridges. Like, it's got some cool stuff there. The only thing it doesn't have is an actual reason to go here. In fact, it's not even a real peninsula. It says here that it's composed of 2 big islands separated by a small channel, but it's not actually a peninsula, so it's also a lie. But either way, that's why Tol Barad is number 4. 3. Number 3 is this big piece of land located right above Icecrown and right below Hrothgar's Landing. And I was actually going to put Hrothgar's Landing here, and I was like, you know, this makes sense. Not many people go to Hrothgar's Landing. And then I saw this, and I was like, actually, what's a place that people go less than Hrothgar's Landing? Probably this big piece of land with a bunch of penguins on it right next to Hrothgar's Landing. Not only that, but on another little island right near there is this little house with a bunch of fish outside, and there's some enemy NPCs walking around. I don't even know if they have any purpose. I couldn't find any, but I thought that was also pretty cool, and another place that not many people go. Although there is like a summoning portal thing there, so I don't know, maybe there is a quest for this and it's like related to a specific class or something. I don't know. I couldn't find anything. But yeah, I just thought this was really cool. cool. Like, genuinely, I don't think anybody goes here. There's just a bunch of penguins. Like, nothing else is here. It's just a big piece of land with penguins scattered all about. And you know what? They're probably happy here. They're probably glad that nobody comes here. They're just chilling, having a good time. So that's why the area below Hrothgar's Landing and above Icecrown is number 3. Number 2 is the Molten Front, and the Molten Front was a daily quest zone located in the Firelands. However, to get to the Molten Front, you actually had to go to Hyjal and then warp there through a portal. And so not only is this place annoying to get to, but flying mounts also don't work here, like in the other areas of Firelands, due to the dense superheated air, which was first mentioned while in the Firelands hatchery. Then, of course, we add in the fact that the Molten Front was mainly relevant in Cataclysm, so it's extremely unrelevant anymore. Wait, unrelevant? Irrelevant. It should be irrelevant, right? Is unrelevant even a word? I don't even know. Irrelevant. Anyway, you add all these different elements together, right? You make it really difficult to get to this place. You make it really difficult to navigate this place. And there's no real reason to even come here, right? Because it's like from Cataclysm, and pretty much everything you could get from back then, most people have already gotten or just don't care about. And that really makes the perfect concoction of a place that would have nobody there. In fact, if I saw somebody here, I would be confused. Like, why is this person here? Are they filming some sort of pointless top 10 list? Like, what are they doing? So either way, that's why the Molten Front is number 2. And number 1 is the Exodar. And I decided to put the Exodar at number 1 for a few reasons. Because there's, you know, you can make arguments for the other things on the list being at number 1, especially a place like the Molten Front, right? But to me, the Exodar is number 1 because it is a massive city. Like, this is supposed to be one of the major hubs of the World of Warcraft. And it's just completely barren because it's difficult to get to. The actual city design is a little inconvenient. Really the only people that go here are like mages, because you could just warp here and be like, cool, and walk around. In fact, that's what I used to do on my mage. Sometimes I would just port to the Exodar and be like, yo, this is pretty neat. In fact, I remember back in the day, people used to meme all the time about how empty and barren the Exodar was and how nobody goes to the Exodar. The other bad part about the Exodar is you cannot fly here, so you have to use your ground mount, and the only other place like that is Silvermoon City, which is currently getting reworked and is gonna be a brand new city where you can fly. And so yeah, overall, I feel really bad for the Exodar, because I do think it's a cool location and it's a pretty cool city, but it's definitely one of the least popular areas in the entire World of Warcraft, especially nowadays. So that's why the Exodar is number 1. Number 10 is the fireplace in the Horde Inn in Dalaran. It's a pretty cool fireplace, but it's almost like the Horde just took one of those big fire pits they have all over and just put it in a fireplace frame. You know what I mean? And then they just threw a big turkey over it. At least I think it's a turkey. Which, by the way, that is a massive turkey. Look at that thing. That thing is as big as like an orc. Maybe bigger than an orc. I want to see where those turkeys are in the game. Like, has anybody even seen those? I don't even know. Also, somebody like smashed that beer mug over there. Listen, they have some crazy times over here. But either way, I think, you know, it's an all right fireplace. You know, it's a makeshift fireplace, and that's why it's number 10. Number 9 is the Blue Recluse. Recluse? I don't know how you say it, but it has the only fireplace I found in Stormwind, unless I completely missed one, which is always possible. But the main inn didn't have a fireplace, which I was like, that's kind of weird. So then I found this one, and reading more about it, the Blue Recluse is a tavern in the Mage Quarter of Stormwind City. And apparently it's known around the world for its classy atmosphere. And while not being mentioned by the guards as being one of the most popular inns, it has the most reputation in the entire city. Many hunters come here for a drink, just like Hemet Nessingwary. He came here once and told a story to Flint Broadshot of how he found himself guarding 3 frost saber cubs from unscrupulous human hunters in Winterspring, which earned him his fame. Thazarian, I don't even know. The first Death Knight to rejoin the Alliance also came here to have an ale as soon as he spoke with King Varian. So wow, look at that. Everybody coming to this inn or this tavern to have a drink. Although they're serving up, I guess, rotten meat, apparently. With all the flies flying around it. Also, the fireplace doesn't have a chimney. It's walled off. So maybe everybody's like coming here and having a good time, but they're just getting high off carbon monoxide fumes. Who knows? Either way, that's number 9. 8. Number 8 is the Roasted Ram Fireplace, which is the tavern in Val'sharah that you've probably been inside since, you know, it's new, it's Dragonflight, all that stuff. Unless you're watching this years from now, in which case it's not new. But I think the cool part about this is, I don't know if that's actually ram that's being roasted. I would assume that it is because the name. But it's a different type of fireplace. It's almost like a fire pit, and there's like magical elements involved. You know what I mean? Like the actual hunk of meat is like floating up and down. You've got the two swirling halos of fire kind of helping to roast the meat in different spots as it floats. And then you've got the fire pit down below it. And then the actual framing of the fireplace, which is really cool. It's this giant, you know, kind of dragon mouth looking thing, because you get the two teeth by the panda chef right there. At least I think they're teeth, I would imagine, because, you know, dragons. So I just said imagine dragon. Okay, I'm sorry. Either way, I think this is a cool fire pit place, whatever you want to call it. But having said all that, I do think this fireplace is a little too unconventional or simplistic for me. I don't know why. It feels that way. I mean, maybe on someone else's list this would be higher, but I was like, hey, you know what? I think, you know, I think this is, you know, probably around 7 or 8. So I decided to put it at 8. And, you know, it's still a good fireplace, don't get me wrong, but I think there are some better ones. So that's number 8. 7. Number 7 is the fireplace in the Alliance Garrison. One of the good things to actually come from garrisons. It's a pretty nice fireplace. You know, it's a nice cozy room. You got the windows on each side. You got the big Alliance shield up on the mantle with a couple pictures or frame things. And the stones are really cool all around it. Like, it's a really nice, cozy fireplace. My only kind of gripe with it is it does have that same thing I mentioned earlier with the Horde, where it feels like the Alliance just took a bonfire and put it in the fireplace instead of kind of, you know, throwing a bunch of logs in there. But that's like kind of nitpicking it, you know. It's still a fireplace, right? But overall, you know, it's your standard cozy fireplace with some cool framing outside of it, and I think it's neat, but there's not much else to be said about it. So that's number 7. 6. Number 6 is the Borealis fireplace, and I picked the Borealis fireplace because I think it really does encapsulate the theme and aesthetic of Borealis very well. You know, I mean, for the most part, it's a fireplace, right? You got those big stones, you got the mantle, you got the fire, but you know, you have so many things around it. You have the anchor right above the fireplace. You have the wheel on the wall next to it. You have the fish on the wall next to it. You have the little logs. Well, I guess they're normal logs, not really little logs. The normal logs with the fire tongs that you're getting ready to throw another log into the fire, which is a really nice touch. You don't see it a lot of other fireplaces around Azeroth or World of Warcraft, and obviously it's inside of an inn, so it's a very cozy fireplace, because I feel like every time it's inside of an inn, it just has that cozy vibe to it, you know what I mean? And one of the most important things is that it has a chimney. There is an actual area for the smoke to rise up, and nobody in here is getting carbon monoxide poisoning. So there might not be any wacky Hemet Nessingwary stories or Death Knight ales or whatever it was, but you know what? Nobody's gonna die. At least not of carbon monoxide. 5. Number 5 is the Wildhammer Keep fireplace, and I just love the aesthetic of this fireplace. I mean, you're in this big dwarven keep. You've got, you know, a bunch of chairs where they're just sitting around talking. You've got TNT, you've got guns, you've got beer kegs, you've got empty bottles of who knows what. You got anvils with hammers. You got a book. You got lock boxes. You've got these big iron beams that are kind of framing the fireplace with the underground rock style in the background. It's just really cool, man. I love it so much. And then you actually have way up top these animal heads on plaques, like the boars and the deer, and it's just, you know, in this big spacious area. So I just really like the style of this fireplace area and the fireplace itself. And you know, nothing crazy, but I think it's pretty cool. That's why it's number 5. 4. Number 4 is the Goldshire Inn fireplace, or I guess the Lion's Pride Inn fireplace, and this is just a classic. Literally a classic, for its classic WoW. And I think it's one of the most notorious fireplaces in World of Warcraft. Like, when people think of World of Warcraft fireplaces, I think a lot of minds go right to this one, right? You think, oh, I'm in the Goldshire Inn. That big red brick fireplace, which this is during Winter's Veil, so we got all the stockings up there. You got the You know, mistletoe, which I never realized is above the Christmas or Winter's Veil NPCs. It's a classic. What else can I say? I mean, I think when the Hearthstone Tavern guy is like, come in and sit by the fire, or whatever he says, I think he's actually just talking about this fire. I mean, you can even see the Hearthstone table right here, so it would add up. The only thing is, if you look inside this fireplace, much like the Blue Recluse or whatever, it is walled off, so there is no chimney. Even if there's a chimney up top, it's fake. No smoke coming out of that. The smoke is all staying in here, and there is carbon monoxide all over this place, which maybe does explain why so many interesting things happen at the Goldshire Inn. And that's number 4. 3. Number 3 is a fireplace that I don't think a lot of people know about. I know I didn't know about it. And it is the Fort Dalen fireplace, which is in the Stormsong Valley, and it's not even lit. So it's a little weird, but it has this big kraken on the mantle of the fireplace, and there's just no logs in it. There's these candlesticks next to it, which are really cool. It's like these 2 krakens holding a candle in each tentacle, and I mean, aesthetically, this fireplace is just awesome. And I would love if this fireplace got lit. I think it would look really cool if it was lit, but I mean, listen, just because it's a fireplace doesn't mean the fire has to be on. You know what I'm saying? And obviously, this is one of the coolest fireplaces, I think, in World of Warcraft. I legit didn't know this existed. All right? Like, I needed to get like 1 or 2 more fireplaces for the list. And I was like, I'm like looking all over, man, and I can't find many fireplaces. And then there was one in another Stormsong Valley place, and I was like, this one's pretty cool in an inn. And then I just flew down here, and I was like, what? This is, oh my god. And the crazy part, there's actually 2 of these. There's one on one side and one on the other. So there's 2 of these crazy Kraken fireplaces, and I couldn't really find any information on it. So if you know any information, or if this is part of like an Alliance quest line I never did or something, let me know, because even the building it's by, look, those big tentacle things right next to it, it's really cool. So that's why it's number 3. 2. Number 2 is this fireplace I found in southern Gilneas that, again, I didn't even really know existed. I guess maybe because I don't level many Worgans, I don't know, but just the fire itself is really cool. It's got this intense kind of glowing effect. The framing of it, there's this cool beast stone thing. I don't know what it is, but it's just a stone beast that frames it. There's cool tapestry up top with the wooden beams. Like, everything about this place is just so aesthetically pleasing and kind of a little bit eerie in a way, but still kind of cozy. I don't know. It's kind of cool. There's skulls on the wall. The cauldron is obviously in there. So I really love this fireplace, and I didn't know where to put it, and it just kept growing on me. And at a point, I was like, you know what? This belongs in like the top 5. And I was like, you know what? I think I'm gonna put this at number 2, because I mean, I love this fireplace, man. It's so cool. It's so unique. You know, even that art on the wall there, the beach art, I think it is. I don't know what that is. I don't even remember seeing that anywhere. I think that's another kind of unique Worgen-esque piece of art, but I really love this place. I think it's really cool, and I think it's deserving of number 2. 1. And number 1 is the Thunder Brew Distillery in Kharanos, because it has not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4, no, 5 fireplaces. That's right. This place has 5 fireplaces, although I think 2 of them are kind of like similar to the other ones, but it doesn't matter. Because this place has easily the most fireplaces per square inch, I think, in World of Warcraft. It's actually insane. Like, I didn't realize there were so many fireplaces in this one inn. Like, it blew my mind. If you could find another one, tell me, because I don't think there is. But this is just, it's such a cozy place to be with all these fireplaces. You know, obviously you're out in Dunmoreau, it's snowing, it's cold, it's blustery, and you're like, you know what, I'm just gonna go into the Thunder Brew Distillery and, you know, have a beer, sit by the fire. You know, your choice. You can sit by whichever fire you want, and it really is just the best place for a fireplace. And that's why it's number 1. 10. Number 10 are the Twin Colossals, and the Twin Colossals are a pair of high vertical mountains in the western side of Feralis. And I always remember seeing these when I was questing in Feralis back in classic World of Warcraft, and I'd always think they were really cool, just running by them and being like, dude, look at those 2 giant mountain pillars. In fact, during the classic WoW beta, or I guess, the actual World of Warcraft beta, the Colossi had individual sub-zone names, which were the East Pillar and the West Pillar. And before the Cataclysm, the Eastern Colossal was accessible by the quest To the Top from Marley Wishrunner, who still resides at the base of the Western Colossal, but obviously now you can just fly up there, so it doesn't really matter. But maybe the best part is on top of one of the mountains, there's actually an area where you can fish. There's a small lake, and there's Kalen Windflight, who's standing there as well, and he sells colossal parachutes, which allows you to parachute off the mountain if you need to. But yeah, these are just 2 really unique mountains in the game, and I love the waterfalls on the side of them as well. Those look really neat, and it's just, whenever I come to Feralis, I always think of the Twin Colossals, or the Twin Colossi, so that's why the Twin Colossals are number 10. 9. Number 9 are the Blades Edge Mountains, and the Blades Edge Mountains are located in Outland. And the Blades Edge Mountains are interesting because it's always been one of my favorite zones aesthetically, but I never really enjoyed questing there that much, but just like flying through or walking through, I always thought it was really cool. Like you have these big jagged rocks overlooking wherever you're walking, or you might just see them off in the distance, almost like a horizon of spikes or something. Like it always just looks really cool. And so it says here that Blades Edge Mountains were once the lands of Gorgrond and Frostfire Ridge, which merged together when Draenor shattered. Before Draenor's destruction, the iconic stone spikes were present in Frostfire Ridge, along with a peak named Blades Edge Mountain. It also says that the Burning Crusade flash site back in the day said that, quote, the harsh winds that rip through the canyons of Blades Edge have, over time, worn the bordering escarpments into menacing dagger-like spikes that lend the region its name. And that made me look up the word escarpment, because I don't think I've ever heard that word before. And an escarpment is a long, steep slope, especially one at the edge of a plateau or separating areas of land at different heights. So there you go. If you didn't know what an escarpment was, you do now. But yeah, I love the Blades Edge Mountains. I love the zone. I think it's really unique, and that's why I decided to put them at number 9. 8. Number 8 are the mountains between the Howling Fjord and the Grizzly Hills, and I looked all over, but I couldn't actually find a name for these mountains. I guess sometimes, sometimes the mountains are named, sometimes they're not named. That's just the way it is. In fact, this is the mountain range where there's a crash. There's this weird crash that happened. I did this for Pointless Top 10 Mysterious Crashes in World of Warcraft, and another mystery. We don't know the name of the mountain, and we don't know who crashed here. So this mountain is really just filled with mysteries. But it is a very aesthetically pleasing mountain range. Like on part of the mountain, you've got waterfalls and the little Alliance city set up and a bunch of water, and there's a bunch of trees all over and little paths going all around. There's some Yetis walking around, having a good time. There's various creatures all about, and there's even some really cool earthen dwarf buildings on the one side of the mountain that I thought were really cool. In fact, I was going to put them on like a top 10 coolest buildings or houses in World of Warcraft, because I've done coolest towns before, but I haven't done like actual buildings. I've done weirdest buildings. So, dude, after making so many of these over the years, I'm just like, wait, what did I do? Did I do weirdest? Did I do coolest? Did I do it? So I don't even know. I can't even keep track of the videos I make, but either way, I love this mountain, and that's why it's number 8. 7. Number 7 are the Alterac Mountains, and the Alterac Mountains are located in the Eastern Kingdoms, just above the Hillsward Foothills and just below the Western Plaguelands, as well as the Hinterlands to the east of it, I believe. So I think most people know the Alterac Mountains because of Alterac Valley. I would say, in fact, most people probably hear Alterac Mountains and just be like, oh, Alterac Valley, because, the battleground. But the Alterac Mountain zone was always an interesting one to me because there was never that much here. Right? It was just like some broken castles and stuff, and then like ogres walking around and just a lot of snow and like some little towns or villages like Strombrod. And when you look into it, it's actually really interesting. There's just a bunch of different lore about all the different wars that happened here in the Alterac Mountains and how it had, certain people had control of it and had fortresses and castles here. Like, it's pretty cool, but now it's just this abandoned ghost town area that's taken over by the ogres. But the Alterac Mountains are definitely some of the most well-known mountains in the Warcraft universe, and so that's why I decided to put them at number 7. 6. Number 6 is High Mountain, and High Mountain is, well, it is what it is. It's a high mountain, and it's located in the Broken Isles. But obviously, the zone of High Mountain is just like a bunch of big mountains, right? So I decided to put High Mountain Peak as the main thing that we look at. And honestly, one of my favorite parts about being in High Mountain Peak is just the sky. Like, the sky looks phenomenal from here. You can see all the purples and the blues and the stars. It really looks pretty. You also have all the wind blowing all over. You can see the wind and the snow just blowing all over the place up here. You also have goats and various animals running around, and then there's like Drogbar walking around and totems and a bunch of rocks and little caves and stuff. It's really cool up here. It also says here that the mountain is composed of 3 large snow-covered peaks with 2 valleys in between them. The center peak is the highest, and many cave systems run beneath the mountain, including Neltharion's lair. As the altitude gets higher, most of the vegetation cannot survive, so the mountain is mainly comprised of a light gray-colored rock and snow. But yeah, I just think it's really cool up here. Literally, haha. But yeah, it's great. There's bridges, there's snow, there's cool skies, there's wind, there's everything. And so that's why I decided to put High Mountain Peak at number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Big Ironforge Mountain located in Dunmoreau, and I don't really know what this one's called either, so I just call it Ironforge Mountain because it's the mountain in which Ironforge is within. In fact, I just went to look it up to see if there was some more stuff I missed about it or some little lore facts, and it's literally called Ironforge Mountain. And it says here that Ironforge Mountain is the largest of the various mountains constituting Cosmodon. It also says that it would seem the Explorers League managed to scale Ironforge Mountain at some point in time, and at the very peak is an intact Explorers League banner and the remains of what may be an unfortunate explorer who never returned safely. But to me, the best thing about Ironforge Mountain is it just feels very cozy, right? Like, obviously Dunmoreau in itself feels very cozy, but then when you see the mountain and you see these big castle, like rook towers, I don't know what they're actually called, I just know rooks from chess, kind of like protruding from the mountain and the little lights going on the inside, you're just like, man, if I could go in there, I'd be like nice and warm, you know, out of the cold and the snow. And I just really love that from like a thematic sense, you know what I mean? But if you don't want to be inside the mountain, you got dwarves that are sledding down the mountain. I found this back in Pointless Top 10 winter spots in World of Warcraft, and it's really cool. There's just dwarves sledding down the mountain, and that's pretty fun too. So everybody's having fun here at Ironforge Mountain. Well, except the people that died up top scaling it. And that's why Ironforge Mountain is number 5. 4. Number 4 is Mount Cordis, and Mount Cordis is a huge mountain located in southern Drustvar, and its peak is actually the highest point in all of Kulturas. And I really love this mountain because obviously Battle for Azeroth, a lot of people are like, I don't really like it, but it has such cool zones, man. There's such cool things in Battle for Azeroth, and these mountains are definitely one of them. I mean, you've got really nice waterfalls and autumnal areas. You've got a bunch of snow and ice all over and frozen waterfalls. You've got dragon bones and like skeletons of people that are, I don't know what they're doing. They're like worshiping the dragons or like doing some sort of ritual. They're sitting by fires. You've got up on the top of the mountain, there's actually a sign that says first, which I thought was kind of funny. And then you've got like the remains of a demon hunter who's holding up his warglaives. But yeah, I really love all the little things scattered all about this mountain range. And there's so many different sides to it. And it's really cool. And so that's why I decided to put Mount Cordis in Drustvar at number 4. 3. Number 3 is Mount Neverest, and Mount Neverest is located in the northwest Kunlai summit. And there's just so much to love about Mount Neverest. Like, it's just a fun, wacky mountain. So, I mean, you have these big falling snowballs that are just bombarding you as you're trying to climb up it. There's like weird snow tornadoes that are blowing all around. There's grummels trying to climb the mountain, kind of like the Sherpas on Mount Everest. And then you have frozen grummels that I guess, you know, they tried to climb it, but they got frozen. You even have Mishi, who is a Mushu reference to Mulan, and it's really just kind of wacky and fun. In fact, on the mountain, there's a statue dedicated to Renyun the Blind, and it says, Father of the individual sensory beers and the 4 senses brew. Renyun, his other senses heightened by his blindness, suffered for years with what he considered to be the harsh taste of normal Pandaren brews. After years of wandering and experimentations, he developed separate brews that delighted each of his 4 senses, but though he had perfected these individual beers, the combination of separate elements into one perfect unifying brew eluded him. For a lifetime more, he wandered on until he found at last the secret to bind all of his sensory beers into one master recipe, the 4 senses brew. And so yeah, there's just a lot of wacky fun stuff here, and the mountain has a lot of cool stuff as well, so that's why Mount Everest is number 3. 2. Number 2 is Blackrock Mountain, and I feel like everybody that's ever played World of Warcraft probably knows about Blackrock Mountain. I mean, this is where Molten Core is, this is where Blackwing Lair is, it's where the Blackrock Spire is. There's so many things in Blackrock Mountain, and even if you haven't gone in the Blackrock Mountain, even if you've just been out questing, you've probably at least seen Blackrock Mountain when you were out questing and been like, whoa, that's a big mountain. And sometimes you would like wander inside through the big doors and be like, whoa, this place is crazy, right? There's all the dwarf architecture inside, and then there's you know, chains and just it's really cool. But it says here that the mountain is actually a volcano that was created at the end of the War of the Three Hammers when the Dark Iron Lord Tharazan accidentally summoned Ragnaros, and the power unleashed by his rebirth was so massive it shattered a large section of the Red Ridge Mountains, creating the areas now known as the Searing Gorge and Burning Steppes and creating Blackrock Mountain. Ragnaros then enslaved the Dark Iron Dwarf clan, and they built a giant city made of tunnels throughout the mountain, which you've also seen from doing things like Blackrock Depths. So just one of the most well-known mountains in World of Warcraft that also happens to be a volcano. But either way, that's why Blackrock Mountain is number 2. 1. And number 1 is the mountains in the Storm Peaks. And I guess I could just say all the mountains in the Storm Peaks, but specifically this mountain, which is the mountain where Thorim is located, because obviously this is where in Ulduar he says, I remember you in the mountains. And so here it is. How could I not put the in the mountains location at number 1? Like, the amount of pointless top 10s that I've said in the mountains in a reference to that is off the charts. It's like, I don't even know how many I've said it in. But yeah, I mean, there's so many good mountains in the Storm Peaks, but this feels like it is the literal tallest mountain in the Storm Peaks. Like, this is the mountain amongst the mountains, you know what I mean? And so obviously he's gonna have his Thorim, that is gonna have his throne way up on the top of this mountain, and it's just really cool. And so I had to put the in the mountains mountain at number 1 for all those reasons. And so that's why the Storm Peaks and in the mountains mountain are number 1. 10. Number 10 are the pine trees in Mount Hyjal, and I picked these trees because they are pretty cool and I like them, but they're on fire. And not like the good NBA Jam kind where it's like, you're on fire. Like, they're literally on fire. They're burning down. It's not good. And the reason they're on fire is because Deathwing unleashed Ragnaros and all of his minions on the land, and then there's the Twilight Hammer helping him burn stuff down. It's just a bunch of chaos. But another reason I like these pine trees is they were made right when I think they started doing a little bit crazier graphics. Like, they just had Wrath of the Lich King, so things were starting to get upgraded. But I think Cataclysm really started pushing things forward on a graphical front. But they're still a little bit old school, right? They got that kind of blocky, old, low polygon texture, but there's something very charming about that still, right? So that's why the Mount Hyjal pine trees are number 10. 9. Number 9 is the Silver Pine Forest, and how could I not include a place that is literally named after pine trees? And I never really knew the lore behind Silver Pine Forest, but apparently the Dreadlord Cathra Natir escaped Dalaran and then brought a blight of locusts to destroy the trees and ravage the cropland. The Scourge had also set fire to the crops, and the plague of undeath began to affect the trees, making them pale and lifeless, just like the World of Warcraft player base. So, you know, now that I think about it, number 10 was a bunch of burning pine trees, and now number 9 is a bunch of sick and dying pine trees. But that's all right. That's why they're lower down on the list. Although this is pointless top 10, so maybe they should be higher up on the list. I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's a big, creepy pine tree forest, and that's cool enough for me to put it at number 9. 8. Number 8 are the Storm Peaks pine trees, and these are where they really start to differentiate from some of the trees we've already seen. A lot of these pine trees feel more rounded, and they almost feel like they're weighed down by the snow, which would make sense because there's a lot of snow. In fact, I thought we could take the time right now to learn the difference between pine, spruce, and fir, because there's like 3 different types of pine trees. In fact, there's probably more types of pine trees, but these are the 3 primary ones that people know about. So pine trees are where the needles attached in clusters of 2, 3, or 5. Spruce trees are where the needles attached individually. The needles are sharply pointed, square, and easy to roll between your fingers, and needles are attached to small stalk-like woody projections that remain when needles shed. And then finally, fir trees are where the needles are attached individually, and the needles are softer, flat, and cannot be rolled between your fingers. So which type of trees are these Storm Peak trees, you might ask? And I would say, I have absolutely no idea. But they do look cool, and that's why they're number 8. 7. Number 7 are the pine trees at the Alpine Rise, and I actually love these pine trees because they kind of remind me of like a Dr. Seuss The Grinch movie. Like if you look at them, they're like kind of wonky and wavy. I don't know why. There's like no real backstory about the Alpine Rise that I could find, but I really just love the way they look. I also want to bring this up now because I know someone's going to mention this. So there's conifers and evergreens. And so all these types of trees we just mentioned, the pine tree, the spruce tree, the fir tree, those are all evergreens. And evergreen refers to the nature of the tree's leaves. So they're called evergreen because they're green all year long. But conifers just means cone bearers. So if the tree creates cones, then it's a conifer. So while most conifers are evergreen, not all evergreen are conifers. It's kind of like how not all turtles are tortoises, but all tortoises are turtles, which I'm sure you remember learning in Pointless Top 10 Turtles in World of Warcraft. But anyway, I love these wacky Dr. Seuss-esque pine trees, and that's why they're number 7. 6. Number 6 are the pine trees in the Hillsbrad foothills, and I think whenever I think of pine trees, this is one of the places that stands out in my head because there's such a wide variety of pine trees in this place, right? There's red and orange and yellow and green, and there's so many different colors of pine trees. However, I was thinking about this and I was like, wait, but aren't these evergreens? You know what I mean? So I'm like, why aren't they staying green? Well, I looked it up, and apparently there are pine trees that have what normal trees do, where they turn yellow and then their needles fall off and then new needles appear. But there's also pine trees that have disease or are sick and stuff like that, or overwatering, and then they also change color. But also, this is a video game, and things aren't real in video games, which might blow your mind. But like I said before, I do love the wide variety of colors of pine trees here. I always think of this zone when I think of pine trees, and it's a very relaxing place. So that's why Hillsbrad Foothill pine trees are number 6. 5. Number 5 are the Stormheim pine trees, and this one feels like Hillsbrad a little bit, but on steroids. Like the amount of crazy autumnal trees that are here is just out of this world. Like look at the density of all these trees, right? There's so many different colors, and they're just kind of packed together and all up in the mountains and everything. In fact, I was going to put Azure on this list, but I didn't realize there were so many pine trees in this game, and I ended up having a list of like 20 pine trees, and I was like, dude, this is insane. I have to like whittle this down. And once I did that, I realized that Stormheim just felt like a more modern Azure, and so I just had to put it on this list. So still, shout out to Azure for having some great pine trees and aesthetic, but Stormheim just does it so well, man. And I think it has to have the biggest variety of red, yellow, orange, and green trees that you can find in a zone. And for that reason alone, Stormheim pine trees are number 5. 4. Number 4 are the Zuuldrack pine trees, and these are some of the most unique pine trees that I didn't even expect to find because I was just flying around Northrend being like, I'll go check Zuuldrack. I don't remember pine trees being there. And then lo and behold, I was like, dude, these pine trees are insane. These are awesome. Some of the trees are very blue and white. Some are more white than blue. There's also these really reddish pink white trees. It's just they have this very unique style to them, and they have these little hooks coming off the trees as well, and I think they're supposed to be branches. They're these little like hook branches. You can kind of see them if you look close, but I haven't really seen anything like those in the game before. Something else that's cool that I found on the WoW wiki is the trees of Zuuldrack are known as thornwood trees, and their dead roots are capable of resisting moisture as they are great for firewood. Although there are some other types of trees here, so those might just be different types of trees, not the actual pine trees. But either way, these are some really cool trees. I like them a lot, and that's why the Zuuldrack pine trees are number 4. 3. And number 3 are the pine trees in the Grizzly Hills. And you knew I was going to put Grizzly Hills on this list. I mean, it's got one of the biggest pine tree populations in all of World of Warcraft. I almost said in the United States. It's got the biggest pine tree population in all of America, Grizzly Hills does. I mean, it's got pine trees by the water, it's got pine trees on the mountains, it's got pine trees in the forest, it's got pine trees in the snow. I mean, there are literally just pine trees all over. I don't know if the actual big tree, the big, Andrasil, if that is actually a pine tree, so I'm not going to include it in this list, but if it is, that may be the biggest pine tree in the game. Actually, I guess the big tree is called Vordrasil. It used to be Andrasil, which meant crown of snow, but now it's Vordrasil, which means broken crown in Darnassian. But back on topic to the Grizzly Hills pine trees, I think these pine trees are strong, they're tall, they're very healthy, and they feel very much like a pine tree in its prime. And I feel like Grizzly Hills is the perfect place for the pine trees to live. And that's why Grizzly Hills pine trees are number 3. 2. And number 2 are the pine trees in the Azure Span, and these are probably the best pine trees in World of Warcraft, mainly because they are the newest pine trees in World of Warcraft, and the zone is just so big that you have such a wide variety of pine trees just all over the place. And you can see from the start of the video up till now, like the amount that these pine trees have progressed in terms of like polygon counts and details. In fact, it almost feels like the Azure Span has taken all of the pine trees we've already seen and like put them into one zone because it's so big. And then there's a bunch of new pine trees, like these crazy crystal magical pink pine trees. And I know there might be some people complaining, being like, oh, they're reusing old assets for some of these trees, but I think that's phenomenal because you're reusing old assets, but they're also adding in new trees. Like they're just doing a blend of both. And I think it's great because it calls back to some of those old zones we've seen, but it also adds something new. Plus in nature, there's a blend of a bunch of trees all over the place. I think in the grand scheme of things, I just really love the Azure Span. Plus the Tuskar are here, plus my NPC is here. There's just so much to love about this place. And that's why the pine trees in the Azure Span are number 2. 1. And number 1 are the Winter Spring pine trees. And I know they may not be the best looking pine trees in the game, but when I think of pine trees, this is the place I think of. I just think of those classic old Christmas looking pine trees with the snow on them. And as old as they may be, they just feel like the most pine tree in the game. If that makes sense, the most pine tree, right? They just feel very full, very alive, very Christmassy and wintry. I don't know. It's just, there's something about them. Maybe it's because it's in Winter Spring as well. That might be doing it. Something cool I learned from the WoW wiki while reading about Winter Spring was the trees of Winter Spring were bent and twisted into odd positions during the climactic battle of Mount Hyjal. Many of the world trees' massive roots are also exposed here, towering overhead like massive oak archways. Although that doesn't really tie into the pine trees, but whatever, we're talking about trees right now. But like I mentioned earlier, you know, they may not be the most visually appealing, but to me, they're the best pine trees. And that's why the Winter Spring pine trees are number 1. 10. Number 10 is a spot in Draenor Nagrand located near Val'sharah village. And it's located right above a waterfall, or I guess it is technically part of the waterfall, but I think it's a hot spring because it's all bubbling up, which I usually relate to hot springs, but whether it's a hot spring or not, you have a nice secluded swimming area all to yourself, which I also don't know how this floating device isn't like falling off the waterfall, but I'm not gonna ask questions. You've also got some beach towels and umbrellas here, so you can either sit in the sun or sit in the shade and just enjoy the scenery. It's a very nice, relaxing place. I will say that the one downside is you are right above Val'sharah, which is the ancestral home of the Burning Blade clan, so they might get a little loud and angry down there, but you know, that's just, everything's gonna have its downsides. But overall, this is just a really nice, relaxing getaway spot up in the mountains of Nagrand, so that's why I decided to put it at number 10. 9. Number 9 is this little house located on top of one of the Narsong Spires, which are these 2 big spires located off the southern coast of the Krasarong Wilds. And in between the Narsong Spires is the Angler's Wharf. Now, I will say that if you don't like heights, this is probably not going to be the spot for you. But if you don't care about heights, this is an unbelievable spot. You've got a nice little deck, pier thing you can walk out onto and look at the beach and look at the sky and the water and everything. The actual inside of the house is also pretty cozy as well. You've got a nice little bed, you've got food, which is really all you need, to be honest. You've also got a picture of Shenzin Su on the wall. That's the giant turtle that the Pandaren live on. And there's also a little grassy area with a bunch of cranes walking around, and there's a little house for taking care of the cranes. I think somebody probably feeds them or handles the eggs or something like that. I have no idea, but they will aggro, so don't try to get near them. And then if you go down onto the beach, there's a turtle eating fish, there's a hosen standing around, and then there's a silkworm doing flips through the air. So that's pretty cool. It's like seeing a free show. You got live entertainment. But either way, I think this would be a great spot to take a vacation at, unless you're afraid of heights. And that's why it's number 9. 8. Number 8 is the Isle of the Watchers Hotel, and don't mind all of the danger signs outside, alright? They just put those there for decoration, but if you go inside the Isle of the Watchers Hotel, it's actually a pretty cozy, fire-lit atmosphere. And the reason I'm calling it a hotel is there's a few little rooms in here that have their own curtains that kind of separate each room, so it's really nice, but I'm not sure it actually is a hotel. It just reminded me of it. I do think this place is a vibe. Sure, there may be poop on the ground. Sure, there may be fish bones laying around, but you know what? If you're a Murloc, this is a 5-star vacation, all right? A Murloc would pay a bunch of money, a bunch of gold in order to stay in a place like this. In fact, Sir Finley probably needs a vacation. He's been dealing with all the delve stuff and the war within. He probably just needs a nice getaway. He can come here, relax by the fire, eat some fish or fish bones, whatever he's into, and just have a nice time. So I think that's why the Isle of the Watchers Hotel Cave is number 8. 7. Number 7 are the steam pools, and the steam pools are an area in southern Fairless that houses a holiday resort for the rich run by Gadgetson. And the resort seems to offer many things from mammoth rides to boat rides on the lake, food, drinks, but according to many guests, at outrageous prices, which doesn't shock me too much. So you would think this place would be higher up on the list, but there's a lot of question marks here, specifically this large barrel that looks like it's about to burst at any second, so I don't know how relaxing that is. Also, it seems like there's quite a lot of flies everywhere. Like, every other chair you look at is just a bunch of flies flying around. Like, you would think the goblins would invent some sort of anti-fly technology, especially for a fancy resort such as this one, but I guess they haven't figured that much out. Also, there's this orc that's just flexing that kind of looks like he's doing the, oh, the beach is over, oh, that way. But hey, you know what? There's still a lot of good stuff here. I mean, they do have the actual steam pools that are shooting off steam, so that's pretty nice. They got coconut drinks, they got a lot of good food. So, I mean, this is still a pretty relaxing place. It's just, they got some areas where it's like, I don't know. So that's why the steam pools is number 7. 6. Number 6 is the Thastala House, and Thastala is a subzone of Val'sharah, and it is home to Elithir, the Archdruid of Lore. And it really is a beautiful area. There's great water outside, the trees are really nice, you got the moonwell over here. The only issue is there's a lot of harpies. But there is a really nice house here. It's got this really nice carpet when you walk in. There's a winding stairwell that goes up the tree that's like the centerpiece of the house, holding it all up. And when you go upstairs, there's like a really nice type of bed and breakfast type of area. There's a bunch of beds, there's a sink, there's a bunch of food laid out on the tables, just a nice spread of food. And again, the downside of this vacation spot is there are numerous people getting treated from harpy injuries in the building. So even though you're upstairs enjoying your bed and breakfast or trying to read a book from the bookshelves here, it's just you probably are going to have a lot of agonizing screams from people that have suffered damage from the harpies. So maybe you could get a discounted rate on this place, but that would be great because it is a really beautiful location when there is none of that stuff going on, and that's why it's number 6. 5. Number 5 is the steam vent located in Dornegal, and this place feels like a much nicer steam pools that we talked about earlier in Fairless. Like, everything is much cleaner. Everything seems much more up to date. You have actual steam beds that are like some crazy technology. Like, look at that. They've got the heated bed underneath, and you can sit on top of it. I guess it's like a hot rock, essentially. I mean, you can take a look at this guy on his heat bed. He is having a great time. He's falling asleep, which probably isn't the safest thing to do, but he is relaxed. There's a lot of people that are just enjoying their mead. They've got a bunch of mead all over. I was going to say it's beer, but I'm pretty sure it's mead because there's the whole, like, you know, the meadery, and there's honey and bees and everything. Everybody, if you've played War Within, you're probably like, oh yeah, it's mead. I would say the only downside to this place is you are located in the city of Dornegal, so you've got a bunch of just randos flying all over the place, like me trying to go to the auction house and the bank, or being like, looking for group, right? That's got to be annoying. But aside from that, it's just a beautiful environment with the water and the rocks and the green growing on the rocks, and just, it's really nice. So that's why the steam vent in Dornegal is number 5. 4. Number 4 is the Gallywix Pleasure Palace, and the Gallywix Pleasure Palace is the residence of, you guessed it, Trade Prince Gallywix, master of the Bilgewater Cartel. And the palace was built on the summit of the relocated Forlorn Ridge in western Azure, northeast of Telendris Point. The Bilgewater goblins moved the mountain in order to strip mine its minerals, which I still hate them for, because I love old Azure. It was one of my favorite, like, weird, mysterious zones, and now it's just, like, completely ruined by goblin engineering. However, the Gallywix Pleasure Palace is still a fantastic spot if you want to take a vacation, because first off, I don't even think Gallywix is here. There's like nobody here, and the palace has an ocean view, a grenade golf course, a secret booze cellar, a luxury pool, and a sauna. Also, fun fact, apparently they were going to make the golf course playable with exploding balls, but they ran out of time. So Blizzard, I mean, if you want to go back, it's still here. You can still make it playable. But this really is a nice place. Like, it's a fantastic view. You've got the diving board and the pool all to yourself if you like swimming. And there's a bunch of Galliwick servants around here as well. Like, they're just walking around with food, or they're guarding stuff, or they're selling you stuff. Like, nobody's here. So, like, I don't know what they're doing. They must get paid. I mean, they're probably just doing their job. Like, yeah, I just get paid to stand around here, and I don't even have to talk to anybody because nobody's here. But hey, you know what? That makes it an even better vacation spot. You'll be the only one here. Well, and the workers, but they'll probably just give you food and drinks. So that's why the Galliwick's Pleasure Palace is number 4. Number 3 is this house located on the top of a mountain near Dawn's Blossom in the Jade Forest. And I think a lot of people know about this one. It must be popular because when I went here for the first time, I walked in and there were 2 people role-playing. It was a Blood Elf girl and a human guy or something, and they were sitting on the bench over here. And I was just like, I think I interrupted something, and so I just slowly backed out. But this is a very relaxing spot for a vacation. Like, you have this pond with a bunch of fish swimming around and some lily pads and the trees all over, and you can look out and see the mountains. You got the waterfall flowing over. Like, it's a really nice spot. Again, unless you're afraid of heights, in which case you're probably going to hate this spot. But then when you're actually inside the house, there's this really cool table with some artwork on it that's pretty neat. You've got this bed that kind of looks like a hammock that I thought was a hammock until I realized that it's just a weird boat-shaped bed, but there's a bunch of little totems on the shelves nearby the bed. The one right there, the little bird totem, I think that's my favorite totem out of all the ones on the shelves. It is kind of similar to the one we saw earlier in the Krasarong Wilds, but to me, I think the Jade Forest is just a little more relaxing, but that's also just a personal preference. So that's why I put it higher up on the list, and that's why it's number 3. Number 2 is Kala and Tuktu's Grill, and that kind of rhymes, and I didn't actually intend for it to. So Kala and Tuktu's Grill is a small bar and grill area located on the northern coast of the Onaran Plains. And grill masters Kala and Tuktu sell examples of their race's different cuisines to Centaur, Drakthir, and Tuskar patrons. The place is decorated with a mix of Centaur and Tuskar objects, along with some Gorlok idols, and a Tuskar boat is beached on the shore below. In fact, there's an actual volleyball court down there. So if you want, you go down, play some volleyball. But this is definitely the place you go to if you're looking for a great meal along the water. You can actually see Kala and Tuktu grilling and cooking, and they're just cooking up some unbelievable stuff. Everything looks fresh. I would eat there in a heartbeat. But if you talk to them, Tuktu has improvised sushi, distilled fish juice, anchovy crisp, buttermilk, Gorlok fin soup, Tuskar port wine, and side boat. Meanwhile, Kala has Argali milk, Argali cheese, Dragon Spring water, seasoned mud stomper belly, frenzy and chips, own light, and Marukai mule. And so Kala and Tuktu's Grill seems like a fantastic spot to go on vacation, and that's why it's number 2. And number 1 is a combination of 2 spots in the Stormsong Valley. We have the Birdwatcher's tent up in the mountains, and we also have this really nice garden camp down near the water. And we'll start with the bird tent first because I love the view that the bird tent provides. Like, way up in the mountains, you can look out, you can see the water, you can see the Stormsong Valley mountains, you can see literally everything in the zone. It's just an unbelievable point to, you know, sit at a campsite at, and you've got all your bird friends here, although I think the birds are just here because of the bird seed. Like, there's a few big bags of bird seed, and they're just like, dude, nice bird seed. But I mean, this is just an unbelievable spot, way up in the mountains, looking out over the majestic views. You got your bird friends here. But then we also have this garden camp, and it's this big garden with a bunch of different fruits and vegetables all over, and then there's this little campsite. Well, I guess it's not really a campsite, but it is like a partially covered area, and it's got a rug there. And listen, it can be a nice relaxing sleeping area, all right? But when I saw these places, I was like, dude, I love Stormsong Valley, and these are just some nice little places in Stormsong Valley. So if I took a vacation in World of Warcraft, this is where I'd want to go, and that's why I put them at number 1. Number 10 are the frozen waterfalls in the Azure Span. And I don't know why I never thought to look up frozen waterfalls before, because there's some really cool looking frozen waterfalls if you just type that into Google. But there's a few reasons I put this at number 10. Number 1 is it's not an actual flowing waterfall, so I was like, I should probably put all the other waterfalls higher on the list. I mean, you could argue this is a pointless top 10, so this should be number 1 because it's the only waterfall that isn't actually falling on this list. I mean, technically it's falling, it's all frozen, but you know what I mean. But this next point kind of also relates to that, which is I always try to put something cool at number 10. Like, even though it's supposed to be the worst item on the list, it's also the first item that everybody's going to see. I think I mentioned this in a previous top 10, but I always try to pick something at least kind of cool or, you know, kind of interesting where you see it and you're like, yeah, maybe I will watch the rest of this video instead of just clicking off of it. And I think these frozen waterfalls are perfect for that. I just love how they look with all the icicles hanging down and you can see where the water was flowing and then it froze and there's caves and stuff people have even made homes out of. Like, it's just really cool. And so that's why the Azure Span frozen waterfalls are number 10. 9. Number 9 are the waterfalls in Nagrand, specifically the waterfalls in the Outland Classic Nagrand, not the new Draenor Nagrand, because that one doesn't have the cool floating islands that have the waterfalls just, I don't know where the water's coming from, but they're just floating off the island and down below. And Nagrand does have normal waterfalls all over that are actually on the land, but I think the floating waterfalls are probably one of the staples of the zone. Like when you would come here back in the day and you would look up and see that, it just gave the zone this sense of magic. You know what I mean? Because you're like, that's not supposed to be there. I don't know how that's happening. I don't know why it's happening, but it is happening, and that's pretty cool. Also, you might be thinking, Crendor, didn't you make a pointless top 10 waterfalls before? And I did, but it was 10 years ago, and it was very much different from the current pointless top 10 format. And it's kind of funny, because in that video, I put the Nagrand waterfalls at number 1, so I don't know if my tastes have just changed as I've gotten older. That was 10 years ago. Or maybe there's just been so many new waterfalls with all the different expansions, or I just have a different appreciation of certain waterfalls and what I'm looking for. But it is pretty cool to look back and think of how my tastes and opinions have changed over the years. And so that's why the Nagrand waterfalls are now number 9. 8. Number 8 are the waterfalls in Suramar, specifically the ones that are adjacent to high mountains. So high mountains all the way up there, and then all the snow is melting, and it's just all flooding down the mountain. It's all just flowing, making these waterfalls, and I just love the way it looks because there's so many waterfalls. It reminds me of Winter Spring, and there used to be that one area in Winter Spring, well, there still is, but there's like one big waterfall that would flow down into Azure from Winter Spring. But this feels like that times 100. Like there's so many waterfalls, and some of them are flowing down into little rivers that go through the land. Some are flowing down into like buildings that pour the water out. There's just so many cool different waterfalls here. Also, shout out to these Ettins that are just throwing boulders off the side of the mountain, I guess trying to hit people down below, but the boulders just crash like just a few feet below where they are. They're just like, oh, and then the boulder's just like, crash. Like, they probably think it's going down all the way. Maybe they can't see that far down. They're like, yeah, we're getting them. But either way, these waterfalls are great, and that's why the Suramar waterfalls are number 8. 7. Number 7 is the waterfall in Elwynn Forest. It's kind of hidden away up in the mountains. It's actually behind Stormwind City and then in the back of Elwynn, and it kind of meets together up in the mountains, and then you've got Blackrock Mountain actually in the background. And this is actually a really cool waterfall. You have multiple streams of water kind of conjoining and twisting together, and they're all pouring over the rocks, and you have really cool trees and mountains and various types of rocks here. It's just, it looks really neat, especially for an older waterfall. And you've actually got the gnome who has sheep as well as a robo sheep over here. And then down below next to the waterfall, you've got the people camping out nearby. It's just a nice relaxing spot tucked away in the mountains. And I thought this would be a good time to talk about how waterfalls actually form, because I always enjoy learning some stuff when I make these types of videos. So waterfalls can be formed in several ways, according to Wikipedia, but the most common method of formation is that a river courses over a top layer of resistant bedrock before falling onto softer rock, which erodes faster, leading to an increasingly high fall. So that's pretty cool, and that's why the Elwynn Forest waterfall is number 7. 6. Number 6 are the waterfalls in Hallowfall, and I specifically chose these ones over here, which are these waterfalls that lead to the Hungering Pool, which is a large sinkhole that all the rivers flow into in central Hallowfall. In fact, this is where the entrance to the Sinkhole Delve is located at, all the way at the bottom. But one of the reasons I put this on the list is it feels like a more modernized, intense version of the old Stranglethorn whirlpool sinkhole that the Cataclysm caused. And so, you know, shout out to that one. I think there's also one in Darkshore, but I always remember the Stranglethorn one. But either way, this one just feels so much more modern, like I said. But I don't say that to shade the other waterfall whirlpool things, because I think those are really cool. But I think since Dragonflight, with the massive zone expansions, it just, they're able to create such massive, cooler things, and I think this is a product of that, right? You have so many different waterfalls, so many different rivers, and they're all just conjoining into this massive sinkhole that they've literally made a delve out of. So I just think it's really cool. I think it looks great, and that's why the Hallowfall waterfalls are number 6. 5. Number 5 are the Zandalar waterfalls, and there's so many cool waterfalls in Zandalar. Like, there's waterfalls up in the mountains, there's waterfalls that are going through temples and ancient structures, there's waterfalls with dinosaurs drinking water from them, there's waterfalls with rainbows, like, there's waterfalls all over the place in this zone. And I think that's what I like most about the waterfalls in Zandalar, is the wide variety of waterfalls. And I actually learned while researching online that there's numerous types of waterfalls, but some of the most common ones are listed here in this chart that I found. You have the block waterfall, the plunge, the horsetail, the fan, the tier, the punch bowl, and the segment. And another cool waterfall fact is that waterfalls are essential to river health because waterfalls play a crucial role in river ecosystems by adding oxygen to the water. And as water crashes down, it mixes with air, increasing oxygen levels that are vital for aquatic life. And this process, called aeration, helps support diverse fish populations and other aquatic organisms. So there we go, waterfalls are pretty awesome. And that's why the Zandalar waterfalls are number 5. 4. Number 4, the waterfalls located at Ice Mist Village, which is located in Dragonblight on the edge of Lake Wintergrasp. And I just love the way these waterfalls look. It looks like it's supposed to be one big waterfall spilling over from Lake Wintergrasp, but then each part is kind of segmented by these big stone pillars of rock. Actually, that sounds kind of redundant. Stone pillars of rock. It's just they're big rock pillars. I don't know. In fact, one of my favorite parts about this waterfall is this little piece of rock that kind of juts out from the middle of it, and you can see here, it almost looks like a water slide. Like the waterfall just naturally created a water slide. I don't know, it looks cool. In fact, one of the only downsides to this waterfall is it is under control of the Nerubians. So there's just a bunch of Nerubians all over. There's the one Nerubian guy like, "We will be victorious," and they're all shouting. And then there's a bunch of dead, I believe, Tonka or Tauren. It does say here that the village was originally a Ice Mist Tauren outpost, but it's unclear how long ago that was. And at some point it became the capital of the Tonka, with it also being referred to as the greatest of the Tonka villages, decorated with tusks and skulls of mammoths. And so sure, now it seems to be a war zone, but it's still got a really cool waterfall, and that's why the Ice Mist Village waterfall is number 4. 3. Number 3 are the Serenity Falls, which are located in the Jade Forest in Mist of Pandaria. And I feel like this waterfall truly does earn its name of Serenity Falls, because it has this very serene feel to it. It almost even feels like the water is flowing in a very calming way compared to some of the other waterfalls we've seen. I don't know if that's just a placebo mental thing happening, or if it actually is flowing, you know, much more calmly. Like, if you zoom in, it actually does look like it's flowing much slower than a normal waterfall. Also, I want to add one more waterfall fact, because I actually think it's really cool. So it says here, waterfalls create their own weather. The constant motion of falling water creates distinctive microclimates around waterfalls. As water plummets, it generates mist and affects local air pressure, often resulting in unique weather patterns distinct from the surrounding area. These microclimates can support specialized plant communities and create conditions for rare species to thrive. Many waterfall environments host plants typically found in much different climate zones thanks to the constant moisture and unique air circulation patterns. So there we go, that's really cool, and so are these waterfalls, and that's why the Serenity Falls are number 3. 2. Number 2 are the waterfalls in Bastion, and I love these waterfalls because, kind of like the Serenity Falls, they feel a bit slower, a little more calm, but they all have this kind of glittery sparkle effect to the water, and I don't know what causes that. I don't know if this is even water. This might just be some sort of spiritual Shadowlands liquid. I don't know what it is, but it's the equivalent of water in Shadowlands. I'm just going to say that, so it is technically waterfalls and not, you know, spiritual Shadowlands liquid falls. But yeah, it looks really cool, and one of my favorite parts about it is there's so many different waterfalls that are flowing off of the big island continent of Bastion, and you can just see I don't know what's below here, but it's all just flowing off the sides, and I just love the way that looks. And so once again, even though Shadowlands was one of the least enjoyed expansions by many, it still had so many cool things art-wise, including the Bastion waterfalls, and so that's why the Bastion waterfalls are number 2. 1. And number 1 are the Earthsong Falls, and the Earthsong Falls are waterfalls located inside of the dungeon Maradon. And first off, I love all the little wildlife, the turtles and the frogs walking around here. I think that's great. They're just having a good time living in the Earthsong Falls, but I think what's most impressive about these waterfalls is that these were added in classic World of Warcraft, and I think these waterfalls actually hold up today. Like, they've got a very calming effect. There's nature and green and big rocks all around, and then you have like the various layers of waterfalls. There's like the top waterfalls going to the next layer of waterfalls, going to the other layer of waterfalls, and then there's the big pool all beneath it. It's really cool, especially for a dungeon where you're supposed to be inside and then you go here and it's like you're just outside. And on top of all that, these are definitely one of the most well-known waterfalls in all of World of Warcraft, being added in patch 1.2 back in December 18th, 2004. And so for all those reasons, that's why the Earth Song Falls are number 1. 10. Number 10 is the food on the tables at the Great Mead Hall, which is the warrior class hall and the throne room for Odin. And I think my favorite thing about the food here is the actual plates and cups and bowls that they're in. They're like these wooden barrel-esque type of bowls and plates, and then the actual food itself is a little weird. There's like a mountain of mushrooms. There's like some, what looks like ash. I don't even know what's in there. I guess maybe it's rice or grains. There's a skull with a knife through it. I don't think anybody's eating that, although maybe somebody is. These are crazy Viking dudes. They got cheese. They got some weird shiny looking bread, or it might be steaks. I think maybe that is steaks or some sort of meat, but whatever it is, it looks shiny there. But then at a different part, it looks like there's some less shiny steaks. It might just be the lighting, but either way, then they got some flat looking potatoes that kind of just look like mushrooms. I actually thought they were mushrooms at first. And then they also got big kegs of ale, which this guy's getting very mad at. You know, maybe they ran out, they got to get another one, so he's just upset. But I think the actual feast going on is really cool. I think this room itself is really cool. And I think even though the food itself isn't really that appetizing, there is a lot of it. And it seems like they're enjoying it, so maybe it just tastes good. It just doesn't look that great. Either way, that's why I decided to put it at number 10. 9. Number 9 is the dinner party occurring outside of Darnassus, where they're serving these big blue pieces of cake. I don't know what this is. At first, I thought it was cake, and I was like, wait, is this like meat? It looks like some sort of blueberry dish. I have no idea what this is. I've been trying to figure it out, but I think it's cake or some sort of fruit pie. I don't know. It's it's confusing, but they're serving that, and then they're serving a bunch of just wine and, you know, whatever, alcohol, champagne, whatever that is. But the crazy thing here is that Talen's Sweet Song, who's the one throwing this party, is actually a homunculus. And if you don't know what a homunculus is, it is a type of undead construct that is so lifelike it is to be undetectable even by undead hunting experts such as Lillian Voss. And I mean, listen, for being a homunculus, she's throwing a great party. You know, she's got a whole bunch of drinks out here. You got this crazy food thing that I don't even know how they made it. There's got to be some sort of night elf magic going into that. But everybody seems to be having a great time. But this is one of the situations where it's more about the quality over the quantity of the food, because there's really not that much food here. It's just alcohol and then whatever this pie cake magical thing is. Plus, you don't really see many dinner parties happening in World of Warcraft, and that's why it's number 9. 8. Number 8 is the food at the Haven Cascades where Greedy Gessie is at. So the whole point here is that you get all this food for Greedy Gessie and then it summons them, and that's that. But the actual food on the tables at the Greedy Gessie area is really cool. I mean, this is the type of food that I would imagine a lot of, you know, night elves and druids would eat. It's a lot of fruit and vegetables, very vegetarian. I mean, you got watermelon slices, you got these different colored carrots, you got mushrooms that look a little better than the ones we just saw earlier. You got tomatoes, celery, grapes, you got your lettuce, you got radishes. Like, they got everything here. They even got instruments. They got a flute and a banjo. And I really like the containers too. They got like rock bowls and pitchers, and it's really just a nice area. And when I saw this, I was like, you know what? This would be a really nice thing to add to pointless top 10 food on tables, because I don't think there's many like this. There's a lot of big feasts and crazy stuff, but there's never really a nice little vegetarian feast. I don't know, but either way, Greedy Gessie just wants to eat it. I don't know why they're so greedy. Maybe they just give the bear like a couple watermelon slices and a carrot and it wants more. I don't know. Maybe they're not feeding Gessie enough. Maybe Gessie's not that greedy. Who knows? Either way, this is number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Karazhan Banquet Hall food, and the Karazhan Banquet Hall food is a little outdated, but it actually, I think, holds up pretty well. You've got this boar with an orange in its mouth and all the oranges all around it. I actually like the way the oranges look here, even if some of them look almost like sushi. It almost looks like an orange roll, like a literal sushi roll with an orange in it, right? Do you see? I think it's just the shape and how weird it looks. That's all I can see when I look at it. But you've got fish on a platter that also has oranges. They really just must have a surplus of oranges here. They got turkey legs. They got bananas and fruit like pears and apples. They got wine, although that is some bright red orange wine. That wouldn't surprise me if that's orange wine on top of it. This place is just citrus central. And then there's this guy who I think ate a little too fast and choked to death, but surprisingly, he didn't choke on an orange. That's a little weird. But I really do love the aesthetic of this place. I love the big stained glass windows with the light shining in. We really need to do a pointless top 10 stained glass windows, honestly, or even just windows in general. But I feel like stained glass windows could be their own thing. Overall, love the aesthetic of Karazhan, love the food on these tables, love the big tablecloths and everything about it, and the oranges, and that's why it's number 7. 6. Number 6 is the food on the tables in Dalaran, specifically the Legion Dalaran. And I was going to find some specific places, but I really just love so much stuff within Dalaran. So starting here, we have this like little cafe, and they have coffee and cupcakes, and they got wine. You got candles and books, although you're not really eating candles and books, but who knows? Maybe they're edible. We don't know. Have you tried eating them? That's what I thought. They have like a coffee espresso machine. Then if you go to the crazy wine and cheese place across the street, they got a bunch of crazy wine and cheeses. Who would have guessed? In fact, I think they got some of the widest variety of cheeses in World of Warcraft that I've seen. And those wine bottles with the cool inscriptions on them. And then over at the Horde Inn, they got a bunch of ribs, and they got steaks, and they got a plain strider, whatever, cooking in the background. And they got... apparently they stole that boar from Karazhan with some of the oranges. I mean, I really love just all the food that you can see on tables in Dalaran. Like, it really is just such a great contrast of all the different foods. And it's really just fun to go around and look at all of them. I would honestly recommend going and doing it for yourself. Because, I mean, obviously you can see them all in the video, but it's really fun, especially if you're somebody that enjoys the aesthetics and art of World of Warcraft, to just walk around and look at all the little things like the food on the tables. And that's why New Dalaran is number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Artisan Market in Val'sharah, and I love this place because I guess you could say the market aesthetic is very cool to me, and the way the food is laid out here is just really cool. You have the Cheese Dragon, who's actually from Pointless Top 10 Food Vendors, if you haven't seen that. But you have the Cheese Dragon with all his different cheeses here. You have the fish section with all the fish and the shrimp and the seafood. And you've got the roasts, and you have these dragon fruits and melons, and you have this floating fountain table of bread and things. I don't know what those are. And you got ribs, and you got eggs. So some of the food we've actually seen quite a bit before, but I really just like the way that it's presented on these tables. Or I guess some of them aren't even tables, they're like kiosk type thing. Whatever, I'm counting them as tables, all right? I'm not being picky. This is a pointless list, it's a pointless series, it's a pointless everything, all right? I can do what I want. Anyway, that's why the food on the tables in the Artisan Market is number 5. 4. Number 4 is the food at Mistfall Village, and I didn't expect to find this much food at Mistfall Village. I thought it was going to be somewhere in like Valley of the Four Winds, but they have like numerous noodles, they got salmon, they got fried rice in Chinese takeout containers, which is kind of weird for World of Warcraft. They got an actual fish sandwich with like glowy-eyed fish on plates. They got fish hanging up on hooks. They got seafood in cages and buckets. Dude, this place has so much stuff. They got burgers. They got full slabs of ribs. They got big chunks of meat. They got steak. They got bags of rice. They got tea. They got watermelon slices. They got bread. They got dumplings. They got cans of soda or sparkling water, which I don't know how they carbonate it. Maybe they just use magic. I don't know, gnomish engineering or something, goblin engineering. But this place is probably one of the best places to eat in World of Warcraft. Like, no doubt. It's got so much food, so much variety, a great aesthetic, and I just love it here. And that's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 is the reason that this pointless top 10 actually got uploaded a day late, and that is the Pilgrim's Bounty, because Pilgrim's Bounty didn't happen until Sunday, and normally I put these up on Saturday night. So I had to wait a little bit to show all the food on the tables at the Pilgrim's Bounty, but I think it's very worth it because it's got some of the best food. I mean, this is one of the events where it's all about cooking and eating and food fights and turkey hunting and all this stuff. You've got the spice bread stuffing, you've got the pumpkin pie, You got the cranberry chutney, you have the candied sweet potatoes, and you have the slow roasted turkey. And it's just all presented in a visually appealing fashion, I would say. I also love that there's just a giant axe that is being used to cut the turkey. And it's not even just at a local place. It's not like, oh, Durotar did that. They're all orcs. Like, literally everybody. Like, in the Undead place, they've done it. In Thunderbluff, like, Dunmorrow. Everybody just loves cutting stuff with axes, apparently. But honestly, my favorite thing on the table is the cornucopia, which is the big horn-looking thing, and it is apparently a symbol of plenty consisting of a goat's horn overflowing with flowers, fruit, and corn. Overall, love this stuff. Every year, I always look forward to at least doing this once, right? Just eating all the food, getting the buff, doing all the little things, and that's why the Pilgrim's Bounty tables are number 3. Number 2 is the Taste of Zandalar, which is in the port of Zuldazar. And, you know, they've got some tortillas. They got some stuff you can put on the tortillas, which is pretty cool. But that's not what this is about. This is about the giant pieces of meat that are just over the fire and these giant eggs that have been cracked into these big frying pans. These are probably some of my favorite food. I guess these aren't really tables. Some of it's like a pan or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's close enough, right? Like just the fact that there is this giant egg. This egg might be as big as a gnome's head. Like it's gigantic, right? There's like some trolls sitting on the floor eating meat. There's some trolls cooking with the tortillas and stuff like that. But the big story right here is the giant pieces of meat. I mean, that's a dinosaur leg. You look at that right there. That is a dinosaur leg, and that is a big dinosaur steak. They also just left the shell laying there. I don't know if that's very sanitary, but hey, you know what? I'm just here to look around. I'm not here to be the food inspector. Well, I kind of am inspecting the food, but not in that way. So overall, I really just love how unique this area is and how unique the food is compared to the rest of the stuff we've looked at. And that's why it's number 2. And number 1 is Borealis, and specifically the Tradewinds Market and Hook Point in Borealis, because they've got some of the best displays of food that I think are in World of Warcraft. You've got a wide variety of produce like corn and tomatoes and cabbage. You've got a bunch of different grains. You've got bread and cheese and apples. You've got peaches. You've got sausages and hanging pigs, which is a little crazy, but you know, it's realistic. You've got eggs and a chicken coop. They got the fish market where they actually toss the fish to each other, which I think is awesome. It's actually one of the reasons that I love this the most. I love the interaction. I know there's that like Seattle fish market that does that too. And there's a ton of different colored fish and they're all on the ice and they got the big chunks of ice there. I really just love the aesthetic of this place. I love the way the food looks and it gives me the best vibes. And that's why I put it at number 1, because I really do think if I had to pick one place to eat here with the food on the tables, it would be Borealis. And that's why it's number 1. Number 10 is the Dazar Allure Fountain. That is the BFA Horde capital, if you don't know what Dazar Allure is. And it's a pretty cool fountain. It's this big troll head that's got water coming out of it, and there's little plants around it. You know, it looks pretty cool. Honestly, BFA had some really cool art and really cool stuff. It was just the actual expansion that was, but either way, this is a pretty solid fountain. It's unique enough that it's pretty cool compared to a lot of other fountains in the game, and it's not over the top, which is why it's number 10. But if you're down by the docks and you're looking around and you spot this, you might say, whoa, that's a pretty cool fountain. That's probably worthy of a number 10 on a pointless list of top 10 fountains. 9. Number 9 is the Borealis Fountain, another BFA fountain, but this time we're going over to the Alliance side. And I really like this fountain. It's got a really cool design. It's in a really good spot. It's got trees in the background. You got mountains. You got the buildings, which are all lit up with the windows. You got, cavalry walking by and people walking by. You got some benches. You can actually sit down on those benches by the fountain and just kind of people watch, or just listen to the water fountain or the water noises of the fountain. It's a really nice fountain. You got some barrels, you got the lights. Dude, I love those hanging lanterns right there. It's really cool. And then the design of the fountain, you got this kraken, like, oh my God, look at that. This kraken's like holding up the whole fountain. He's just like, I can hold this up forever. And you got the anchors with the shields. I think this is a really cool fountain in a really good spot. And that's why it's number 9. 8. Number 8 is the Strange Fountain, and it is kind of a strange fountain. I don't think there's any fountain in World of Warcraft that looks like this one. It is a clam or an oyster. I actually don't know which one it is, a clam or an oyster, and it's got the pearl in there, and then the water's kind of flowing over the pearl, and then I don't know where it's going. It's just the water's disappearing. Maybe that's why it's a strange fountain. I need to, okay, oyster versus clam. I didn't know which one is which. Okay, here we go. Clam has a shiny and smooth shell, whereas oyster shell is more calcified and rough. Both are used as food in many countries, but clam is preferred due to its taste and tenderness. Besides, oysters are known for producing pearls, which clams do not. So I guess this is an oyster. This isn't a clam. There you go. That's your history fact. That's not even a history fact. There's your random fact of the day. Okay. 7. Number 7 is this fountain in Vol'dun. That's right. We have another BFA fountain. That's 3 of the 4 things on this list from BFA. But that's fine. You know, like I said, BFA actually had some really cool art in it. And these fountains are one of them. So this is one of like 3 fountains, I believe. And there's a quest you do where you have to turn the water back on because it's not flowing. So you help like repair them or something and they start flowing again. And I just like the way they look. Like if you look at that tile, it's like these greens and aquas and golds almost, and the stone on the bottom of the fountain and on parts of the sides where it like breaks off and stuff. And you have these like pillars on the side. Obviously you can just look at it. You're looking at it right now. There's like vultures up top, as you can see there, but I really like these fountains. I mean, they're very simplistic, and I think that's what I like most about them. Plus, it's just a fountain out in the desert, you know what I mean? It's kind of like an oasis. However, it gives me more of like a mall vibe. So it almost reminds me like you're out in Phoenix, Arizona or something, and then there's like an old broken down mall fountain. I don't know. I guess it's not even broken down. It's working, but you help repair the broken down mall fountain that is Vol'dun. I don't know what I'm talking about. 6. Number 6 is the Telenor fountain, which is in Suramar, and I love this fountain. This is like such a beautiful fountain. You've got all the statues holding up this big plate. I don't know, plate, whatever it is. And the water's like hitting all the different tiers, and it's going into this little fountain pool with the stairs surrounding it. It's just like a really beautiful fountain. I actually love Suramar, and I hate questing there. But I know a lot of people like questing there, but I always hated questing in Suramar. But every time I'd go into Suramar, I'm like, dude, this place is like great. Like the ambience, the aesthetic, everything about it's really cool, but I just never liked questing there. Either way, this place is actually a cemetery. I mean, there's the gravestones back there, so it's kind of a giveaway, but some little notes on here. The cemetery is haunted by a large number of spirits, indicating that many Kaldorite dead are buried here. And despite its proximity to the Nightborn capital of Suramar, no known Nightborn dead are buried at the site, owing to Suramar's magical isolation since the War of the Ancients. So there you go. That could be some actual historical facts. Look at that. I hit you with the normal facts, now you got the historical facts. This is practically pointless top history facts. I'm a professional YouTuber, all right? 5. Number 5 is the Temple of the Moon fountain, which technically is a moon well, so this is like a moon well fountain. So this is like a bit of a high tier fountain right here. What I love about this too is it almost looks like the water falling off of the plate she's holding up, her bowl. That kind of looks like stars. Which I know sounds like, yo, it looks like stars, man. But, like, it actually kind of does look like stars. And there's all the trees all around. I think it's a really cool fountain, especially in a really big kind of night elf temple like this. And it made me want to learn more about it. And so, sticking with our facts and historical facts, I read some more into it. And it turns out that this is a fountain of Haydeen, the High Priestess of the Moon. Or the first High Priestess. Before the Stormrage novel made this clarification, many players thought the statue represented Elune herself. So I clicked on Haydeen. This is all on Wowpedia, by the way. It says, Haydeen was the first High Priestess of the Moon. As a child, she heard the voice of Elune. A large iconic statue of hers located at the center of the Temple of the Moon's Moonwell in Darnassus. Most first-time visitors to the Temple of the Moon believe that the white gleaming statue of a night elf female bearing aloft a basin of flowing water was Elune herself. During the burning of Teldrassil, a massive tree limb engulfed in flames crashed down into the temple. The branch fell into the bowl of Haydeen's statue. The stone basin cracked and the bowl broke in two, spilling the sacred waters. The great stone tumbled down, and the statue of Haydeen lost both arms. A chunk of the basin severed the statue's neck, sending its head toppling onto the screaming night elves who had sought refuge in the pool. The moonwell shattered and its sacred waters flowed onto the grass, red now with the blood of the innocents. What the shit for? Dude, I did not expect it to take that turn. Oh my god, I didn't actually read that whole thing at first. I was like, oh, this is some fun little facts about Haydeen, and I read like the first couple sentences. I'm like, yeah, this will be good for the pointless top 10. And then I started reading, and then it's like it just slowly progressed into that. I was like, what? So here's a dragon statue. It's in the Jade Forest. It's at the Serpent's Heart. It's very cool. It's got a globe, and water comes off of it. And there's some floating lanterns, and it's actually just a pretty cool statue. It's just a cool dragon statue in the Serpent's Heart of Jade Forest. And there's no blood of the innocents anywhere, so that's pretty neat. But, joking aside, Mist of Pandaria actually has a lot of cool stuff. Just aesthetic and architecture and environments. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff in Mist of Pandaria. And this fountain, I think, is one of the things that almost goes overlooked. Because I remember it when I was questing, but I haven't thought about it in forever. Now, going back and looking at it, I'm like, yo, this is actually a really cool fountain. I'm glad I came back and found it. That's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 is the Dalaran Fountain. This is probably one of the most iconic fountains in World of Warcraft, I would say. I think most people have been to the Dalaran Fountain. It actually looks really cool. It's got that, I think it's a sea lion. I'm pretty sure it's a sea lion, right? I'm not going to spend time looking this up. You can just correct me in the comments. But he's got water coming out of his mouth, and I mean, clearly this is in the top of the list because it involves fishing. You can fish up a bunch of coins. And then the gold coin you can flip back into the water and you increase your odds to catch another coin by a lot. And so it's essentially a wishing well on top of being a fountain. And I think it's just one of those fountains that it feels like a staple fountain in World of Warcraft. Like when I give you a list, well, I'm giving you a list of fountains right now. When I ask you to create a list of fountains, I would think one of the fountains that would pop up in your head right away would be the Dalaran Fountain, because I think it's that iconic. And so, because of that, it's number 3. 2. Number 2 is the Tel'Rador Fountain, and I love this fountain. I mean, part of the reason is probably because it's in Zangarmarsh, and I love Zangarmarsh. But I think it's a really cool fountain. It's got the little lily pads with the flowers. It's got the Draenei kids and the Draenei mom, I would assume, are all sitting on these mushrooms, and they're just pouring water into the fountain base. What's that called? Like, I guess the base of the fountain? I guess that's, I don't know. But I think that's a really cool fountain. I think this is something that a lot of people probably just glance over. You know, you're probably just doing quests, you're running around, and you don't really pay attention. You just kind of, you notice it, but you don't notice it. You know what I mean? And that's what I make these for. I love making these pointless top 10s so you can find things that you may have not noticed. And I love this fountain. So I wanted to look up some information about it as well, because, you know, that's what we're doing this episode. You can only say so much about fountains, all right? Tel'Rador does not have food vendors, and for a lore-based reason. Many of the quests relate to food gathering, and because they are close to starving, food is shared among their own people, and they would not sell it to outsiders. That's actually really cool lore-wise. I never even knew that, and that's something that I don't even know if they'd put that into the game today. They'd probably just be like, whatever, just give them food vendors, but I think that's pretty neat. So that's number 2. 1.5? So 1.5 is kind of an honorary mention here for the Stormwind Fountain, and I felt I had to include the Stormwind Fountain because I was going to get rid of it, because I only had 10 fountains that I was going to do, and then this was part of the list originally, and I was like, this is probably the one I'll get rid of. But at the same time, I was like, dude, this is such a pointless fountain because it doesn't have water in it. You know what I mean? And on top of that, it's nostalgic for a lot of people. It's, you know, right in the center of the heart of Stormwind, and everybody's kind of seen it, and they've got nostalgia for it. Like, there's so many things with it, and it's so old. And you look at, like, the new fountains compared to this one and how much they've improved, and I was like, I need to just throw this one in as, like, an honorary mention. So it is 1.5, the classic Stormwind Fountain. 1. And number 1 is the Fountain of the Everseeing. And this place, this isn't like just a fountain. This is like a fountain room. This is like the mecca of fountains. There's like all these fountains all around, like pouring water. There's like water flowing in. There's like so many beautiful architectures and plants and lanterns all over. There's the fish boss sitting in the middle, because this is in the Temple of the Jade Serpent, I believe. And you have to, you know, the fish boss guy is one of the people you have to fight. His name is Wise Mari. And apparently, let's see, we got any facts? You might as well learn some facts about Wise Mari. He is the first boss in the Temple of the Jade Serpent. Wow, what a fact. Shortly before the Shah eruption, Wise Mari accepted the help of the adventurers who found his staff that was lost because of the sprites. The waters of the Temple of the Jade Serpent have been tainted by the Shah of Doubt's influence, and the Jinyu water speaker Wise Mari was tainted right along with them. He was then killed by the same adventurers, thus cleansing himself. Wise Mari appears as a ghost on the Timeless Isle, participating in the Celestial Tournament with Carpe Diem, River, and Spyrus. So, you know, not as crazy as the Blood of the Innocents, but still pretty cool. And overall, just an amazing fountain and an amazing room of fountains to be in. And that's why it's number 1. 10. Number 10 is the World's End Tavern in Shatrath, and this is a possible reference to the actual World's End Tavern in North London and Camden. And according to their website, Charles Dickens ate there, so that's pretty crazy. But the World of Warcraft version doesn't have Charles Dickens. It has Harris Pilton, and I'm sure if you've been to the World's End Tavern or even just played Burning Crusade at some point, you've probably gone here and been like, whoa, it's Harris Pilton, right? It also has a high elf woman named Zephyr, and if you talk to her and you're revered with the Keepers of Time, you can transport to the Caverns of Time, which I never actually knew, but that's probably because I'm not revered with the Keepers of Time, so it checks out. And then the Elite Tauren Chieftain will play there every 4 hours on the hour, and Perry Gatner also does stand-up comedy here every day, and he does some really terrible jokes, such as, how many kobolds does it take to change a lantern wick? You know, take candle. What's the deal with kobold candles? But in terms of the actual tavern aesthetic, it's nothing too crazy. It's got some generic tables and rugs. It's got a stage. It's got some bear rugs and kegs. And so I was like, you know, it's okay. And that's why I decided to put it at number 10. 9. Number 9 is the Laughing Crane, which is a local tavern on the Wandering Isle in Mists of Pandaria. And one interesting fact about this tavern is that although it has an innkeeper, the player does not accumulate rest while inside, unlike most inns, which is pretty crazy. Like, you would think you'd get rest XP for being here. And I was like, oh, you know what? Maybe it's because it's a new player area. But at the same time, Razor Hill and those places have inns you could get rest at. So I have no idea. But either way, if you talk to the innkeeper, she says, ever since my husband came back, we've been really able to expand the place. We've even put in a brewery upstairs staffed by some of the most nice monks from the temple. So I was like, yo, this place is cool. It's a tavern and a brewery. And I guess it would also be an inn. I think you can stay here. Because a tavern is a place where you go to drink, but an inn is a place where you go to drink and spend the night. So technically, all inns are taverns, but not all taverns are inns. This is just like Turtle and Tortoise. But I really love the aesthetic of this place. It's very cozy. It has a bunch of lanterns and kegs. They got grills. They have these big tables with like a rice cooker in the middle, or I don't know if they're cooking soup. It's bubbling over, whatever it's doing. It's just a very cozy environment. And my only complaint would be it feels a little too spacious at times. Like there's just lots of empty areas that feels like it should have tables or just something there. So that was the only downside, but overall it's pretty cool, and that's why it's number 9. 8. Number 8 is the Thunder Brew Distillery in Kharanos, and it's probably one of the most well-known taverns in World of Warcraft, but it also has some of the craziest background story for the owners of it in World of Warcraft. So Grimboo's Thunder Brew used to be the owner or part owner, and when you talk to Ragnar Thunder Brew in Classic WoW, he says, "Welcome to the Thunder Brew Distillery, founded by dear old pappy Archelaus Thunder Brew. I've been keeping the place running ever since my older brother Grimboo's disappeared in a drunken haze a few harvests ago. And it turns out he is in Westfall, and there's a big quest where you help him make beer in Westfall. And then in Wrath of the Lich King, he actually goes to join Hemet Nessingwary in Sholazar, where he tries to craft his Jungle Punch, which is the Kungaloosh that you help him craft in Sholazar. But then, at Brewfest, in Battle for Azeroth, Ragnar participates in the tapping of the keg alongside Maiev Barley Brew. During their speech, Ragnar claimed that his father, Grimbooz, founded Brewfest. So at some point, they must have retconned Grimbooz to be the father of Ragnar, and now they used to be brothers, but now it's his father, so So it's weird. I don't know. But either way, the actual tavern itself is fantastic. I know I just ranted about the owners for like a minute, but who cares? This is a pointless top 10. All right. You know what you were getting into. They got the barrel vases. They got the food on the table. They got the animal heads on the wall. They got the stone fireplaces. It's just a very rustic and cozy environment. And I really love that about this tavern, right? Everything's kind of compact and stone, and there's the snow outside, which I think really amplifies everything, knowing it's like snowy and cold outside. And then you go in and it's just a nice warm fire and the ale and just everybody, you know, standing around having a good time. It's great. And so that's why the Thunderbrew Distillery is number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Deepwater Tavern at Menethil Harbor in the Wetlands. And the reason I picked this one is because it's a standard human tavern, which I wanted to put on the list, but it's a bit more unique, I guess, because it's actually flooded everywhere. So during the flooding of Menethil Harbor during the shattering, the tavern was barely saved due to being on slightly higher ground than the surrounding area and being protected at the front by a wall of sandbags. Since the disaster, the tavern appears to function as normal, with the sandbags being used as a bench by locals and riding rams and stable master outside, seeming tolerant of the water. But I think my favorite interaction is happening outside, which is these two dwarves, and they say, "Flood's not so bad. Not as bad as the ones we've had in Ironforge." "Aye, you mean the one you caused? You watch your tongue, you blootered chuff." "That was an honest mistake. You put a floodgate on a channel from the inside and trapped yourself. An honest mistake. And then you tunneled from the channel straight into a dining hall. We were finding carp behind the furniture for weeks. Well, at least the ale was safe." And I didn't even know this, but apparently this is a reference to Dwarf Fortress. I haven't really played much Dwarf Fortress, but I know a lot of people have, so there you go. But aside from all that, I do love the inn. Obviously, it's a very human-style inn, just like in Goldshire. I think a lot of people are probably like, the Goldshire Tavern, but I wanted to go a little bit off the grid. That's what I do with Pointless Top 10. I get a little crazy, a little wacky, like this rat. He's not in Pointless Top 10 rats, but he could have been. He's a great rat. But I love the kegs, the fireplace, you know, just the homey aesthetic of the human inn. And that's why the Deepwater Tavern is number 7. 6. Number 6 is the Salty Sailor Tavern in Booty Bay. And to me, this is one of the most unique types of taverns because it's literally a boat tavern, right? I mean, if you go up top to Baron Revelgaz and Fleetmaster Seahorn, they're literally standing on the bow of a ship. It is the bow of a ship, right? The front of it, I think it is. But it's a really cool tavern, and it gives me nostalgia a bit because I always think of coming here with Booty Bay. Like, this is one of the first things I think of when I think of Booty Bay is this tavern, because even if you don't want to go to the tavern, you do kind of have to go through it to get to the upper parts of Booty Bay and, you know, get a bunch of quests here. So this kind of is the heart of the city. I think it's always really cool that you have to like climb up the ship, and then there's like the pirate bridge on the inside you have to run along, which I always thought was a cool thing. There's the innkeeper that can like barely see over the counter, and if you talk to him, he says, "Hey, come in. Just don't sit too close to the stove. It hasn't exploded yet today, but just to be safe, I think you should sit elsewhere." But honestly, it kind of gives me Rainforest Cafe vibes. You know what I mean? It's like a themed tavern type thing. And so, you know, there's not a whole lot going on in terms of like people drinking or hanging out. It's just a lot of like pirate guys standing around. But I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I think it's just a cool design for a tavern. There are cockroaches upstairs, but you know, what do you expect in Booty Bay, right? So that's why the Salty Sailor Tavern is number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Drunken Drummer, which is a tavern located in Dazara Lore. And this is actually a really cool tavern I didn't really know about. It's a tavern that just has a bunch of drums, and you can actually go up to them. You can bang the drums. So I guess here you just get drunk and bang on the drums. But they got, you know, a bunch of different types of drums. They got orcs, and they got even a goblin drum. There's Bilgewater Speculator here, and he's just like, "Hey, they even got one of our drums. Who says goblins ain't got no culture?" They got some weird looking jar. I don't know what that thing is. There's this troll guy who's like hiding in the trees. There's like some other trolls that are just having some drinks out by a table outside. I think what I love most about this tavern is just how unconventional it is, right? When you think tavern, you're like, all right, there's some people sitting around drinking, whatever. But like, everyone's just drumming. They're just getting drunk and drumming. Like, I don't know. I think it's pretty cool. There's really nothing else about it. There's no like crazy lore or anything, but that's good enough for me to put it at number 5. 4. Number 4 is the Hops Line and Sinker Brewery, which is a tavern located in northern Borealis. One thing that I learned from researching all this is there are about 30 taverns in Borealis. There's no shortage of places to drink in Boralus, I'll tell you that much. But the reason I picked this one is I felt like it was the best of all the taverns, clearly. I didn't even mention that the actual name, Hops, Line, and Sinker, is just a funny play on words. It's supposed to be like hook, line, and sinker, but they're saying hops like beer, you get it? Ha ha! But out of all those taverns, this one felt like it had the most going on. You had the bards singing by the fire, you have people drinking at the bar, you got people taking kegs and drinks all over the place. They actually have an outside area, so there's an outside bar, which is fantastic. There's the fish on the wall, you got the people playing Hearthstone. It's just, this place feels like an actual restaurant, you know what I mean? And I love that. And as I've been saying this entire video, it's very cozy. So that is why the Hops, Line, and Sinker is number 4. Number 3 is the Grim Guzzler, and I felt like I had to put the Grim Guzzler on the list because not only is it the place you go to during Brewfest, but it's just a giant tavern that's one of the oldest taverns in the game at this point. The Grim Guzzler is located deep inside Blackrock Depths, and it's part of the Shadowforge city, lying just beyond the manufactory and before the Chamber of Enchantment. The tavern is a large 2-level area filled with mostly inebriated patrons. These patrons should remain neutral to adventurers unless they get aggravated. Much like real life. Something I actually learned from reading about the Grim Guzzler is that there was supposed to be a Shadowforge mole machine and the Grim Guzzler invasion in the Zaralek Cavern, but I guess that never happened, so that kind of sucks. That would have been really cool. But I mean, overall, I think the Grim Guzzler is probably one of the most notorious taverns in all of Azeroth, and now I actually use the term notorious right because I realized that in previous Pointless Top 10s, I've been using it wrong all along. I've been trying to call things notorious when actually I should have been using more words like infamous or prominent, which I think I did a couple times, but still, I'm learning grammar thanks to this YouTube series. And that's why the Grim Guzzler is number 3. Number 2 is Torga's Tavern, and Torga's Tavern's an underwater tavern located northeast of Torga's Rest in Nazmir. And up above the tavern, you got these little floating lights and all the seaweed and stuff and the kelp, and then down below, you have the actual tavern. And there's actually quite a few underwater taverns in Battle for Azeroth, but after looking through all of them, I thought this was probably my favorite one. I mean, I love the sand shell servers. They're these sea turtles that just float around carrying people's drinks on their backs. There's a siren named Cyrene located in the Torga Tavern, and she's just performing her siren song, and it is something, all right. I'd suggest going and listening to it. But I think what I love most about this tavern is just how much flavor and character it has, right? Like, I think even a lot of the other underwater taverns I went to, I was like, you know, these are cool, but some were a little too small, some were a little too big, some were weird. I felt like Torga's Tavern really had the best overall vibe and atmosphere and the right size to it. And so that's why I put Torga's Tavern at number 2. And number 1 is the Speed Barge Bar. And the Speed Barge Bar is where the old Thousand Needles Raceway used to be. And now it's just a bunch of goblins and gnomes getting drunk. The bartender is Daisy, and she used to be the race girl to like wave the flag when the gnomes and goblins were racing each other. And her name is actually likely a pun to Daisy Dukes, because she's also wearing Daisy Dukes. The chairs here can actually not be used by players nor by the NPCs. The latter are standing on them rather than sitting. And players can actually buy a bottle of grog from the innkeeper and use it to start a bar fight. But pretty much after I did all my research on all the taverns, I felt like this was the most pointless top 10 number 1 choice I could have made. Like, there's just chaos going on with the gnomes and goblins. There's weird fish sandwiches and weird electronic grills. Some of the gnomes are running at like super speed. Like, what are they doing? The guy's going like 800 miles an hour. He must have harnessed the old Tarn planes running ability. It's just, this place is just true chaos, and I love it. And it's just in the middle of nowhere. I feel like a lot of people forgot that this place even exists. You know what I mean? And so that's why the Speed Barge Bar is number 1. Number 10 are the Sarok Tents, and the Sarok Tents are located on the Isle of Thunder. And if you don't know who the Sarok are, they are a race of lizard men created by the Mogu from the fauna of the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. And so these lizard creatures have created these lizard-esque types of tents. And I just think these tents are really cool. I was actually going to put these in Pointless Top 10 huts, but then I realized that they're not really huts, they're more of tents, which we'll get into that eventually, right? The intricacies and definitions of what makes a tent versus a hut versus universe, all that type of stuff. And I was trying to figure out what these tents are actually made out of. Like at first I was like, are they just making these tents out of their own people? You know what I mean? Like it kind of looked like lizardy types of skin. So I was like, are they having their, you know, maybe their friends and family members or tribal members die, and then they're like, we'll make a tent out of your skin to honor you or something. But I was like, that wouldn't really make sense because these are like massive tents, and I doubt one small Sarok is going to be able to make this giant tent. But I don't know, maybe their skin stretches out really well, but that doesn't really make sense. And then I saw the big dinosaurs walking around, and I was like, oh, it's clearly just dinosaur skin, which is still pretty insane. Like they're killing these giant dinosaurs and making tents out of them. Like that's pretty metal. So either way, that's why the Sarok tents on the Isle of Thunder are number 10. 9. Number 9 is the Vulparian Racial Tent, and the Vulparian Racial Tent is a tent that you create when you make a camp for your Vulparian, and then you're able to return to that camp at any point when you're not on a cooldown. And I wanted to put this on the list for a few reasons. Number 1 is, you know, it's a tent. It's a very basic tent. It's got some sticks. It's got some cloth. It's got a cool campfire outside. You got a little backpack and stuff. Like it's, you know, it's very basic. And sometimes the most basic, simplistic things are worth appreciating. But if this was just a normal tent without anything tied to it, I probably wouldn't put it on the list. My favorite part about this is what the actual Vulparian Racial is. And that is the ability to just make a campsite anywhere in the world and then be able to go there whenever you feel like it. Like to me, that is the best racial in World of Warcraft. I don't care what anybody says. It's just, it was perfect for mount farming, especially when you'd have to like go farm a specific dungeon or whatever it might be your raid. And you could just set up your camp right outside and then you'd be like, oh, time to go farm that. And then boom, you just go right there. Like this is easily my favorite racial in World of Warcraft, even though I'm coming at it from like a mount farming roleplay perspective, not a really like meta game PvP, PvE perspective, right? But, you know, to each their own. And so that's why the Vulparian tent is number 9. 8. Number 8 are the Centaur tents, primarily located in the Barrens. They also have some in Desolus and wherever you would find Centaur, but I specifically always remember the Barrens ones, probably because they were the first ones you would run into when you were leveling a Horde character. And they actually have a wide variety of tents. They have small tents, they have medium-sized tents, they've got big tents, like they've got some pretty cool tents. And, you know, even though they are very old, like these are definitely 2004 World of Warcraft tents, like I think they still hold up pretty well. Quite literally. I mean, they've been standing for like 20 years or whatever, right? Oh, what a great joke. Sorry. But yeah, I think I appreciate these tents more out of nostalgia than anything because there's nothing too crazy about them, but I'll always remember these tents. And when I think of World of Warcraft tents, these are some of the first tents that come to mind. Like I said, I think just because I remember questing in the Barrens so much and I've probably been here hundreds of times, and so they just always pop into my head, and that's why the Centaur tents are number 8. 7. Number 7 are the Tauren tents, and I wanted to put these on the list because this is where I really wanted to get into what defines a tent. So the Tauren tents are based off of the Native American tents called teepees, and these were specifically cone-shaped dwellings traditionally used by indigenous people of the Great Plains. Teepees were traditionally described as a lodge or a tent, and all of them are pretty much made out of animal skins stretched across wooden poles used for shelter. And so when I looked more into it, it appears that a tent is pretty much designed to be portable and collapsible. And so when I was looking at all of these, I was like, I guess a lot of these could be portable and collapsible, right? Like there's certain structures where you're like, I don't know how portable that would be, or maybe certain parts of it would be portable, but not other parts. In fact, I was trying to decide between the Tauren and the High Mountain Tauren for whose buildings I want to use for tents, but it felt like the actual Tauren buildings were more portable and tent-like, while the High Mountain Tauren felt a bit more like permanent structures. But no matter the case, I love the Tauren fabrics with all the different markings and paintings on them, and then all of the cool materials that they use, and I just think they're really cool. And out of all the lists that I could put them in, I think this is the most fitting for them. So that's why the Tauren tents, or teepees, are number 7. 6. Number 6 are the tents at the Argent Tournament. And I mean, how could we all forget about the Argent Tournament, one of everyone's favorite events in World of Warcraft history? However, whether you like the Argent Tournament or not, I think the actual tents and the tent buildings they have here are really cool. Like they have, you know, some basic tents all around. They're kind of just your standard tents. Some of the tents are like reused from Brewfest or Dark Moon Fair and stuff like that. But then there's actually these massive tent structures, like these tent buildings. They're almost like circus tents, right? And while I was researching, I learned that the Argent Tournament was originally supposed to reside in the Crystal Song Forest, but these plans were changed because it would have been too close to Dalaran, which ended up being a greater resource hog than Blizzard anticipated. And you know, I will say, going back and kind of looking through the Argent Tournament ground, grounds and going into these big tent structures and all this stuff, I actually was kind of nostalgic for the Argent tournament. Although then I saw the jousting and I was quickly reminded of how terrible the jousting stuff was. So everything else is pretty cool here, and especially the tents. And so that's why the Argent tournament tents are number 6. 5. Number 5 are the Knoll tents, and the Knoll tents are located in Elwyn Forest, as well as places like Feralus, Westfall, and pretty much anywhere you can find gnolls. And I've talked about Knoll tents before back in Pointless Top 10 hidden faces in World of Warcraft, because there are human faces stitched into the Knoll tents. And if you go on the internet and search up like hidden things in World of Warcraft, this is probably one of the most searched things you'll find. It is just people being like, did you know that in the Knoll tents there's faces? Like, at this point, I don't know who doesn't know that there's Knoll tents and faces. However, or wait, I just said they're putting Knoll tents in faces. I guess you know what? The Gnolls have invented a way to put Knoll tents in faces. We're doomed. But anyway, I think that does make them very unique tents, right? Like, people talk about them for a reason, because it's kind of creepy, it's weird, but I mean, when you think about it, it's not that creepy to the Gnolls. They're just doing what humans do, right? Humans make, you know, tents and shelters and stuff out of animal skins. The Gnolls are just like, we'll just make tents out of human skin, right? But either way, that's why I had to put the Knoll tents on this list. And so that's why the Knoll tents are number 5. 4. Number 4 are the tents at the Dark Moon Fair. And I had to put the Dark Moon Fair tents on this list because, I mean, the Dark Moon Fair is pretty much comprised of tents. Almost every single building at the Dark Moon Fair is a tent. In fact, I think pretty much everything at the Dark Moon Fair can be taken down, because that's just the way carnivals work, right? I guess the hardest thing to take down would be the roller coaster, but I mean, listen, we're on Dark Moon Island. I doubt they're going anywhere at this point. I'm sure if they really had to, they could take down the roller coaster, but that's besides the point. The actual tents at the Dark Moon Fair are made up of green and purple fabric stitched together with this like yellowish brown rope, and it's pretty much every single tent has that type of aesthetic. There are some tents and the walls that are stitched together with purple and white fabric, so I guess, you know, they mix it up here and there, and then some of the really big tents have this yellow fabric, so they do have some variety, but I just felt like I had to put the Dark Moon Fair on the list. They have so many tents, so many varieties of tents, and I mean, they've had tents going all the way back to the start of World of Warcraft in like 2004, so that's why the Dark Moon Fair tents are number 4. 3. Number 3 are the Dragonscale Expedition tents located in the Waking Shores. And there's actually 2 tents here that I wanted to show off. So the first one is this big white cream-colored tent that has Pepe up top guarding it in his little adventure outfit, and it's held up with these big wooden logs, and there's a bunch of rope and this fabric that you roll up, and it almost looks like when you roll up the fabric, it's like a sleeping bag or almost like a rolled up map, which I think really does give that adventure vibe. And then outside of that, there's actually a smaller version that's like a small tent with seemingly the same materials, but just, you know, a much smaller tent. And then we have these red Blood Elf tents that have big kind of golden red tapestries, and, well, I don't actually know if they're Blood Elf tents, but they just feel very Blood Elf coded, you know what I mean? They have like a bunch of golden embroidery all over the place, and it very much feels like a Blood Elf tent. And to me, these are the tents that feel like they want to go camping in style, right? Like, they're not just going out for functionality. They're like, yo, we're going camping, but like, we're gonna look good doing it. And so yeah, all these tents are located at the same area, all under the Dragonscale Expedition. So I was like, hey, you know what? Let's just put all of them on the list. And so that's why all of the Dragonscale Expedition tents are number 3. 2. Number 2 are the Forsaken tents, and there's quite a few Forsaken tents, especially in post-destroyed Undercity. So I saw this online and I was like, dude, where is this tent? And I flew all over the place looking for this tent and I couldn't find it. And then I realized you had to go to the destroyed Undercity area, Brill, where Brill has been, you know, decimated, and then they just have a bunch of tents set up. But some of these tents are so cool. Like this big tent is being held up with these chains, and there's really cool skulls and iron things all over the place, and the really cool purple fabric, drapery, whatever you want to call it. I just realized how bad I am at describing stuff. I'm just like, there's like iron and purple things. Luckily, I have the visuals for you to look at, so you know what I'm talking about. But if I had to describe this like normally, people would be like, what are you saying? But yeah, this is a really cool tent. It has the purple lanterns as well, which I like. And then there's also some smaller tents. There's like a smaller version, I think, of this tent. And then there's some weird looking tents. There's like half tents. And then there's like these umbrella tents. I don't even know who designed these, but you know, I guess they work, right? They've got like weird, like whoop whoop, which is, honestly, it's pretty good for repelling water and stuff, I guess. But either way, the Forsaken tents are really cool, especially the big main tent that I talked about first. So that's why the Forsaken tents are number 2. 1. And number 1 are the Sethrak tents, and the Sethrak tents are located in Vol'dun, where the Sethrak are. And part of this might just be my bias of how much I like the Sethrak and want them to be a playable race, but I think they have some really cool tents. Like, this tent right here is probably my favorite tent. It's got all the different fabrics and stuff, but it has a Kralisk on the roof. So they've literally taken one of the Kralisk heads, which they ride around on as mounts and I guess used for various other things, and they put it on the tent as a roof, and it just looks really cool. They even painted the head with the same markings that are on the fabric. Then they have some other tents which are more basic tents or just like generic tent structures, but then I saw this really cool big blanket tent, and I have never seen anything like this in World of Warcraft. I think it's so cool. In fact, you know what? I think I lied. This may have been my favorite tent. So if you look at it, it almost looks like it's made out of snake skin or snake scales, and when you get close up, I mean, it might actually be, but it looks like they've just taken various pieces of fabric and like stitched them together to look like snake skin or snake scales. In fact, it almost looks like it is a snake opening its mouth to swallow you. Like, it's fantastic. And so this plus all of the other Sethrak tents made me want to put them at number 1, and that's why the Sethrak tents are number 1. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Pointless Top 10, a show where we make top 10 lists out of pointless things, where we fly by as pointless statue in Booty Bay, because inside pointless things are treasure. Let's begin. 10. Number 10 is Chris Angler and his family, found in the Krasarong Wilds. And this is a place where everybody is fishing. There's people on the beach fishing. There's a Pandaren chilling in a fishing boat. There's a Pandaren that's meditating and fishing, which is kind of fun. And then there's his whole family, which is, you know, the kids, where I don't know if they're his actual kids or like his nieces and nephew or whoever, right? They're just fishing with him. Or they're just kind of running around sitting there. And then there's the dog with the squirrel on his head, which I wish that squirrel was fishing. That would really cap this all off. But that squirrel is actually from Pointless Top 10 Squirrels, by the way. I also don't know if this Angler Chris is a reference to Chris Angel, because I mean, this is kind of Pandaria. I think that's when Chris Angel was actually popular, but I don't know, maybe it is, maybe it's just a coincidence, but I thought of that. But the other reason I put this on the list is it's just a nice relaxing area, right? You've got this beach house with the lanterns and all the fishing gear all around. You've got the sunset and the water and the trees. It's just very majestic, I would say. And then, you know, everybody's just chilling on the beach fishing. It's just a very relaxing ambient area, except for the Crocolists fighting people in the background. Ignore that. And that's why Angler Chris and friends are number 10. 9. Number 9 is Old Man Barlow, and Old Man Barlow is located at the Silmir Lake in Terakar Forest. And Old Man Barlow is well known because he used to be the fishing daily quest giver back in Burning Crusade. And he would give you quests ranging from bait bandits to crocolisks in the city, fell blood fillet, shrimpin' ain't easy, and the one that got away. And then that would give you a bag of fishing treasures, which would contain numerous fishing treasures, as you might have guessed. There was the 2 ring, which was a reference to the One Ring, Lord of the Rings. There was numerous companions, there was a fishing hat, there's a whole bunch of stuff you could get. And I mean, Old Man Barlow's just an old man fishing. That's all he is. He's just standing there in his fishing boots with his fishing hat and his fishing gear, and he's just fishing. And there's a bunch of basilisks all around, but they don't attack him for some reason. I guess they're just like, that's Old Man Barlow. We can't attack Old Man Barlow. And so for all those reasons, that's why Old Man Barlow is number 9. 8. Number 8 is Urk, and Urk is an orc child located near the Watchtower a little north of the Crossroads in the Northern Barrens, and he has a pet wolf called Fang, and they just kind of run around this area and have a little fishing story. So he'll walk into the pile of supplies in the room, and he's like, where's my fishing hook? Oh, there it is. And then he walks to the pond, then he's just like, let's see if the fish are biting. And then he tries to see, and then he's like, I think I need better bait. And then he checks his father's wagon, and then he's like, Quillbore scraps, these should do the trick. Fish love Quillbore. And then he walks back to the pond, and then he's like, caught one. I'll see if the guards are hungry. Come on, Fang. And then he runs to the tower, and he's like, I caught a fish. And then they're like, oh my god, you bring honor to the horde, thank you. And then he's like, zug zug. And that's pretty much the Urk and Fang story. I do love how Urk, when he fishes, he doesn't even cast his fishing line. He just kind of goes up to the water and like wiggles his hands around. He's like, dude, I caught it. Like, is he doing some sort of magical fishing cast? I don't even know. And apparently Urk and Fang showed up in the Legion pre-patch invasion. I don't even remember that, but I guess it happened. So that's why Urk and Fang are number 8. 7. Number 7 are the Rustburg Village Fishermen, and the Rustburg Village Fishermen are Taran located in the Rustburg Village in Tol Barad. And these were just really weird to me. It's just all these Taran that look exactly the same, standing around fishing in numerous spots of the village on the docks. It's like, I don't know. I got some weird vibes from it. And apparently it's a weird thing because if you read the lore on Rustburg Village, it says it's a fishing village and port located in Tol Barad, and although of human construction, its current inhabitants belong to a number of races from both Horde and Alliance. Both leaders of Horde and Alliance refer to the residents as bandits and wackos and report that they have been picking off Alliance and Horde forces that stray too close to the village. Their actions are highly suspicious and they will attack anyone that dares enter the village walls. And I mean, they're definitely onto something because all these Tauren looking exactly the same is what freaks me out the most. Like, they're all fishing, they're all dressed exactly the same in the same outfits, they have the same like water buff swirling around them. I don't know if it's some curse that they got or some spell that they're under, but whatever it is, it's weird, and that's why they're number 7. 6. Number 6 are the Iskara fishermen located at Iskara, which is in the southwestern Azure Span. And I really wanted to put some Tuskarr on this list, and I was looking through all the different Tuskarr villages from, you know, Wrath of the Lich King and Dragonflight, and the reason I picked the Iskara fishermen is they have boats. And that was really the primary thing, is they got their little fishing boats, and they just cruise around fishing in the boats. And I love that. I think it's so cool to watch them just sail around. There's like the Tuskarr kids in the boat fishing with the big Tuskarr. It's just, you know, they're having a great time just chilling and fishing, although I don't know how they're fishing while they're sailing, because you would think the line is like getting a little too far away from where they cast it. But listen, I don't know. They're the master fishermen. I'm just some guy that likes fishing and makes videos about it. Plus, I love this area. You've got the snow falling, you got the pine trees back there, you got the water and the ice. It's a really beautiful area. But hey, you know what? Shout out to all the other Tuskarr that are out there fishing as well. But these guys, they just got fishing boats, and that's why I decided to put them at number 6. 5. Number 5 are the Gorduni ogres fishing at the Gordal Fortress in Talador. And the reason I put these on the list, especially higher up on the list, is I remember flying over this and just being so surprised that there was a bunch of ogres just chilling fishing. Like, when I think of ogres, I don't know about you, but when I think of ogres, I'm like, yeah, smash rocks, right? They're just like, oh, me do hard work, me beat you with giant stick, me go fight in war, right? I don't really think of ogres as like, come on guys, let's go fish. Like, it doesn't feel right. I don't know. I think I'm judging a book by its cover here. And you know what? I think these ogres just genuinely enjoy fishing. And I think one of them started it, and then he just told his friends, and then they started fishing, and now you've just got a whole group of ogres that are out here fishing, having a great time. And I love that. And that's why the Gorduni ogres fishing in Talador are number 5. 4. And speaking of ogres, Jack the Hammer is number 4. Although I don't think he's an ogre. I think he's a hobgoblin, right? He's something like that. But he's still a large-looking ogre man, and he has his giant mallet that he beats people with, but he has stuck a fishing pole into it, and he goes fishing with it. And I love the innovation. Just true engineering genius from Jack the Hammer. And if you don't know about Jack the Hammer, he was initially found in Kazan, and he owed the cartel money, and he was hiding out in the slums. And after that, he joins Gazlo and his grease monkeys, and currently he can be found fishing in Orgrimmar. But I chose to record him in Mechagon because this is initially where I saw him fishing with his weird fishing pole contraption. And I love the fact that when you talk to him, he says, fish here too crunchy, which I guess there's probably a lot of robot fish here and he tried to eat them or something. I don't know. It's Mechagon. I guess he could have also caught like spare parts and tried eating those. But either way, that's why Jack the Hammer and his awesome fishing innovation is number 4. 3. Number 3 are Nat Pagal and all his friends at the Angler's Wharf located off the southern coast of the Krasarong Wilds. And I chose this Nat Pagal out of all the other versions of Nat Pagal because I really like all the people at the Angler's Wharf. You've got the Tuskarr guy, you've got the panda guy fishing off the dock, you've got the monkey hosen with a fishing pole, you've got the panda guy passed out with the bamboo fishing pole on top of him. You got everybody here. But obviously I had to include Nat Pagal on this list. I mean, he is one of the most famous fishermen, if not the most famous fisherman in all of Azeroth. Nat Pagal also has his own line of fishing equipment and can be found in several locations around the world, offering training to aspiring fishermen who seek him out. But he states that he has no particular interest in fishing, but has been fishing for 20 to 30 years. He also says that fishing is a great excuse to drink heavily and therefore he enjoys an occasional drink now and then. There's also this weird thing in Old Hillsbred where Nat Pagel's fishing with Hal McAllister, the fishing vendor of South Shore, and he tells McAllister about his dreams of events that will happen in the future, like Tarn Mill being overrun by undead, Arthas killing his father, Thrall escaping from Durnhold Keep, and a bunch of other stuff that all comes true. So I don't know what Nat Pagel is, or how he has these dreams, or why he's all over the place, but he is, and that's why he's number 3. Number 2 are Fenwick Thatros and Killian Sanatha, located at the Lordamere Lake Dock near the Decrepit Fields in Silver Pine Forest. And in Classic WoW, there is actually a quest to kill Fenwick and bring his head to Verimathros at the Undercity because he believed that Fenwick is the leader of the undead that have taken root in Silver Pine Forest, although he proves to just be an underling to Thule Ravenclaw. But ever since Thule Ravenclaw was removed from power, Fenwick appears to have separated himself from Thule and now tries to fish in peace and quiet. But after the Cataclysm, that quest was removed, and now Fenwick is just a rare mob located there, and when you aggro him, he just says, "All I wanted was a little peace and quiet," which does make you feel kind of bad for attacking him. On the other side, Killian Sanatha is just some Forsaken vendor selling Longjaw Mudsnapper recipes and Rainbow Fin Albacore recipes, so quite the contrast between the two. And they also happen to choose a terrible place to fish, since now there's a bunch of machine guns set up here, and there's a bunch of big battles that occur, so it's really not that peaceful or quiet. They should probably go somewhere else. But that's why Killian Sanatha and Fenwick Thatros are number 2. And number 1 is, of course, my NPC, Kren the Pointless. Nah, I'm just kidding. And number 1 is the Pandaren Deckhand located at the Soggy's Gamble in the Dread Wastes. And I had to put this at number 1 because I just love the fact that this panda guy is just carrying these giant ass fish on his head like it's nothing. He's just walking around, he goes back over to the thing and he's like, well, time to get more fish. And I know technically he's not like fishing, he's getting fish that have already been caught out of a crate, which somehow they're storing these fish in these crates. Like these are some tiny little crates and he's getting these giant fish out of them. So that's a feat in itself. But this guy is straight up taking these fish, jumping on land over to a rock, walking up a plank, going on the dock into the building, and then putting the fish away. Which, again, I don't know if he's putting it on the table or if he's putting it in one of the tiny baskets, but whatever it is, that's also insane. I also don't know how he manages to fit this fish through the door. Maybe some sort of fish magic, I don't know. And so just because he's not a, quote, fisherman, doesn't mean he's not a fisherman, right? Listen, this is a pointless top 10 anyway. I can do what I want. So that's why the deckhand carrying the big fish is number 1. Number 10 are the totems located at Snowfall Glade and Dragonblight, and these are specifically the Wolvar totems. And I decided to put these at number 10 because I wasn't actually sure if these really are totems, but then when I looked it up on Merriam-Webster.com, it says a totem is an object, such as an animal or plant, serving as the emblem of a family or clan, and often as a reminder of its ancestry. And so after hearing that, I was like, you know what? I guess these are actually totems. But at that point, I'd already decided it was going to be number 10 because they were just kind of different from everything else on the list. And so here we are. And if you don't remember the Wolvar, they were the primitive race of Wolverine humanoids that were all over Northrend in places like Howling Fjord, Zuuldrack, Sholazar, and Dragonblight. But I really like these. They have this primal feel to them. They have like Wolvar skulls. At least I think they're Wolvar skulls. They look like it, with like these big wooden stakes all over and then some like cloth draped over them. I also really like these. It looks like it's a little Wolvar family or something. There's like the kid and then the adult one, and then they're holding another one. They're holding another little one. So I don't know if it's like a baby and a kid and the mother or something. I don't know. I just thought that was really interesting. Although thinking about it a bit more, these might be more considered shrines instead of totems, but it's too far gone. They're considered totems for the point of this video, and they're considered totems to me. So that's why these Snowfall Glade totems are number 10. Number 9 are the furbolg totems, specifically the furbolg totems located in Grizzly Hills. And outside of Taran, I would say that furbolgs are probably the race I think of the most when I think of totems. And at this spot in Grizzly Hills, you can see there's a bunch of different face totems all over the place, and they seem to be carved out of various big logs. There's some small logs as well, and a lot of the smaller log ones have these goofy little faces. There's one that's just like, ugh. It just looks like he's like, ugh, like he's freezing, or he's just like, ugh, I don't know about that one. Like, at least that's the vibe I get from it. And then there's another one that just kind of looks kind of like he's squinting at something, and he's got little tusks, so maybe this is like a troll totem or something. I don't know, but I like the little tusks. I never even noticed it it until I saw it up close. And then there's this really big totem, which looks like it used to be a tree, and then it has like a tree branch nose where they chopped it off, and it's got little like cut off tree branches for ears or something, and then they added a bunch of teeth and a necklace. It's really cool, and they painted on the face and everything. I really love this totem. And so yeah, I had to include some furbolg totems, and these are pretty great. So that's why the furbolg totems in Grizzly Hills are number 9. 8. Number 10 is the Ancestral Chieftain's Totem, and the Ancestral Chieftain's Totem is part of the Ancestral Chieftain set, which is the reward for completing the Tauren Heritage Armor quest. And I actually struggled finding this at first because I thought it was a weapon transmog, and then I realized it was actually your cape, which is pretty cool. And so I like the way it looks. I love that it's a very realistic looking Tauren cow face. But I think obviously the coolest part here is that you can just wear this totem all around and just be like, hey, look, I'm carrying a totem on my back. And people can be like, dude, that guy's carrying a totem on his back. That's pretty cool. And speaking of wearing totems, we also have Bane Bloodhoof, who is wearing totems on his back, although his are different from the Tauren Heritage one. He's got two, it almost looks like owls. I'm pretty sure they're owls, and they have little wings on the side. And I decided to include him as well because, you know, there's not many wearable totems in the game. So I was like, hey, you know what? May as well lump these all together. And honestly, I think we just need more wearable Tauren totems in general. They're really cool. And so that's why I decided to put all of them at number 8. 7. Number 7 is this giant totem in Orgrimmar, specifically in the Tauren area of Orgrimmar, and then there's a bunch of other totems all around here, which are pretty cool, but the main one I want to talk about is the really tall one. And one of the reasons for that is it's just very different and unique compared to a lot of the other totems I've seen. Like, if you look around here, a lot of these totems can be seen in different Tauren areas like Thunderbluff or, you know, different Tauren villages, but I have never seen this really tall, skinny totem, and it's got like a bunch of different faces on it, some of which look kind of creepy, to be honest. But then the top of the totem is actually very colorful and more modern looking than the rest of the totem, which I thought was kind of weird. And even the eyes themselves glow at nighttime. You can even see the eyes are glowing here. And I'm pretty sure this part of the totem is actually from Wrath of the Lich King, and I don't know where the bottom half is from or if that's very unique or whatever. So it's kind of hard to piece a lot of these totems together from when they were added to the game or where they're from in different parts of the world, but I don't know. It's just a very unique type of totem, and it's right there in Orgrimmar, and I never really noticed it, so that's why I decided to put it at number 7. 6. Number 6 are the Tonka totems, and the Tonka totems are located in the Grizzly Hills and the Storm Peaks, and I think they're in the Howling Fjord and a couple other places as well. But main point is these are the totems that the Tonka have in their little towns and villages, and as you can see there, I believe that one is the totem we just looked at. The top of this totem is the same as the top as the one in Orgrimmar. However, the base of this totem feels like it fits much more with the top of this totem, right? Like this whole totem feels like it goes together, and that's probably because it actually does. And what I really like about this one is the Tonka buffalo face on the bottom of these totems. Like, I think that looks really cool, and it actually reminded me that we never really got Tonka, and I thought the Tonka were really cool, right? Like, we just had them in Northrend, and that was kind of it. And if you don't know, the Tonka are an ancient offshoot of the Yongal and relatives to the Tauren who have adapted to the harsh environments of Northrend. Yeah, I decided to put them at number 6 because I was like, you know what? The Orgrimmar one technically stole from the Tonka totem, so I decided they deserve to be one higher because they have the original that got stolen. So that's why the Tonka totems are number 6. 5. Number 5 are the Bat Totems, and the Bat Totems are located in both Zuldrak and in Zul'Gurub. And I really love these totems because they really do look like bats, and you can see there the bat face is carved into it, and then my favorite part, the big bat wings coming out of the side. Like, we see so many totems that have eagles or birds or different types of things like that, or owls, but we never really see bat totems. And I first remember coming across these in Zul'Gurub for Pointless Top 10 Bats when I was covering High Priestess Jeklik, and then I was like, dude, there's some really cool bat totems here. And, you know, obviously I'd seen these throughout the years from raiding in Zul'Gurub and stuff like that, but I never really stopped and appreciated them. You know, I didn't stop and smell the roses. I didn't stop and look at the totems. But I was even more surprised to find them all over Zuldrak, and there's a bunch of bats flying around and a bunch of bat riders all over here, and then the bat totems are just scattered all about here in Zuldrak, and I completely forgot they were even here as well. Yeah, I just really love these totems. I think they're really unique, really cool, and when I saw them looking for Pointless Top 10 Bat stuff, I was like, dude, I gotta put these in Pointless Top 10 Totems. And here we are, and so that's why the Bat Totems are number 5. 4. Number 4 is actually 2 totems. So we have the totems located in Ashenvale that have these weird faces with a bunch of fell energy coming out of them. And then we have the Ursoc totem, which is located in the Azure Span. And so the weird face totems, I actually put in Pointless Top 10 hidden faces in World of Warcraft. And they have a bunch of weird faces with like this smoke coming out of them. And there's like other weird faces on them. They just all look really weird and creepy. And you've probably seen them all over the place. I think there's some in like the Plague Lands. There's some in Fellwood, but I always notice the ones in Ashenvale. And I was looking it up, and it says here that these are actually corrupted furbolg totems, and they normally don't look like this, but because the demons have corrupted them, they're either infusing them with fel or just being close to them for a while makes them morph kind of into these weird demonic totems. Meanwhile, then we have Ursoc's totem, which is a totem that looks like Ursoc, the bear god. And so it's this bear totem, and he's like, roar, and it just looks really cool. And it's out here in the Azure Span. It's part of the quest Ursoc's Strength, which you get from Cronac Sage Snow. And you know, it's a bear totem. It looks cool. There's nothing crazy about it, but I just really like the way it looked, and it's a nice little location here in the Azure Span. And so these were like 2 of my totems on the list that didn't really have that much about them, but also were just really cool. So I just combined them together because I just wanted to put them both on the list. And so that's why Ursoc's totem and the corrupted demonic furbolg totems are number 4. 3. Number 3 are the totems in Thunderbluff and pretty much all of the Taran areas that you could think of, because these are some of the most well-known totems in World of Warcraft, especially the big center totem in Thunderbluff that houses the Flight Master, and there's just a bunch of people flying in and out of it all the time, but it is just this massive totem in the center of Thunderbluff, and that's kind of the thing that I always think of outside of maybe the elevators when I think of Thunderbluff, you know what I mean? And I mean, there's so many cool totems just all over the place in Thunderbluff, like on buildings and random locations. There's ones that have like branches and some with wings and some with horns, and there's even the little lantern torch totems that got little fires underneath them to light up the path when you're walking down it. I always thought those were really cool. So I mean, there's just so many cool totems here in Thunderbluff that I had to put it on the list, and I wasn't really sure where to put it. I was almost going to put it at number 1 for a while, but then I was thinking about it and I'm like, you know what, I'm going to put it at number 3 because the next 2 I actually like quite a bit. So that's why the totems in Thunderbluff are number 3. 2. Number 2 are the High Mountain totems, and you knew these had to be on the list. I mean, whenever you go to High Mountain, especially after we just had, you know, a bunch of Legion stuff like Legion Remix, you always see the massive totem structure in the center of the High Mountain area. I mean, this is kind of like the flight tower for Thunderbluff, right? I think that's probably where they got the idea, but I mean, there's a bunch of cool totems all over the place here as well. Like there's eagle totems and different animals, but I just really love this massive center one. And I think what's so cool about this one is it seems like it's made out of stone, right? If you look pretty closely, you can see it's like chipped away, and I don't know, I just think that's so cool because we see so many totems in the game and they're all made out of like wood or, you know, different types of wood or trees or whatever, and we don't really see many totems that are just crafted out of stone. And I just thought that was so interesting, especially when it's such a massive intricate totem, you know what I mean? And so yeah, overall this is probably one of the best totems in World of Warcraft, and it's got some other cool totems all around here as well that are more normal totems, but this is the main one, so that's why the High Mountain totems are number 2. 1. And number 1 are the Arakoa totems, and the Arakoa totems are located near the Arakoa in the Terakar Forest and pretty much anywhere in Burning Crusade where there are Arakoa. And I feel like these are one of those totems where somebody else would put these at like number 8 or 9 on their list, but I put them at number 1 because I just love how they look. I think they fit the Arakoa. I love that they just have this goofy kind of vibe to it. I can't even put it, like specify what I find so goofy about it. Maybe it's like the big eyes and the little beak or something, but I don't know. I just really like these a lot. And there's different sizes of them. There's an area in Terakar Forest where there's these big versions of the totems that are just scattered about and destroyed. And then there's also the little versions of the totems, which are more scattered around in the Arakoa villages. In fact, I've noticed the little totems before while questing, but I never really noticed the big totems for some reason. I don't know why. It's kind of like what I mentioned earlier. Sometimes you're just questing, going through the motions, and you don't really stop and smell the roses or stop and look at the totems. And I'm glad that we did because I love these totems. And so that's why the Arakoa totems are number 1. 10. Number 10 are the water wells located at Storm Shield in Ashran. And these are pretty much your basic water wells. They got the hand crank thing, they got rope, they got a bucket going down, they got a little roof over it and the stone. I was actually curious, what is the roof for? Because I always see roofs over water wells, right? And according to the internet, it says the huge roof would prevent wind-blown dust and other materials from falling into the wells, such as big tree limbs, leaves, etc. And it may have had other functions, such as shielding people from direct sunlight so they could work comfortably getting water out of the well, especially during hot summer days. And it appears that the roof would also be protecting the rope from getting soaked and rotting away, because nothing would be worse than you're just, wheeling the thing up with your water and then it snaps and now your bucket's down there, everything's gone, right? So pretty important. It also looks like both of these wells just have dirt in them, so maybe they already got all the water out of them. I have no idea, but you know what? They're pretty cool. And so that guy just walked through a light post. That's why these water wells are number 10. 9. Number 9 is the water well located at the White Grove Chapel in Drustvar. And this is not too much different from the water well we just looked at. It's got some variations, like the roof looks a little more worn down or rustic, I guess you could say. That's what they always say with those houses. They're like, it's got such a rustic feel. It's like, okay, it just means it's old and worn down. It's got a lot of character. However, I do really like the area that this water well is in. So that's taken into account here as well. You got the 2 wolves just chilling nearby. There's some benches you could sit down on and look at the water, or I guess look at the water well. There's some water nearby the well. There's, some trees and flowers and rocks. Like, it's a really pretty location. There's also a butterfly that keeps flying literally through the roof of the well. I don't know if it's using dark magic. There's that crazy, witch magic going on nearby. So maybe it's a demonic butterfly, but hey, you know what? It's having fun, I guess. So let it fly through the roof. Maybe the roof is transparent. Maybe it's not even maybe this water well isn't even real, dude. Maybe it's an illusion. An illusion? What are you hiding? Either way, that's why the Drustvar water well is number 9. 8. Number 8 are the classic WoW water wells, and I specifically picked the ones in Theramore Isle and Dustwallow Marsh and one in Borean Tundra, because, I don't know, they just felt like very fitting atmospheres for these water wells. Don't ask me why. It was an instinct. And they're just very basic water wells. It's stone, wood, and rope, and that's pretty much it. And so I thought this would be a good time to actually learn about what a water well is. And so it says here on Wikipedia that a well is an excavation or structure created on the earth by digging, driving, or drilling to access liquid resources, usually water. The oldest and most common kind of well is a water well, which is used to access groundwater in underground aquifers. The well water is drawn up by a pump or using containers such as buckets that are raised mechanically or by hand. I also watched a few videos on how water wells work, and I never thought I'd be learning about water wells from a World of Warcraft video, but here we are. And so anyway, these are some very basic water wells. Obviously, it's classic vanilla WoW, old models, but they're still pretty cool, and so that's why I put them at number 8. 7. Number 7 is the water well located at the Golden Terrace in the Mist of Pandaria. And I guess you could say this is more of a fountain. However, I did find many wells that look similar to this one, especially wishing wells. Also, let me tell you, it is extremely difficult to find 10 different water wells. I'm surprised I even got the 10 on this list. So this is one of those hybrid fountain wells, all right? It's both. Also, there's the most important part of this water well, which is that there is a skeleton of what I believe is a gnome or some other small race in World of Warcraft that is just dead in here and has been dead for, I imagine, quite some time, if just the bones are left. And it looks like something fell on them, some sort of, some part of the well, like part of the stone slabs must have slipped off, or maybe something fell from the roof. I have no idea. I don't know how this happened. Maybe the gnome tried to pick up part of the well to like build it or deconstruct it, and it fell on him and then nobody cared. I have no idea, but it's down there. There's your Easter egg. But you know what? It's a pretty cool area and a pretty cool well, and that's why it's number 7. 6. For number 6, we're going to a bit more of a conventional water well in Mist of Pandaria, which is at the Serpent's Overlook in the Jade Forest. And I actually like this one a lot. It's got a big wheel on the side that I imagine you can turn to pull the bucket up. The bucket looks pretty cool. The actual well has a cool, unique shape to it. There's actually water inside this water well, which we haven't seen in some of the other water wells. And on top of all that, there's actually a panda woman that is coming over to the well and seemingly gathering a bunch of water and then taking it away in her little bucket or pail or whatever it is. I also think the roof is really cool with this water well. It's got the same kind of roofs that a lot of the other buildings have, so it maintains that same aesthetic that a lot of the other buildings have. So it could have just been a normal water well. Like, they could have just made something really basic, but they went a little above and beyond and made it similar to the other structures of Pandaria, which I think is pretty cool. And so for all those reasons, that's why I decided to put the Serpent's Overlook water well at number 6. 5. Number 5 are the Mulgore water wells, and these are actually really cool water wells. They almost act like a pump, like the wind spins around. I think it pumps the water up and then it pours out into the little area that you can see right there, but there's no actual water coming out, which I think would be cool if they updated it to have that, but you know, whatever, it's still pretty cool. And these wells have been used as sources for mystical well stones and vision quests and a whole bunch of other stuff, but they were taken over by the Venture Company, which tried to control the water supply and poison it and everything. But you end up cleansing the well as part of these quests, and then they're good to go. In fact, I think this is one of the only quests in the game that revolves around water wells, so that definitely bumped these up on the list, on top of just being really unique water wells in general. Plus, I'm just a big fan of tar and stuff and Mulgore and all that. But really, though, it'd be cool if these water wells actually had water coming out of them. It's not going to happen, but it would be cool. But anyway, that's why the Mulgore water wells are number 5. 4. Number 4 is the water well located in Borealis. And I picked this water well for a few reasons. One is there is a cat up on the roof of the water well. That massively upgraded this water well, I'm not gonna lie. And then there's some buckets of water all around, so clearly the well has been used. And then there's a bunch of these planks all over, which I thought was really interesting. Like, it's a very unique location, and the water well seems to be getting used quite a bit. But it also seems odd that they'd put planks over it while they're getting water out of it. Maybe they put the planks over it so the cat doesn't get in, or like other people don't get in. I have no idea. It's actually really interesting to why there's all these planks here, and then they're still getting water out of the well and then putting them into these containers surrounding the well. But yeah, I don't know. I thought it was cool. The more I think about it, I'm like, maybe I should have put this at like number 7 or something. But I'm like, hey, you know what? No, it's a cool water well. It's in a cool location, and there's a cat up there. That's the main thing, the cat. And that's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 is the water well located in the Twilight Highlands at the Firebeards Patrol. And not only is this water well really cool with the griffin roof, and the wings are part of the roof. That's actually really creative. Like, the wings are the roof. Like, look at that. That's so cool. But this water well is actually getting use. Like, all these dwarves are running to the well, getting water, and then throwing that water onto all the burning buildings. So again, kind of like the Mulgore water wells, these might be some of the only water wells actually getting use in the game. I guess there was the Pandaria woman earlier that was, you know, getting water out of the bucket, but this is a much more intense situation, I would say. And there are actually multiple of these water wells. There are similar ones at the Thundermar Ruins, so that gives you a little chance to check it out without everything burning around it. And you can see that the one in the town that's fine has a little bucket with water in it, and it's kind of normal. And then the one that is in the burning town has numerous buckets all around it, because they're using those buckets to get the water and toss them out of the building. So I like that little differential there. Because, I mean, they could have been lazy. They could have just reused the asset and been like, people figure it out. They're just using buckets or whatever. But no, they actually added the little extra detail, so I appreciate that. But yeah, I love this water well, especially the griffin roof, so that's why it's number 3. 2. Number 2 is Owen's Wishing Well, and Owen's Wishing Well is a small wishing well found inside the Tideview Thicket high on a bluff overlooking the Jade Forest. And the well is actually surrounded by a bunch of wishing frogs, as well as things like Chinese food containers and some birds and lanterns. And there's actually some golden coins that are lucky golden coins, and if you click on them, they'll give you the buff Made a Wish, like you tossed a coin into the wishing well. You can even see a bunch of coins at the bottom of the wishing well, which I think is pretty cool. And there's also a lootable dagger here called the Woden's Manted Shanker. And the story behind the well is actually pretty sad. It is a location that's a reference to Brian Owen Wicks, who visited Blizzard Entertainment headquarters back in February of 2012 through the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and sadly he passed away a few years after, so rest in peace, Brian. But it's awesome that he got such a cool tribute. And this well is actually kind of similar to the one we just looked at. In fact, I think it may be the same model as the Golden Terrace Pandaria Hub one, but obviously this one has a lot more sentimental value behind it. And I think it's actually cooler with a lot of the little, you know, lanterns and the birds and the coins and everything. I do think it's really cool, so that's why I decided to put it at number 2. 1. And number 1 is the Dalaran water well. To me, this is the most famous water well in all of World of Warcraft. I feel like everybody knows about it. They've at least walked past it like once in the entirety of WoW's existence, right? It's been, well, I guess it doesn't exist anymore, it crashed, but if anything, that actually makes it more fitting for Pointless Top 10. There's also this really tiny water bucket attached to a rope, and it looks way too small for this water well. I feel like they should have had a much bigger rope and bucket, but I guess that's not really the point of this water well, because you know, jump into it, but still, seems a little weird. This also might be the only water well in the game that actually has stairs next to it. I don't think any other water well I've seen has stairs that you can walk up And I mean, obviously that's so you can go up there and fall into it, or it's at least some sort of visual cue to tell the player like, hey, you could go up here and jump down, right? But it's definitely unconventional, especially compared to all the other water wells we've looked at. And it's actually got some really cool design with all the stonework and everything. So for all those reasons, that's why the Dalaran water well is number 1. 10. Number 10 is a location at the top of the mountains in the Stormsong Valley, and they're flying a bunch of kites up here, which I never really thought of flying kites at the top of mountains, but I guess it makes sense. Normally when I think of people flying kites, I think of like, you know, summertime out in the fields and they're running around like, woo, not like we're at the top of this really cold mountain and we're just flying kites around. There's also some gliders. You can take gliders and fly around here too, but I actually think this location's pretty cool. The reason I put it at number 10 is because it doesn't really feel like a true winter spot compared to some of the other ones on the list. Like, you are up in the mountains, there's beautiful skies, like I'm sure they're cold, they got the fire going here, but there's still a bunch of green grass and vibrant life down below, and that's not really something I think of when I think of winter, but I still thought this was like a cool snowy winter type location. So I had to put it on the list, and that's why I put it at number 10. 9. Number 9 is a spot located up in the mountains of Dunmoreau, and it's an area where you go sledding. Well, I mean, you don't personally go sledding, but this pug gets to go sledding. For the most part, it's these dwarves that keep sledding down the mountain, and then they sled all the way down. They got people cheering them on, and then they crash into this little hill at the bottom, and they're like, yeah, woo, let's go again. And then up at the top, you actually have a cave where they got some kegs in there with a fire, so you can just have a drink by the fire. Like, it's honestly just a fantastic place, to the point where I actually think I should have put this higher up on the list, but I already put it at number 9. I feel like this should actually be in the top 5, but you know what? Maybe more people get to see it now because some people are going to click off the video, but now they know there's a dwarf sledding location that's really cozy up in Dunmoreau. Also, hopefully you like this type of pointless top 10 because it's a little more unconventional. It's kind of like a, you know, relaxing spots to go to, or like cool winter areas, a little more role play focused instead of just like top 10 bores or sad NPCs or whatever it might be. I just thought it'd be cool if it was like, hey, you know what? It's winter outside. Maybe you want to celebrate winter in World of Warcraft. Here's some spots you could go to do that. You know what I mean? And so that's why the dwarf sledding location located in Dunmoreau is number 9, but should be higher. 8. Number 8 is in the Stormsong Peaks at the camp of Torseg the Exiled. And just look at this shot, dude. This is just a beautiful landscape picture. You've got all the pine trees covered in snow. You've got the Crystal Song Forest tree out there and the clouds. That's just winter if I've ever seen it. And it's easy to see why Torseg picked this location to set up his little camp at. You got this big fire. He's just laying down here, although it's probably still kind of cold. He's literally laying on the ice, but what an unbelievable view all around him. I mean, I guess he also has to look at the gnolls, but maybe the gnolls set up here because they love the view as well. I also went back and listened to the start of me recording this, and I realized that I said Stormsong Peaks, and I was like, why did I say that? And it's because of Crystal Song Forest right below here. So I combined Storm Peaks with Crystal Song Forest. And I was going to re-record it, but I was like, you know what? I actually think Stormsong Peaks sounds pretty cool. But yeah, I love this location in the Storm Peaks. It truly embodies everything that winter's all about, and that's why I had to put it at number 8. 7. Number 7 is actually 2 spots located in the Azure Span, both involving Tuskar. And as you can already see here, there are Tuskar riding around on baby mammoths, so that already makes this one of the best locations you're going to find in the game. But then there's just this cozy little camp next to this big ice lake where there's this Tuskar kid running around on the ice, and then another Tuskar kid is just fishing. And then one of my favorite parts, which I think are some of the best wintry trees in the game, which are these massive snow-covered pine trees. Some of them are broken off, some just go really, really high. Like, I just think they're phenomenal. But then later on, I used my engineering port to go to the Azure Span, and I forgot about this entire location of these Tuskar kids that are having snowball fights, and they're building snowmen here, and then they're also going sledding, and these Tuskar kids are just sledding down, being like, woohoo, yeah. And there's even one sled that you can hop onto, and then the Tuskar kid rides it with you, and he's like, whee, and you sled down. It's just, this is actually an amazing spot that I completely forgot about, but I'd already picked the other spot as this, and I was like, you know what? I just gotta include both. I love both these spots. They both deserve to be here, and so that's why the Azure Span Tuskar areas are number 7. 6. Number 6 is the Starfall Village House located in Winterspring. And there's a few reasons that I really love this location. One of which is I just love the aesthetic and the environments and the landscape all around this house, right? There's the scenic view of the mountains. You can see all the pine trees. You have the snow coming down, and it's just, it feels very much like you're in the depths of winter. There's this little rabbit hopping around. You can even set up a little campfire here, even though there's no actual fire. You can put down your own fire. And I even think the bigger building overlooking all of this kind of reminds me of a hotel in some way, almost like a Disneyland type of thing. So I think it's just very cozy and peaceful. However, the reason this isn't higher up on the list is because this house actually feels a little out of place. Like if you look at the trees, they don't really look like they fit in. It almost looks like the trees came with the house, probably because they did, right? Those look like trees from Azure. And then there's a little pool of water right by the house as well that you think would be frozen, especially because there's numerous patches of frozen water in Winter Spring outside of the actual hot springs. So it just made it feel a little out of place, but I still love it. I still love the house and the surroundings and everything about it. So that's why I had to put it at number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Waning Glacier. The Waning Glacier is an area in northwestern Tiragard Sound, and it serves as the home for a pack of snowpelt wolves, groups of penguins, and the ever-expanding host of Yeti, led by Wampus. And I thought this would be a cool location to include because it's a little different from all the other winter locations we've looked at. It's a lot more icy. There's melted water. There's these ice caves. It's very much an ice-centric winter location. And there's also a lot of people that are really enjoying this location, one of which is the penguins that are just chilling out in the center of it. There's also a little cave where a bunch of horde people are hanging out. There's also this guy chilling in one of the pools, although I don't know how warm this is. I don't think it's a hot spring like Winter Spring. Maybe he's just taking an ice bath. I don't know. There's a dwarf at a camp with a fire, although the fire looks like it's kind of going out. It's just some coals. And then there's just all the Yetis walking around, which you can learn more about in Pointless Top 10 Yetis. But I just think this is a cool winter location. It's kind of unlike some of the other ones because of all the ice, and so I wanted something a little bit different, and that's why I put it at number 5. 4. Number 4 is this little spot located at the top of the mountains in Dunmurrow. And I know we already talked about the sledding area, but this one kind of reminds me a lot of just leveling through Dunmurrow, if that makes sense. The nighttime, the clouds, the feeling of being cold and the fire lighting the area. I don't know. It just, there's something about nighttime in Dunmurrow that just feels like the embodiment of winter. You know what I mean? Like, I think Dunmurrow does it so well with the dark blue colors and the snow and the mountains and the pine trees. And it just, you walk through Dunmurrow and you just feel like you need to find a fire somewhere soon or you're going to freeze. And so that's why I picked this little spot up in the mountains where you can kind of see everything, but it's also tucked away. It's by some trees. You got the camps and the fire. It's just very cozy and warm. Well, I say cozy and warm. It's not like it's that cozy and warm. It's just, you know, it's warming you up a little bit after being in the frigid landscape of Dunmurrow. And so for all those reasons, that's why I put it at number 4. 3. Number 3 is the spot located in Frostfire Ridge. And I didn't know if I was going to put Frostfire Ridge on this list because it was just a little too much lava everywhere. You know what I mean? When you think of winter, you normally don't think of lava. And everywhere I'd go in Frostfire Ridge was just a bunch of fire and lava. And I was like, there has to be a spot where I can barely see any of that. And then I found this spot and I was like, you know what? I actually think this is a really cool winter spot. You have all these dead trees with the snow on them. They're kind of blowing in the wind. You have the open plains with all of these beasts walking around that are kind of built for the winter. You've got this little encampment where they're kind of huddled up and they've got meat and they've got fire and they're just kind of trying to survive out here in the cold. And then you've just got a bunch of bones laying around from things that froze to death out here. And so it's kind of crazy. I went from not having any Frostfire Ridge locations on this list to having one that made it up to number 3. And I mean, just from looking out at these cold, snowy, open plains, I can feel the wind chill just like cutting through you as you stand out there and being like, dude, I got to get to a fire right now. And so I had to put this high up on the list, and that's why I put it at number 3. 2. Number 2 is a location hidden away in the northern part of Winter Spring. And the reason I love this location so much is because you can see the hot springs down below. You can turn one way and see all of the snowy mountains. Then you can turn another way and just see a bunch of pine trees. And I feel like this is the one spot where you can kind of look all around and get so many different variables of winter in Winter Spring. And you know what? Just because it's winter doesn't mean you can't have a picnic. You know, put down your umbrella, put down your picnic basket. You know, people are going to make fun of your umbrella, but hey, you know what? That snow has some glare to it, man. If you've ever been out on a bright sunny day in the snow, you know what I'm talking about. And I say people are going to make fun of you like there's any other people here, but I don't know, the furbolgs might make fun of you. But you know what? Who cares what those furbolgs think? This is about you and relaxing and enjoying winter. And so that's why the Winter Spring mountain spot is number 2. 1. And number 1 is this spot located in Dragonblight. And I was looking all around Dragonblight because I knew I really enjoyed the atmosphere and the scenery there. And then I stumbled across this spot where at first I was like, this isn't really relaxing or scenic. It's a bunch of like dragon bones or the bones of something. And you got these vultures sitting around. But then when I was just sitting at this spot, I was like, I love the way everything looks here. I love the color. I don't know if it's like a filter they put over here, but it's kind of like that aqua green blue color that just really sets the tone for the entire zone. And you got this polar bear walking around. He's having a good time. And the trees, I think, just really are some of the best winter trees I've seen, especially if you sit from this angle and you can see them kind of intertwining and forming this kind of tree cave, you know what I mean? And then you've got these snow-covered rocks nearby, and you even have this frozen waterfall that really shows you how cold it is. And I was like, you know what? Out of all the locations, I think this is the one that makes me feel like I'm in winter. And I was like, I gotta put it at number 1. And so that's why the Dragonblight Forest is number 1. 10. Number 10 are the water wheels located at Bradenbrook in Val'sharah and in Gilneas. And at first I was going to have these water wheels be separate, and then I realized that they're actually the exact same water wheel, just in different locations. But there is one thing that separates the two, and that is one is connected on both sides, and the other one has one of the sides missing. So you can actually see the metal piece that goes in the center rotating on top of the water wheel, which I actually think is pretty cool because they could have not animated that at all, you know what I mean? But they actually went ahead and did animate it. And apparently that is called the axis or the shaft. But I actually really like the aesthetic of this wheel. Like, it's very rustic, and it makes sense that it would be in Gilneas and in Bradensbrook, right? Like, it's got these planks that have moss growing all over, and then the actual the paddles, which is like the inner parts of the wheel, also have that plank vibe. I think some are planks, but some are like bigger chunks of wood. I just think it's a really cool looking water wheel. I do think the one in Bradensbrook looks a bit cooler, where it's attached to both sides of the hill, and then the water's pouring down from the waterfall and going through. So you actually kind of see it in action. It's next to this cozy little cottage. And I'm not actually sure if the Gilneas one has always been like this, because I know the cataclysm happened. Obviously nobody lives here anymore, so maybe this got broken, or the thing it was attached to broke off. I have no idea, but you know, it's the same wheel. It still looks cool, and we get a little peek inside of it. And so that's why both these water wheels that are the same water wheel are number 10. 9. Number 9 are the high mountain water wheels, and these are water wheels that are located up in the mountains of High Mountain. And I put them at number 9 because they are really cool. I love the designs on all these water wheels. They're very simplistic. You know, it's not like this massive wheel. In fact, I think these are probably the most basic water wheels on this entire list. But my main question is, what is their purpose? Because a lot of other water wheels are powering something, right? Like, even in real life, water wheels are, according to Wikipedia, used for milling flour, grinding wood into pulp for paper making, hammering wrought iron, ore crushing, and pounding fiber for use in the manufacturing of cloth. But it doesn't really seem like these are doing any of that. They're just kind of spinning around because the water from the waterfall is coming down and hitting them. Maybe they're trying to slow the water from the waterfall down for some reason. Like, that's all I could think of, because I don't see anything these wheels would be powering. But maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm just completely missing it. So if you know, comment down below. But I tried to even find some real life examples of this, and I just couldn't find any. So maybe the High Mountain Tauren really do just like the aesthetic of it. But either way, that's why the High Mountain water wheels are number 9. 8. Number 8 is this big water wheel located in Borealis near the lumberyard. And I was trying to figure out what this water wheel was actually powering, because I thought it would be the sawmill with all these logs all around, but then I saw the sawmill is like in a different building across from this. So I was like, okay, and it's attached to this building, which has no way of seeing inside of it. So I don't know what's going on inside of this building. Maybe they're processing the lumber and using the water wheel energy for some sort of processing. I have no idea, but that's my best guess. But aside from determining what it's being used for, the actual construction of the water wheel is phenomenal. Like, it just looks extremely well built. It looks like it was designed and constructed by an expert craftsman, or a team of expert craftsmen that were like, yo, we gotta create one of the best water wheels. And so they did it. Like, it just looks really good. However, with that being said, I think it does lack a little bit of flavor, right? It's just a very basic, well-constructed water wheel. And there's something to be said for that, but sometimes you want something a little fun and different. Like, if this was a World of Warcraft race, this wheel would be a human. Like, that is what it is. And so for that reason, that's why I put it at number 8. 7. Number 7 is the water wheel at the Cindermead Brewery in the Isle of Dorn. And this is a thick water wheel, dude. I feel like if I had to compare this one to a WoW race, it would be a dwarf. Like, this is the most dwarven water wheel I have seen. I should just compare every water wheel to a WoW race at this point. And it actually feels like this water wheel is going the slowest out of any of the water wheels. And I don't know why. Maybe it's just so big and heavy that it's rotating slowly. Like, I have no idea. I was also curious why there's a lot of water wheels at breweries, and so I found a Reddit comment, so it has to be true. Breweries were always built on a spring or river. The finished barrels or kegs might travel some distance by wagon, but not the water for the brewery. A water wheel was often used to power a pump to carry river water uphill. Then the breweries were built to be gravity flow from there. Or wait, be gravity flow? Do they mean let gravity flow? I'm not sure, but I get what they're saying because they say that's why finished beer was always in the cellar. So there we go, some water wheel brewery facts and a cool water wheel, and that's why it's number 7. 6. Speaking of breweries, number 6 are the water wheels at the Storm Stout Brewery in the Valley of the Four Winds in Mist of Pandaria. And so this is actually pretty interesting because one of the water wheels here is the exact same one that they have in Borealis. So I think the Pandas actually made it first. I was praising the Borealis one with their expert craftsmanship and everything, but like, the pandas, the drunk pandas ended up making it first. But then there's also this smaller water wheel that we haven't seen before, but I actually think this might be a simplified version of the bigger water wheel because they both have the water paddles, the thing that are going into the water, and they have little markings on them, and each of the water wheels actually has the same markings. So yeah, I put this higher up on the list. 1, because we have 2 water wheels here. 2, because they actually invented this water wheel and not the Borealis people, and 3, it's also attached to a brewery, which we talked about, so I had to put this higher up on the list. Plus, I think it just looks really cool here in the Valley of the Four Winds, sitting on the river with the breweries there, and it gives me Studio Ghibli vibes a bit, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I had to put it at number 6. 5. Number 5 is the Hallowfall water wheel, and this is probably one of the best looking water wheels in the game because it was literally designed in this expansion that we're currently in, the War Within. Even the birds thought this was a really cool water wheel. Look at that. They put their nest up here. There's some eggs in there. It even has a very fitting aesthetic with a lot of the metal bits on the water wheel matching the Hallowfall Arathi logo design. And so it just feels like that the people that designed this water wheel actually put some thought into it. They didn't just, reuse a water wheel from, say, I don't know, Mist of Pandaria. That'd be crazy if they did something like that. But listen, I can see why they reused water wheels, right? It's a lot of time and effort to put into certain things, and you're like, do we really want to make an entire new water wheel? But I would say it makes sense in this situation because this is farmland. It fits, I think, the Hallowfall Arathi theme, and so I can see why they did it, and I'm glad they did it because I've been wanting to make top 10 water wheels for a while, and the War Within finally gave me enough water wheels to really push this list over the edge, and so that's why the Hallowfall Arathi water wheels are number 5. 4. Number 4 is actually one that we've seen before. It's the one that's at the Storm Stout Brewery in the Valley of the Four Winds. However, this location in the Jade Forest has taken it and repainted it to be red and gold, and I actually think it looks a lot better. It pops more, it fits the village that it's in more, and it's cool because it's right near this big waterfall. So the waterfall's like coming down and hitting the wheel, and then that's kind of powering the wheel to turn. So I really like the location of this water wheel. I think it's nice that we can actually see the designs more clearly because of the gold. And then the water wheel actually matches all the houses in the area with the same red gold colorization as well. So yeah, even though this water wheel is a reused water wheel, I like that they've taken it and they've just put their own spin on it, right? They didn't just slap it there and be like, it's some brown wood water wheel that just is going to be in the village. They were like, nah, dude, let's spice it up. Let's make it fit the village. And that's what they did. So I love that. And so that's why this water wheel is number 4. 3. Number 3 are the Stone Dark Grotto and Muck Snout Den water wheels located in High Mountain. And these are some really cool water wheels because they are made out of stone. We're so used to seeing all these wooden water wheels all over the place above ground, but now we go into these caves and we get to see these massive stone water wheels, and it looks awesome. And there's not just 1 or 2 of these. Like, these are located all over the place, which makes me curious of how they actually went about building these things and making sure they worked, but who am I to question their methods? Whatever they did, it worked great. So Props to them. Yeah, I just really like the way the water wheels look. I think the stone looks great. I think the water pouring over the wheel also looks really cool. Like the rushing water is kind of overtaking this big stone wheel, but obviously it's made out of stone, so it's just kind of splashing over the sides. It feels very natural, you know what I mean? Plus, it's not every day you see a water wheel made out of stone, and so that's why I had to put it at number 3. Number 2 is a water wheel located at the Dawn's Blossom, which is a town in the Jade Forest in the Mist of Pandaria. And this is probably one of the most unique water wheels in the game. It has these buckets attached to it, and then it looks like the water rushes into the bucket, and then that kind of propels the wheel forward, and then it goes up, and then the water falls out, and it just kind of does that over and over. And at first, I thought the water wheel was going backwards, because I was like, wait, why are the buckets not filling up with water? It's like putting the bottom of the bucket down first. But then I realized what was happening. And so there's actually an entire Reddit post about this exact water wheel where somebody was like, the water wheel's going backwards. And people were just arguing in the comments being like, it's not going backwards. Blah, blah, blah. It's just crazy to see an entire thread about a water wheel. But that's exactly why I had to put this high up on the list. Not only because it's a unique water wheel, but it got people to argue about a water wheel in World of Warcraft, and that's pretty pointless, and so that's why it's number 2. And number 1 is the massive water wheel located at the Cragpool Lake in the Stone Talon Mountains. And I'm sure a lot of people saw this one coming, but when I think of a water wheel in World of Warcraft, this is just the first one that I think of. Like, it goes all the way back to Classic WoW. It is just this massive water wheel. This is where a lot of people died in hardcore WoW, and you could just see all the gears and stuff turning. It's just, this is such a ginormous water wheel that it's actually really cool to see up close when you're just analyzing the wheel itself and not trying to die to the Venture Co. killing you on your level 25 character. I don't remember what exact level you come here at. I think it's like mid-20s. And I even love the way the water is pouring over the crag onto the wheel, and the fact that they put the wheel up way high on these giant beams makes it even crazier to look at. It's just probably one of the biggest and most iconic things in the entire Stone Talon Mountains, and so how could I not put it at the top of the list? And so that's why the massive Windshear Crag water wheel is number 1. Number 10 is the Boar's Breath River over in the Storm Peaks, which is actually a frozen river. I bet you didn't think I was going to put any frozen rivers on this list. There's probably one person out there who was like, well, actually, okay, get out of here. So Boar's Breath is a frozen river, and it's actually the river where you find the time-lost proto-drake. A lot of people remember this area because you would fly around looking for the time-lost proto-drake, which is pretty much called that because you lose time looking for the proto-drake. In fact, I think it's like 100% drop chance. It's just extremely hard to find, right? And he kind of flies all over this area. It's not just this river, there's other parts, but this was like one of the main areas you would go to find the time-lost proto-drake, which I still haven't found. My friend Steve, back in Wrath of the Lich King, he camped this out for like 2 days, and then he finally got it, and I was like, was it worth it? And he's like, no. So, but, you know, after you got some stories, right? You can tell people you camped for the time-lost proto-drake, and then your friends can tell people that your friend camped for the time-lost proto-drake. So that's kind of neat. And it's a frozen river, so that's number 10. 9. Number 9 is the Verdantis River in Feralis, and this was one of those rivers that I always would walk by or run by, whatever, in the game, and I just love the aesthetic of this river, because I love Feralis. You know, it's very green and kind of jungle foresty, but you have these big rocks by the river, and it's just got some good fishing spots. It's actually the place I picked to do one of my Orc vs. Wild. I think it was the one with Billy and Boar Thrills together. It was like the Surviving whatever. That other Bear Grylls show that he did that I parodied. I forgot what it was called. But either way, this is why I picked this area, because I just love the way it looks. It's just like a majestic jungle forest river. And I really like that. And a lot of times it's raining, and I don't know, I just got a soft spot for it. You know, it's not like the greatest river. There's plenty of better rivers that are out there that we're obviously going to get to, but I had to put this river on, because whenever I thought of rivers in World of Warcraft, this was one of those rivers that just would, you know, speak to you on a spiritual level. It just spoke to me on a spiritual level. I also learned that it's the only place you can catch the Feralis Ahi, so there you go. You can catch Feralis Ahi here for anybody that's been looking for one. There's just one guy out here that's like, oh my god, that's where I catch it? I've been trying to catch the farrowless ahi for years, but I've been fishing in winter spring. Oh my god. 8. Number 8 is the Northgate River, and this is the river found in Gilneas. According to the Wowpedia, Northgate River is a river found in the Gilnean Peninsula. It runs from a waterfall coming down the eastern section of the Greymane Wall, crossing the Northgate Woods and past Emberstone Village around Gilneas City to at least Aderic's Repose, and empties into the sea through a narrow area between the two headlands. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what half that stuff means. Why'd I even read that? Like, oh yeah, of course, you know, I sound like I'm giving MapQuest directions. Like, you go Greymane Wall, cross the Northgate Woods, go past Emberstone Village, there's going to be a gas station, all right? You make sure you remember that, the gas station. Then around Gilneas City to at least Aderic's Repose. If you're not at Aderic's Repose, you got to turn around, all right? Get back on the highway. And it empties into the sea through the two headlands. If you see the two headlands, that means you've arrived at the right spot. And then, you know, you're ready for your vacation. This is a really cool river though. You know, it's kind of gloomy. It's got a nice ambience to it. There's the lighthouse. There's a bunch of cool stuff to it. And I wanted to put it on the list, so it's number 8. 7. Number 7 is the Darrowmere River, and this is a river that runs from Darrowmere Lake in the Plaguelands all the way through the Alterac Mountains and down to the Hillsbred foothills. And I love this lake. This is one of my most nostalgic lakes. I remember, you know, questing here back in Tarn Mill. I remember, you know, running up and down here for getting my my warrior berserker stance. There's like so many things I came here for on this lake. And then there's the snapping turtles. So you got all the snapping turtles there, dude. This is such a great lake, and you got the cool little bridges. You know, it's in a foresty area, and you can fall. I don't know. It's a nice lake. It's a nice river. Why did I say lake? Have I done pointless top 10 lakes? I don't think I have. That's a different episode. Different episode. Let me give you a little fact here on the Darrowmere River. All right. Following the Battle of Lordaeron, or the Battle for Lordaeron, the Alliance established dams along the river to prevent horde movement and had it patrolled by Wildhammer Griffin Riders. Wow. And another note, though the river physically exists in-game, it is not a subzone of either of the zones it crosses and was not given a name until Battle for Azeroth. Wait, what? The river exists in-game, it is not a subzone. And it crosses... Wait, what? I'm so confused. It is not a subzone of either of the zones it crosses. So it was just like, was it just existing in the void? Like, was it, so it wasn't called the Darrowmere River? Oh, I get it. So it's like, it just didn't exist in a zone. It was just its own thing, but it wasn't part of a zone. It was just a river. I don't know. It's got turtles, and it's number 7. 6. Number 6 is River's Heart, and I put River's Heart at number 6 because... I don't know. I was a little confused on it because it's a bunch of rivers joining into one spot. You know what I mean? So it's not really one river, but it's also numerous rivers at the same time. You know what I mean? It's like, it's the heart of the rivers. Part of me was almost like, dude, I should put River's Heart at number 1. This is like the heart of the rivers. But then I was like, but it's not really a river, right? It's like the rivers come together to this spot. Numerous rivers make this river, but it's not really a river. It's more of like a lake. Right? Like River's Heart is more of a lake than a river. Am I wrong? Either way, I remember there was like a little guy that was like Corky from League of Legends on his little flying plane being like, he was just flying around. I think he's the flight master there. Oh yeah, his name's Marvin Wobble Sprocket. So that alone has to bump this up a little bit. So it's it's number 6. 5. The Nosferatu River is one of the longest rivers in World of Warcraft, and it's probably the longest in the Eastern Kingdoms. It starts in Red Ridge Mountains and can be seen tumbling down a waterfall in southwestern Red Ridge. Then it flows west, bordering Duskwood and Elwyn Forest, making it a natural border between the two regions. Keeps flowing the mountains southwest of Stormwind City, tumbles into the river, and there it sharply turns and heads south, marking the borderline of Westfall with Elwyn Forest. And further south, the main river continues, making the border with Duskwood. The river then flows into the jungles of Stranglethorn Vale, tumbles into Lake Nosferiti, and finally pours into the Great Sea south of Gromgal Base Camp. So this thing spans like almost half the continent. I guess, well, would that be half the continent? It's a good chunk of the Eastern Kingdoms. This thing crosses like numerous zones. It is a massive river. The only reason I have it at number 5 and not a little higher up is because number 1, I always was more of like a horde player. So I always didn't really care as much about this river. I think if you were Alliance and you played a lot of Alliance, you'd probably place this higher up on your list. But it's still just like a massive river. Like it is crazy, man. But you know, it's nothing spectacular, right? Like it's just your standard river. It doesn't have any like crazy wacky stuff about it, but you know what? It's a big ass river, and that deserves number 5. 4. Number 4 is the South Fury River. Wow, crazy. It's almost like this is very similar to the last river we did, but I have slightly more nostalgia with it, so I put it 1 ahead of it. Obviously this is more like near the Horde starting area, and this is where you start with an orc. You obviously see the South Fury River, but it's also one of the biggest rivers in the game, and this is Kalimdor's biggest river. I mean, it starts up in Mount Hyjal, it goes down between Ashenvale and Azshara, then it goes to the Barrens and Durotar, and it pretty much empties into the Great Sea down by Ratchet. So a very large river as well, pretty much on the same par as the Eastern Kingdoms one, but I really like this river. This is where I found Crocky, my crocodile, back in the day with Billy. And it runs by Orgrimmar, so every time you come out like the back entrance of Orgrimmar, you go over this river. And I don't know, it's just, there's really no reason to it. I have some nostalgia with it. I really like the way it looks. I guarantee it. And that's number 4. 3. Number 3 is the Yanzei River, which is the main east-west river that runs through the Valley of the Four Winds. It comes to end in the valley at Krasari Falls into the lake below and splitting off through the Krasarong Wilds as the Krasarong River. And apparently it is probably based off the Yangtze River, which is the longest river in Asia, the 3rd longest in the world. So it does seem like it would be based off that. But the big thing with this river is that it's just a really nice river. You got a bunch of animals running around. You have some really nice trees and aesthetic and lily pads. And there's just so much going on by the rivers. And it's just very peaceful. It's very tranquil. And you can just... this is the type of river you can just take a boat ride down and be like, dude, this is really nice. Like, this is just a really nice river until you like fall off into the Krasarong Wilds or like a wolf attacks you or birds attack you. But like aside from that, it would be a really nice trip, which, you know, when you think about it, that's just a lot of nature. You know, whenever you think about nature, you're like, oh, I could go camping, or like, oh, I could sit outside. And like every time you do something like that, there's like gnats flying around. There's like hornets trying to sting you. There's like mosquitoes biting you. It's like, come on. Like, why do these bugs gotta just be out here? Get out of here, bugs. Get out of here. So yeah, it's a really nice river. And that's number 3. 2. Number 2 is Whitewater Wash. And this is a river up in High Mountain that leads into the Sylvan Falls. And that's all the information on it. There's no crazy information or anything. I remember Baby Moozy, I think, is out here. If you remember from me and Jesse playing a lot of Legion stuff, Baby Moozy. Was that his name? Baby Moozy? The little Taran baby you had to rescue from the water or whatever. I think it was based off Moses, like Moses Moozy or something. I don't know. Either way, the zone is beautiful. Whole bunch of like Taran high mountain aesthetic. There's giants. There's mountains that are high. And we're not talking like tall mountains. We're talking like 420 baked mountains, man. You go talk to those mountains, they're just like, yo, man, I'm a mountain, dude. Then they just start laughing and you're like, oh my god, these mountains, man, they just laugh at everything. But you know, this place, it doesn't have any wacky, crazy, interesting facts like how, you know, some of the things like, oh, this is where Sylvanas fought in the 4th War of the Everglades or something. I don't know. but or like, oh, this is where Arthas yelled at Uther because he didn't get the birthday party he wanted, and Uther was like, you don't deserve a birthday party, Arthas, you were just killing a bunch of people that could have been innocent. And he's like, well, some of them were diseased, and guess what, I have a horse, it's an invisible horse, you can't even see it, and I just want a car, all right? I just want a car. It's my 16th birthday party, and I need a car. He's like, no, you're spoiled, Arthas, you're spoiled. You don't deserve a car. And he's like, you know what? I'm done with this. I'm going up to that frozen throne, and I'm going to grab that sword. And that's how Sweet 16 Arthas episode 1 begins. I don't know. It's number 2. 1. And number 1 is the Vernal River in Uldum. And Vernal is a river that flows through central Uldum. It starts from the Vernal Dam and ends at the sea. But clearly this river is based off the Nile River because it's in Uldum, which is, you know, pretty much an Egyptian-style zone. And it was named the Nilos River in early beta builds. I didn't know that. And this one actually does have some history that doesn't involve Arthas and birthday parties. In the reign of Pharaoh Tebhotep, a plague of serpents struck the Vernal River. Nothing could drive away the reptiles. Then a second plague appeared, this one of desert scarabs. The scarabs fought the serpents until not a one of either creature was left, and peace returned to the land. Wait, so he just like... There's like a plague of reptiles, and then a plague of scarabs, and then both the plagues fought each other, and then there was no plagues anymore. Like, what? What? So essentially it was like, oh, a plague! It's like, oh, another plague. And it's like, wait, the plagues are fighting. Okay, we're fine. Like, what? I don't, sure. So this is a really cool river. It's based off the Nile River. I like it a lot. I'm a big fan of Uldum. I think it's a cool zone. And apparently the Nile River isn't even the longest river in the world. I thought it was, but I guess the Amazon River is, which would make sense, but either way, that's number 1. There you go. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Pointless Top 10, a show where we make top 10 lists out of pointless things. Why are we flying by this pointless statue in Booty Bay? Because inside pointless things are treasure. Let's begin. 10. Number 10 is Umbrafen Lake, and I picked Umbrafen Lake because it's one of the first lakes you run into when you go to Zangarmarsh, and it just kind of stands out the most to me out of all the lakes in Zangarmarsh, because there's actually a lot of lakes in Zangarmarsh. There's the Serpent Lake, there's Marshlight Lake, there's like 1 or 2 smaller lakes. There's the Lagoon, which is, I guess, kind of a lake. Is a lagoon a lake? I don't even know. You know what? I gotta look it up. This is the point of the video. We're only like a minute into the video, and I'm already Googling about nature facts. Lagoon Lake. A lagoon is a shallow body of water protected from a larger body of water. What's the difference between a lagoon and a lake? Here we go. This is all we want to know. Lagoons are usually shallower than lakes. Lagoons have varying salinities, whereas lakes are either freshwater or saltwater. Animals in lagoons can tolerate varying brackish conditions, while animals near lakes need fresh water. Lakes are inland, while lagoons are usually along the coast. Oh. Interesting. I didn't know that. Look at that. Listen, every time you watch Pointless Top 10, you learn something new, right? That's what this is all about. Learning, having fun, and appreciating the amazing nature and ambience of a video game. Either way, I like Umbrafen Lake a lot. I had to put a Zangarmarsh Lake up here because Zangarmarsh, fantastic. Especially after I just leveled through Wrath of the Lich King. Well, pre-patch, so I had to go through Outland, you know what I mean? And I had to, you know, level through Zangarmarsh again. And so I was like, you know what? I love Zangarmarsh. I love these lakes. And I just picked one of them. And that's why it's number 10. 9. Number 9 is Loch Veral. And I know we just talked about lakes versus lochs and if there's a difference. And apparently Wowpedia doesn't think there is, because it says Loch Veral is a lake on western Twilight Highlands on the border with the wetlands. A waterfall sends the water to the Veral River, which empties into the Forbidding Sea through Veral Delta. In the past, the lake had been pristine and was ruled over by the water spirit Countess Veral. She held a shaky truce with the fire elementals led by Lord Cannon to the south. So the reason I like this lake, loch, whatever you want to call it, is just because it's in an area that nobody really goes to, right? I can't imagine people being like, dude, I always go to Twilight Highlands. So it's just kind of hidden away. So I feel like it's something that people haven't even seen really that much. And it's like a purple lake or loch, whatever you want to say. It's honestly pretty cool. I don't think there's any lakes or lochs like it in the entirety of Azeroth or Outland or wherever you want to go in World of Warcraft. And you know, I think it's a little underappreciated, probably because it's from Cataclysm, and probably because it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. Like, even if you're questing in this zone, you don't really have to go to this area, I guess, unless you get a quest to go up here. But even then, I feel like most people maybe have flown over it. But either way, that's why I put it at number 9. 8. Number 8 is Loch Modan. That's right, another loch. But here's the thing, I was looking it up even more. And it says on Wikipedia, loch is the Scottish Gaelic, Scots, and Irish word for lake or sea inlet. It is cognate with the Manx lough, Cornish low, and one of the Welsh words for lake, which I have no idea if I said any of that right. I probably didn't. Doesn't matter. But Loch Modan is one of the places where I think people always think of big lakes in World of Warcraft. You think of Loch Modan, whether it's pre or post Cataclysm. Like, I think even post Cataclysm, there's like a bunch of little lakes all over Loch Modan now. So I feel like instead of one big lake, it's just a bunch of little lakes. It's still fine. I think the theming and the art style of Loch Modan is still cool post Cataclysm. That's why I decided to use this instead. But you know, there's murlocs all over. There's still a bunch of rocks. There's still sea monsters under the water. Could it be the Loch Ness Monster? Who knows? Maybe. I think it's just one of the most historic lakes in World of Warcraft, right? I think it's got to be up there. I think the dam is also a place that's very recognizable with Loch Modan, but I had to put it up there on the list just because of that historical nature of it. Plus, Dunmorrow and Loch Modan were originally concepted as a single zone. I thought that was a really cool fact. That would have been, I don't know how that would have worked out. I guess maybe the winter aspect of Dunmorrow would have maybe carried into Loch Modan a bit, and then it became all green, almost like Alaska or something. I don't know, but it's number 8. 7. Number 7 is Lake Elunara. This is the lake that's in Moonglade, and I've been here a lot because I leveled a druid in Wrath of the Lich King. I actually leveled a druid in actual Wrath of the Lich King, and now I'm leveling one in classic Wrath of the Lich King. And because of that, I've been to Moonglade so many times, and it's actually what made me appreciate this lake, because, you know, every time I'd level up or something, be like, oh, just warp to Moonglade, and, you know, you go there and you look out and you're like, wow, this is actually a really beautiful zone. It's very magical, very foresty, and it just gives off that very majestic vibe. And every time I'm here, I feel like I'm a druid in the magical wilderness. You know what I mean? And I feel like it really encapsulates what druids are all about. And so when you look out onto that lake, when you're on the docks or you're on the shore of the little druid village, and you see that lake, you're kind of like, man, you know, it's like when people go out, you know, when like rich old people go out to their beach house and they look out over the lake and they're like, boy, oh boy, is life beautiful. You know what I mean? I get that same type of vibe. I'm not rich, I'm not old, and I don't have a beach house, but I can kind of see where they're coming from. And that's why this is number 7. 6. Number 6 is Lake Nosferiti, which I used to call Lake Nosferetti for some reason, not to be confused with Lake Guy Fieri, which is right next to Flavortown. Lake Nosferiti is a lake in northern Stranglethorn. It's got the Goblin Venture Company there. It's got a bunch of crocolisks all around. And the Nosferiti River, I believe, is one of the longest rivers in World of Warcraft. In fact, I did a pointless top 10 rivers. Wow, and it's in the cards above. Crazy. You can click on it and watch it if you want. But aside from the shameless promotion, I do really like this lake. It's one of the most iconic lakes, I think, in World of Warcraft. You know how I mentioned Loch Modan earlier being one of the big-time lakes in WoW. I think this is another one of those old-school historical lakes. Like, when I think of lakes in World of Warcraft, my mind instantly goes, Stranglethorn Lake is one of them. And for that reason, and for being next to Flavortown, this is number 6. 5. Number 5 is Lake Kikitata, which seems to be a reference to Lake Titicaca, which is in the Andes Mountains on the border of Bolivia and Peru. Fun fact, the lake is often called the highest lake in the world, which all it makes me think of is just a lake being like, yo, man, we're so high up right now. But obviously, this is a lake in the Jade Forest. You know, Pandaria is known for a lot of really beautiful aesthetic, and it doesn't fail here. There's so many waterfalls and cool trees and rocks and everything all around, and it's just a beautiful lake. But there's some crazy stuff going on at this lake. So, Camp Nuka Nuka is on the lake's southeastern border, and during certain seasons of the year, crocolists claim the lake as home and feed upon the hosen that get too close. The engorged crocolists explode when killed, revealing a recently swallowed hosen. These crocolists contain no loot and cannot be skinned. Which, you would think you'd get double loot, you know what I mean? You're killing a crocolist and you're killing a hosen? I don't know, just seems weird. But either way, this is kind of a weird, wacky lake that also looks pretty cool. So that's why it's number 5. 4. Number 4 is the Shimmering Deep, which used to be the Shimmering Flats. And then the cataclysm happened, the mountain wall that separated the Shimmering Flats from the ocean pretty much was shattered. All the water flooded in, and now we have a big lake, and the Thousand Needle zone itself is just completely flooded, which I always thought was a bit sad, but now that we have classic WoW and you can go back, I don't really care as much. You know what I mean? Because the Shimmering Flats used to be one of my favorite zones, man. It still is. For some reason, I know it's like a really boring, grindy area, but like, I don't know. There's something about the Shimmering Flats that just has always interested me. I don't know what that says about me. But I do think this is a really cool lake. You know, it's not really man-made. I guess it's dragon-made, technically, because Deathwing, you know, created it in a way. But the speed barge is really cool. You know, there wasn't that many casualties. Oh, whew. Oh boy. I mean, that's oh god. Well, we have ice cream. We have this gnome that's selling ice cream on a ship. What an entrepreneur, man. This dude was like, hey, you know what? I got to keep this ice cream business going. And he just started up a ship with ice cream machines on it that are just keeping that stuff cold. What a guy. Apparently his name is Brivelthorpe as well. But, you know, aside from that, you can still go underwater and see all the old parts of the zone, which I think is actually a really cool thing, being able to go underneath and see what used to be. It's a little eerie in a way, but you know what they say? Inside eerie places are treasure. That's number 4. 3. Number 3 is the Lake of Stars, and I picked this lake because it's a very odd contrasting scenario. You know what I mean? Like, it's a very gloomy area with, you know, the sky being kind of gloomy and dark, and then the surroundings being kind of dead, but then the actual lake itself feeling like there's a bunch of little stars in the lake, and it makes it feel almost serene in a way. I don't know. It's a very weird lake. Oh, I don't know what my voice went like. It's very whoa. But it's very interesting. I learned actually from the Wowpedia that during the beta, this was named Dreadwater Lake, which again is a very contrasting name to like Lake of Stars. It's like, ah, yes, you must go to Dreadwater Lake. And it's like, oh no, I gotta go to Dreadwater Lake. There's probably pirates there. There's probably crazy monsters there. And then it's like, you gotta go to the Lake of Stars. It's like, oh, okay, there's probably like elves there. There's like, you know, astrological happy meteors that are like, hey, welcome to the Lake of Stars. I don't know why they sound like Mickey Mouse, but they do, and they grant you 3 wishes, and that's what it is. That's Miss Pandaria. But no, I really like this lake because it feels very unique and different. You know how I say some of the lakes I've mentioned feel very historic. You know, it's like it's a historic lake, like Lake Guy Fieri, right? That lake's very historic, but you know what it is. It's a lake. But this one feels so cool with like the sky and the little star plants and the bugs walking around and the just a really cool ambience. And because of that, I felt it deserved a higher spot on this list. And so that's why it's number 3. 2. Number 2 is Stone Bull Lake. And Stone Bull Lake is a long horseshoe-shaped lake, according to Wowpedia. Who would have guessed it? That surrounds Bloodhoof Village. So, one interesting fact is from the RPG, which I know people say isn't canon or whatever, but they say Mulgore is home to the only major source of water in Western Kalimdor. Is that true? Are there, like, no other freshwater sources? Like, I thought Feralus or something would have some, you know what I mean? I almost put a Feralus Lake on this list, and then I chose not to because I put a Feralus River on it. So I was like, I don't want to just go all out Feralus when it isn't, like, crazy or anything. Wait, water fills the lake from underground rivers stretching as far north as Ashenvale Forest. That's kind of cool. Although it's not canon. But that's not why I put this on this list. So you might be like, Crendor, why did you put like this really kind of boring open plains lake at number 2, right? Like, this is a high honor. I don't know what it is. This lake has always been nostalgic for me. And I didn't even level a Taran as my first character, or even my second character, or even my third character. Like, I don't know, but I've always enjoyed making a Taran, leveling through Mulgore. There's something about being out in the great open plains. You know what I mean? Even though it's very bland, it's very kind of open. It's very plain, right? It is plain. But there's something peaceful about it. You know what I mean? And I don't even know if it takes me back to my childhood in a way. I mean, I didn't go out to the great open plains, but, you know, I used to go fishing as a kid. My grandfather would take me fishing. So I think there's something nostalgic tied in with that, and being out in nature. You know, there's logs, there's grass, and it's very calming. I think that's what I like most about this lake, is how calming and peaceful everything is. There, you know, you don't have crazy demon legion battles going on. You don't have, you know, Arthas trying to conquer the world or whatever. You're just out on a boat. Yeah, I guess, you know, you can go out on a boat if you want, but you're out in the open plains with your fishing pole and ready to just sit there and fish and just have a great time and forget about whatever you're worrying about or you're being anxious about. It's a time to just, you know, relax and be in the moment. And I think that's what I love so much about this lake and the location of the lake and everything about Stone Bull Lake. And that's why it's number 2. And number 1 is Sky Song Lake in Nagrand. And this could go for either the old Nagrand or the new Nagrand, but I specifically chose the new Nagrand because I think they actually did a really good job updating it. You know, for all the things Warlords of Draenor did terribly, I think the Nagrand update was one of the things they actually did right. There's just something about this lake that, much like how Mulgore was very nostalgic and kind of peaceful, this almost has the same level of peacefulness and tranquility that the Mulgore Lake had, but almost on a different level because it's so updated and new, and there's so many different aspects, like the mountains and the grass and, you know, the big stone pillars and the music. Like, when I was leveling in Wrath of the Lich King pre-patch and I got to Outland, I made sure that the last zone I went to was going to be Nagrand, and I ended up making it so the last zone I went to was Nagrand. I went there and it was almost like a therapeutic experience. I would turn the music all the way up and I would just, you know, grind. It was, you know how that feeling where sometimes you play a game like Diablo or Path of Exile, whatever it is, and you're in that mode of like, I'm just grinding, right? Your brain's shut off. You're just like, blah. That's how it felt with this. And even on a better level than that, because you have this like peaceful music, you have this peaceful zone, and you're just out here by this lake, and it feels like you're out in nature. This is the closest I feel you can get to being in nature in a video game, as nerdy as that sounds. And I love it. It's one of the reasons I've loved Nagrand for so long. I've always, you know, if you've watched any of my videos from even way back in the day, I always would be like, ooh, Nagrand, super Nagrand, all these different things. And I think this is why, you know, Sky Song Lake is kind of the epitome, right? Is that the right word? Epitome? Person or thing that is a perfect example of a particular quality or type. Okay, we're right. It's like the epitome of relaxation and tranquility and peacefulness and just being at ease in World of Warcraft. That's how I feel, and that's why I had to put it at number 1 in pointless top 10 lakes. 10. Number 10 is Farmer Griffith, and Farmer Griffith is a farmer located in Shatrath City looking after his ewes. If you don't know what a ewe is, it is a female sheep. So he has 2 female sheep, and they're just chilling with him, and he's just chilling. He's got a shovel, he's got some sort of meat thing, I believe, and then it looks like cheese or butter is there as well, and then he's got a jug of something. It could be water, it could be wine, like who knows what he's got. And then he's carrying a pitchfork. That's really all there is to Farmer Griffith, but I kind of love that. I love that he's just this random farmer in Shatrath City, and his ewes do have a purpose. There's the achievement to all the squirrels I've loved before, where you have to go around Azeroth and slash love all the critters, and ewes are one of the critters you have to love, and so you can just go to these and slash love them for the achievement. So there you go. He's not completely pointless, although I guess his ewes would be the meaningful thing, and then he'd be pointless. But there are actually a couple of Griffiths in Stormwind, Seoman Griffith and Alyssa Griffith, so he could be related to them, but there's no telling if he actually is. Plus, Griffith seems like a pretty common name, so I don't know. But either way, he's number 10. 9. Number 9 are Farmer Ray, Getz, and Kalaba in the Hillsbred Fields, and these are the 3 farmers that are very close to each other in the Hillsbred Fields, and you have to kill them as part of a quest for High Executor Darthalia, and she wants them killed in order to disrupt the humans' food supply and infrastructure, and she wants Farmer Kalaba killed out of revenge. I just always remember doing this quest, and it just kind of sticks out. So when I thought of doing farmers, I was like, well, those 3 have to be on the list because they're like staples of World of Warcraft in my mind, at least if you're a Horde player. I don't know about Alliance, but the other big thing is they become the Ray Getz Kalaba monstrosity in Cataclysm, which is actually a reskin of Rotface and Festergut from ICC. But overall, there's nothing too special about these farmers. They're just part of a quest. They're just in Hillsbred, but they're memorable, and that's why they're number 9. 8. Number 8 are the Dwarven Farmers, and the Dwarven Farmers are found in the southern wetlands reachable from the Dunmorrow airfield. For some reason, the farmers give out the same kind of information as Ironforge Mountaineers as if they were located in Dunmorrow. So that got me thinking to like, is this some sort of, thing that was supposed to be implemented that never was? And then on Wowhead, I read this. It says, actually, it seems those farmers found in the wetlands were scenery from a very early version of WoW. Ironforge was supposed to have a gate opening directly there, and that can be confirmed using WoW Map Viewer to explore the area. That dwarf gate that leads to nothing could very well be connected to Ironforge. Also, if you explore that area a little, you'll see some mountains without texturing, high and perpendicular to the ground, almost as if they are only there to serve as a wall. I can only imagine that it was created as a blocker so that players can't visit the area. Also, a road from the farm leads right to these walls and has quite detailed scenery along the path. So they were probably going to be something, but then they never were. And I love that. And that's why they're number 8. 7. Number 7 are the Silk Farmers, and Silk Farmers are Pandaren farmers in the silken fields of the Valley of the Four Winds, and they raise silkworms around the valley for cloth. One large worm named Silky sometimes bites them instead of the food that they usually eat. So you can see here, he's like, eat up, big fella. And then Silky's like, ruh, ruh, ruh. He just picks him up and just starts whacking him around and throwing him around. He's like, oh, my face, bad worm. That's a bad, bad worm. And that's really it. There's nothing else involved in this area. It's just Silky the silkworm and the silk farmers. And there's little silkworms all around, but Silky's the main one. And he's just, he's gotten too big, man. But the silk farmers have to deal with Silky, and that's just, that's their job, that's their life, and you got to respect them for it, and that's why the silk farmers are number 7. 6. Number 6 is Tabitha, and Tabitha is not your conventional farmer, and it didn't really strike me that she was a farmer until I realized that you go to Tabitha's farm deep in the Quagmire and Dustwallow Marsh. So I was like, you know what? If it's Tabitha's farm, that would make her a farmer. She's actually a powerful mage living with 2 apprentices, and she's been training generations of apprentices at her farm from both Horde and Alliance, though this shouldn't be possible as the humans only arrived in Kalimdor within the last decade. As she is seen working with Vile, she is also apparently an alchemist. So nobody really knows anything about Tabitha, like where she came from, who she is. She did actually have the quest where you go get her Tiara of the Deep back from Hydromancer Velrotha in Zul'Farrak, so maybe she had some sort of Zul'Farrak tie-in back then. I have no idea. She does help both Alliance and Horde, because pretty much both of them have quests where they're like, go check on Tabitha, and then she's like, yeah, what's up? It is she's actually one of the most confusing weirdest NPCs in the game, probably. And I imagine she's like one of those really powerful NPCs that nobody really knows anything about. So I actually want to learn a lot more about Tabitha, but for now, she's just a really cool, unconventional farmer. And that's why she's number 6. 5. Number 5 are the Saldian farmers, and the Saldians farm is unique in Westfall in that it is the only farm that was never completely overrun by the Defias Brotherhood. Though the Defias harvest golems roam the fields, Farmer Saldian and his wife Salma Saldian have stubbornly refused to leave. The farmhouse has been serving as a halfway house for years, and the couple does its best to keep their guests alive. I would also say these are some of the most well-known farmers in World of Warcraft. Most people have been to Westfall, they've been to the Saldian farm, they've gotten the Westfall stew, they've done the special chicken feed quest where you gotta cluck at the chicken, and on top of that, the Saldians have actually carried over into numerous other expansions with a bunch of additional lore that is too much to get into right now, but you can go look it up if you want because there's a lot of it. So that is why the Saldian farmers are number 5. 4. Number 4 is Farmer Goldfield, and Farmer Goldfield is a human located at Goldfield Farmstead in Stormsong Valley, and some people have called him Mancrick 2.0, because much like Mancrick, who hates the Quillboars, Farmer Goldfield also despises the Quillboars. So when you do one of the quests, he says, "You see the problem? No, you don't. Problem is in all these dang Quillboar. Quillboar I can shoot all day. Been shooting them all my life since my pappy gave me my first gun. Problem is these pigs are tough, tougher than they've been before. Can't kill them like I used to, see? My new modified bullets just get stuck in them and they refuse to die. Take my knife, go out there and kill some Quillboar and get my ammo back. Then I can shoot the rest. I won't stop till there's none left." So you go out there, you do that, you come back and give him the ammo, and he says, "I'm not leaving. I'm never leaving. Those Quillboar, they killed them. I gave her the watch, told her to hurry, grab our boy and get to the house while I got the gun." Goldfield choking back tears. "I won't leave. Our family has our roots here. They would want me to stay, don't you understand? This is our farm. My boy, he wanted to join the militia. I made him a sword." Goldfield takes a deep breath. "Now you know. Help me retake my farm. Grab a gun and let's kill every last one." So after helping him with all that, he says, "My wife, she loved the carnations that grow by the water's edge. If you could gather some, there's a nice spot under a tree by the river. We loved to go there when the sun was setting after our days in the fields. Our boy would run around catching bugs, making reed whistles." So he really is like a Mancrick 2.0. And, you know, I don't think a lot of people know about him because obviously it's a random BFA quest. So if you haven't done this, you haven't really known about him. And that's why I like doing these pointless top 10s, to find the stories like Farmer Goldfield's. And that's why he's number 4. 3. Number 3 are Theodore and Verna Furlbrow, and they owned a pumpkin farm in northern Westfall. The couple decided to leave Westfall when their farm was overrun by the Defias Brotherhood, but their wagon broke down on the road to Elwyn. Stranded, they wound up squatting at the Jansen Steed for the next 5 years. And of course, this is also where Old Blanchy is, the horse. Around the time of Cataclysm, the Furlbrows and their horse, Old Blanchy, were found murdered near their cart at the Jansen Steed, and there's a big investigation quest that I think plenty of people have done, which is one of the better Cataclysm quests, actually. The Furlbrows also have a son, Private Furlbrow, who joined the Valiance expedition with the Westfall Brigade, and he's stationed at the Westfall Brigade encampment at Grizzly Hills. And he actually has a big argument with Private Jansen, where Private Jansen's like, "Boy, what I wouldn't give for a bowl of Selma Saldian's Westfall stew right about now." And Private Furlbrow's like, "You know, it's not Selma Saldian's recipe." And he's like, "What?" And he's like, "It's not Selma Saldian's recipe. It's my ma's. She asked some passerby to deliver it to Selma right before she and Pa left Westfall with Old Blanchy." And he's like, "Yeah, well, at least the Saldians didn't flee Westfall when things got tough." And he's like, "No one insults Ma and Pa. Take it back." And he's like, "You heard what I said. Your parents are cowards, and so are you, Furlbrow." And then they battle it out, and Private Furlbrow wins, and he says, "Glad you decided to see it my way." And then he's like, "Okay, I take it back. Your ma and pa weren't cowards." And so I decided to put him at number 3 for a few reasons. One is they were the inventors of Westfall stew, right? Number 2 is for this big interaction with their son fighting it out. And then number 3 is they had Old Blanchy. So for all those reasons, they're number 3. 2. Number 2 is Farmer Yoon, and Farmer Yoon is a young Pandaren from the city who inherited Sunsong Ranch from his grandfather. After giving his farm away to the adventurer, Yu, he occasionally can be found at Half Hill Market. So Farmer Yoon has this big backstory where he always would go visit his grandfather, Old Yoon, at the family farm, and then his grandfather passes the farm down to him, but he's from the city, he doesn't know how to farm. And then the Tillers Union is like, here comes the city kid. And he's just like, oh no, I want to prove that I can do this and prove it to my grandfather. And that's where you come in and you aid him and help him get the farm going and essentially kind of make it your own farm, right? And then after a while, everybody respects him and they're like, wow, you did it. And, you know, it's a fun little story. And so I wanted to put him on the list because he's probably got the most interactive farming in World of Warcraft, making him one of the most interactive farmers outside of, you know, people farming herbs and gold and whatever, but, you know, actual farming. And I always just think it's a nice little wholesome story where you play through this and he earns the respect of everybody. So, you know, it's a little cliche, but a lot of things are cliche. And that's why Farmer Yoon is number 2. And number 1 is Farmer Torp, an orc located west of Warsong Hold in the Borean Tundra. And Torp is actually a Swedish word roughly meaning farm or cottage. And the reason he is number 1 is because this man knows how to cure the plague. So when I was doing my research into all these farmers, I found this comment and he said, Farmer Torp remains the only NPC capable of curing the plague. Not Keeper Remulos, not Alexstrasza, not Adal. Only Farmer Torp can cure the plague. So when you talk to him, he's like, just look at him. My beautiful Kodos are helpless to defend themselves against those filthy swine. I need you to buy me some time. I think I can cure the Kodos of their sickness, but you need to keep the unliving swine off of them. So you fight all the swine off of them, and then he gives you an antidote, and he puts it into their mouth, and they bite down on it, and it cures them of the plague. So he really does cure the Kodos of the plague. Imagine if Farmer Torp was there during the culling of Stratholme instead of Arthas. He would have saved everybody. There would have been no plague. There would be no expansions. We would have went home. If only we had Farmer Torp. And that's why he's number 1. Hey everybody, thanks for watching this pointless top 10 compilation video. If you want more compilations, there's 3 hours of WoW animal facts, or there's 2 hours of WoW mob creature facts. Okay? Okay. See ya.